Vast oceans and unending forests have at least one thing in common. That is, the deeper you go, the more dangerous and the more terrifying. Today, I've got a new compilation for you featuring over 6 hours of terrifying and allegedly true deep woods stories that will keep you awake past the long hours of the night. Enjoy. Don't forget to send me your scary true stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. You can go to eeriecast.com to not only submit stories, but also enjoy a whole slew of other free horror podcasts. Thank you. Now, let's begin. What I shot was not a deer. From Tank 2499. I was born and raised in the southern United States, a part of Louisiana to be exact. Skills like hunting, fishing, camping, and even bushcraft were taught to me by my father and grandfather from a very young age, so it made sense I always wanted to be doing something outdoors. When I was about 17, I had decided I wanted to go on a solo bow hunting trip. Nothing major, just one night at my camp and one full day of hunting. So I packed up my gear, told my folks what I was doing, and made my way out into the woods. We don't live all that far from the woods, and where I usually hunt, I would normally just walk instead of having to use gas and drive there. This time was different. Something told me to bring my truck. I'm not sure what it was, maybe just instincts. Or maybe it was the amount of gear I was bringing along, and I simply didn't want to deal with all that for a few miles. I'm not sure. Something told me I needed to have my truck, and looking back on it, I'm certainly glad I decided to drive. So I get down to my camp about 6:15. This is in mid-December, so it's basically dark by this point. I had just enough light to find a good parking spot. Then I had to use my flashlight the rest of the walk in. I'd made it to the camp about 6:35. After I parked, I had to walk because the woods are too thick to drive through the rest of the way. Eventually, I made it to my camp. I set my gear down, and right away, I started gathering tinder and firewood. I pitched my tent, positioned all my gear in a way I could just grab it and leave the following morning. That way I wouldn't be stuck looking for something. Then I pulled out a can of beans, some sausages, and I started dinner. That night was quiet. Not ominously quiet. I could still hear the different noises one would hear in the woods at night. But as I said, nothing that would keep me awake. After eating and just relaxing, I got comfortable on my sleeping pad in my tent, and I drifted off to sleep. I woke up to absolute silence somewhere between 2 o'clock and 2:15 in the morning. Earlier, when I mentioned ominous quiet, this is what I meant. If you've ever spent much time outdoors or in the wilderness, you would know what it's like to experience this kind of quiet. A kind of silence that makes your heartbeat sound like it's right beside your ear. Experienced outdoorsmen know that this quiet almost always guarantees danger. I sat in my tent, my revolver in hand, waiting. Then, about 40 yards in front of my tent, I could hear twigs snapping. I heard heavy and what seemed like bipedal footsteps. It's not uncommon for other people to hunt these woods, but I was certain I was the only one who would be out here. I mean, this property belongs to my immediate family. Any other person who wanted to hunt had to always get permission, and even if that were the case, my father would have let me know that someone else would eventually show up. Something felt off about this. I slowly raised up, unzipped one of the windows in my tent, and I looked towards where I heard the footsteps. But as soon as I did, nothing. The night went right back to how it usually was. Crickets, birds, all those nighttime noises. I convinced myself what had just happened may have been caused by being half asleep and half awake. I managed to fall back to sleep not long after that. I'd convinced myself that my mind was just simply playing tricks on me, and that put me somewhat at ease. I awoke to my alarm on my phone, set for 5 a.m. It was time to get up and make the 2-mile trek through the woods to my tree stand. I had timed it to where I could get up, grab my gear, walk the 2 miles to my stand, and make it just in time for sunrise and first shooting light. I grabbed all my gear, not double-checking anything because I told myself it was all good from the night before, and I left. Not double-checking my gear would prove to be a pretty big mistake. At this point, I'm about a mile deep into the woods, and I only have 1 more mile to go until I made it to my stand. As I'm walking, I can hear something in the woods off to my right. If you can picture a small path through the woods, with woods surrounding both sides of it, that's what I was walking through. At one point, I stopped and crouched, waiting for whatever it was to emerge from the forest into my view. Wouldn't you know it, a white-tailed buck came walking out of the woods. It was a bit odd-looking though, but nothing that made me not think I could bag him. When I say odd-looking, I mean he was rather skinny, and his eyes looked almost blind. But he was acting like a typical deer, walking, grazing, popping his head up to check his surroundings. His walk though, his gait, it weirded me out a lot. It was almost as if he was drunk, stumbling, moving in an atypical way, bobbing side to side and walking with a limp. As the sun came out more and more, the deer got closer, and I was able to get a better look. I could tell he appeared sick. He stank. The smell was terrible. He was far skinnier than I initially thought, and he was discolored. His antlers were a shape I've never seen on a whitetail. Honestly, while I was looking at him, bagging him as a trophy and to feed my family wasn't even my concern anymore. I just wanted to put him out of his misery, in the poor thing's pain. So I decided to do just that. Here's where double-checking your gear, even if you think it's all good, comes into play. I had a sling quiver for my arrows, so I wore it on my back. It was just easier for me to reach back and draw an arrow. The day before my hunt, I'd told my brother he could use some of my arrows to practice his shooting. Well, unbeknownst to me at the time, when he'd put them back in the quiver, a few of the broadheads were facing up. It was a simple mistake, but one I never noticed. I was more focused on getting to camp and actually going hunting, so I didn't notice that the arrows were upside down in my quiver. Anyway, I reached back to draw an arrow, and my thumb caught the blade of one of the broadheads, slicing my thumb wide open. Of course, this makes me kind of shout, "Ow, ow." And when I did this, I was certain the deer was going to be scared off. But I heard no trotting footsteps, no grunts, nothing to indicate the deer had left. Instead, what I heard was a drawn-out and distorted howl, followed by a deep, guttural growl. I looked this supposed deer right in the eyes as I watched it stand onto hind legs and stare into my soul. It bared teeth, which were yellow, not too long, but very sharp. Fear put me in a trance that essentially left me paralyzed. I could not move. Maybe I just didn't want to, terrified that moving would cause the thing to come after me. My fight or flight kicked in, and I'd quickly reached back, grabbed an arrow, knocked it, and sent it flying right towards this beast. It struck it low, but what would have been fatal to a normal animal proved to be nothing to this thing. I knocked another arrow as this creature started to quickly make its way towards me. I released. This time, I seemed to pierce it in the side of the neck. It screamed this awful scream, then turned and ran off the other way. I watched it go from this bipedal atrocity to running on 4 legs like a deer once again. It got a pretty good ways into the woods, and I saw it stop. It then turned around and looked at me with these yellow eyes. I wasn't about to wait around to see what this abomination was going to do, so I got out of there. I left. Fast. I'm no track and field star, but I know I set a personal record for myself that day. I made it back to my truck in 13 minutes, threw all my gear in the back, and hauled out of there, going way above a safe speed. I didn't care about taking down my camp. I could always come back for my gear too. I just wanted to get out of there. I eventually did go back to my camp at a later date to see about packing my gear back out. But when I did come back, everything was decimated. My tent had been torn apart. The food I'd brought had been eaten or thrown about all over the place. And the miscellaneous items I had, like books to read, had also been ripped to shreds. I honestly have no idea what I experienced. If it was a skinwalker or Windigo, I don't know. I thought they were only in places with a big Native American influence. But I do believe it's possible for them to exist in Louisiana. We did have our own Native American tribes after all. Or maybe it was the Louisiana Rougarou, just a messed up and weird version of one. Who knows? One thing I do know is sometimes when I visit home, I'll see this deer, one that looks a little sick, staring at me through the edge of the woods. Sometimes part of me wants to go back in, hunt this thing down and kill it. But as far as I know, it hasn't hurt anyone yet. Maybe I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the way it looked at me, the way it bared its teeth and growled, well, seemed to me it wasn't there to have a friendly conversation. I just feel lucky to be alive. Torn and Empty, from Landon F. Growing up in northeast Tennessee and southwest Virginia, you hear of these unnatural encounters and sightings quite often. I've always been skeptical of these sorts of encounters, and I always figured it was just people seeking attention, people wanting to tell something interesting. I've been an avid deer hunter since the time I could hold my own weapon, spending hours in the woods multiple times a week all throughout the season. I figured if things like this did exist, I would have seen for myself by then. My opinion has now been changed forever. The property we spent the most time hunting at had no phone service. It was around 30 minutes from the nearest town, which was Gate City, Virginia. Once we arrived at the property, we had free range of around 700 acres. That includes dense woods, pastures, and several cut four-wheeler trails. My family, who had hunted this property for years before I was born, had never had any strange encounters at this place. I never imagined something would happen to me. It was late November and rifle season was in full swing. We arrived at the property around 5 a.m., and we started to gather our gear for the morning hunt. We only had one four-wheeler at the time, so my grandfather took me to drop me off first, and he planned to go back for my dad. He took me to a spot that had an old rotten tree stand that had not been hunted on for over 30 years. He told me how to get to the stand. Go straight up the ridge and hit that old logging road, and it'll take you right up there to it. You can't miss it. Meet me right back here about 12 to grab some lunch. Listening to him, I made it there without an issue. I sat down, still over an hour until daylight. I started to play a game on my iPod Touch. I was about 13 at the time, and I was trying to find a distraction from the fact I was in the middle of the woods alone. Daylight soon broke and I noticed something. There were absolutely no sounds. I could hear my heart beating in my chest. An eerie feeling came over me, and the rest of the morning hunt I felt this way. I never saw anything, never heard anything. I was ready to get out of there. I walked back down the ridge and waited for my pawpaw. He finally showed up, and we went to lunch at the closest diner we could find. The landowner was actually at that diner as well. We got to talking about where I was hunting, and he instantly showed a worried look on his face. He said, "Just be careful up there. My dad built that stand years ago and only hunted it a few times. For some reason, he never went back. Never would tell me why." I had brushed off what he said by the time I got back into the woods for the evening hunt. Everything seemed normal this time. The birds were chirping and the squirrels were running wild. A couple of hours went by, when I began to hear footsteps coming towards me. The closer the steps got, the quieter the remainder of the forest became. With my experience in hunting, I knew without a doubt the walking I'd heard was a deer. I ignored the strange silence as the deer came into view. I pulled up my rifle, took aim, and fired. I knew I hit the deer, so I waited until right before dark to track the deer down, and dark was only a few minutes away. Darkness came, and still ignoring that silence, I began my attempt at tracking down the buck. I got on the trail with ease, but I had the feeling something was off. I finally spotted the deer in the distance, and the sight was something I would have never imagined. The deer was torn nearly in two, no blood around it, no internals left, no signs of what had happened. What could have done this in those few minutes before dark? As I got closer to the deer, I began to hear soft, slow-moving footsteps coming towards me, which stopped moving every time I stopped. I was frantically shining my flashlight all around, but I found nothing. I began to run towards the deer, grabbing it by the horns, and I took off running, dragging that deer behind me. Then I heard something that sounded like the woods being torn down behind me, and I swear I heard a voice too, a grumbling voice that spoke,
"That's not yours."
In complete shock, I continued running down the hill with the deer. I could hear the four-wheeler in the distance then, so I let go of the deer, and I began to shine the light towards my pawpaw. Before I made it to the bottom of the hill, this thing let out a scream that put chills down my spine. It almost sounded like the squeal of a pig, but very, very deep. Not gonna lie, I didn't think I'd make it out of the woods that day. My pawpaw finally pulled up, and with my eyes full of tears and in my terrified state, I told him what happened. He started up the hill with his rifle and flashlight. The woods were silent still. About 10 minutes passed, and I saw him coming down the hill with only the front half of my deer. My pawpaw was moving fast, and without saying a word, he began to load the deer on the back of the four-wheeler. Before we pulled away, we heard the scream again. We never drove that four-wheeler so fast before. We haven't talked about this in years, but I will never forget it. Nothing else ever happened to me since, and we continue to hunt that property. But for some reason, I still have hopes to see what creature was stalking my prey that day. Dogman stole my fish. From Rainbow Trout 55. Wyoming, the least populated U.S. state. Nonetheless, one of the most beautiful and drastic landscapes. From rolling hills and sagebrush to thick forests with mountains, rivers, and streams. That's where I call home. I grew up on my family's ranch outside of Cody. A little bit about myself, I'm 6'4" and 220 pounds. Close family calls me farm boy because of my size. I take that as a compliment. After all, Luke Skywalker from Star Wars was called farm boy, and Luke is amazing, so take that, Grandpa. My favorite hobby is fly fishing. Nothing is more exhilarating than watching your fly get swallowed by a trout. Wyoming, in fact, is world-class and known for fly fishing. My favorite river to fish is the Snake River. It's a little bit of a drive to get to my favorite spot, but it's worth it. My terrifying encounter happened back in 2013. I was 19 at the time. It was in late summer, July, to be exact, around 3 in the afternoon. Trust me, I remember after this incident. To get to my spot, you have to take a dirt road 3 miles inward. Then you get to this little pull-off and you park. Then you have to walk about half a mile more into the woods. To be honest, I have no clue how my dad found the spot, but let me tell you, it's loaded with rainbows. You come out of the woods onto this shore and there's the river. It's about 30 feet wide, and on the far side is fastish moving water. There are many slow and deep pools towards my side that are perfect for fish. For those of you who are new to fishing, the slower moving pools are where fish like to hang out, because they're being lazy and are basically waiting for food upstream to drift downstream, right to them for an easy meal. Since it was 3 in the afternoon, it was pretty warm outside, so I didn't put on my waders, and I walked right into the nice, cool water. I then started to cast. I had my fishing glasses on so that the glare wasn't as bad on the water. Here's where things start to get wacky. I'd been fishing this strip of the river for about 45 minutes when I cast again. All of a sudden, I heard a tree fall from the other side of the river with a loud crash. It scared the bejesus out of me, as I was that focused on the river. The river isn't as loud because at this section the water isn't moving as fast, so keep that in mind. I looked in the direction of that crash, and there I saw it, a jet black-haired animal slowly walking down to the river. At first glance, I thought it was a black bear, but after further inspection, I realized it wasn't a bear but a large black dog. Another thought came to mind, as I thought it was a Yellowstone black wolf, but again I ruled that out because the size was too big. Then it really came into view, and my mind went blank. It came out of the trees onto the far bank and stopped. It looked at me. It had the most beautiful yet horrifying amber eyes that stared into me. It had a wolf-like head with sharp teeth. It was very well built, very defined through its fur. It had skinnier legs, but they were dog legs and still defined. Its arms were lanky and had hands that ended in sharp claws. That was the scariest part. I even remember taking off my glasses and rubbing my eyes to see if I was looking at a real thing. The wackiest part was that it walked and just sat patiently on the opposite bank, just like a house dog, watching me fish curiously. I was so astonished and confused, I forgot my line was in the water. Then its ears perked up as a giant trout took my fly with a splash. It looked at me, then at the line, then at me, then the line again, as if waiting for me to do something. I'm not sure why I didn't just run. I don't know why I didn't feel threatened at the moment, but that dogman thing just sat there watching me curiously. It didn't seem to mean any harm. I quickly reeled in that fish. It was huge. I grabbed the fish and unhooked the fly. I was about to release it when the dogman growled a deep growl. It's hard to describe with words. I froze as I saw it stand up on 2 legs and start to wade through the water towards me, like some person. I started to quickly move to my side of the shore when it did a short but loud grunt and pointed its claw at the fish in my hand. There were so many thoughts going through my head that I quickly ran out of the water and onto the shore, dropping the fish on the ground. I backed away towards the forest, my hands up. I even remember saying, "It's all yours," like 4 times. The dogman crossed the river. It went to my now flopping fish and picked it up with one hand. It looked at me like, "Really, dude? You got my food dirty." It then put its claw through the fish's gill and out the mouth, just like a person would do. It went back into the river with the fish now hooked in its claw. It put it in the water and moved it back and forth. It was washing it off. It then put it into its mouth and got back onto all 4s, crossing the river again. It looked back at me one more time, taking the fish out of its mouth and giving it a little wiggle, taunting me as it then ran back into the woods. I sprinted to my truck, threw my gear in the trunk, and sped home. I got pulled over, unfortunately. I told the officer everything and he let me go with a warning, seeing I was in a panicked state. I told my family. They were astonished, but they ultimately believed me. This, hands down, has been the craziest, most unnatural thing that has ever happened to me. I still go fly fishing, but I've never and will never go back to that spot. Remember that some things in this world are unnatural, and you never know what might happen. Werewolf of Lake Monroe, from Danny Joe. My brother and I went on a fishing trip to Monroe Lake in Indiana. We've been there hundreds of times, and we've been all over the place. We left on a Friday morning and got there Friday late afternoon. We brought a John boat and some basic essentials, like a tent, my gun, and some firewood. We didn't bring much food. We thought we would just eat fish and some small game if needed. We loaded everything into the boat and took off before it got dark. The only lights we had were the ones on the boat and a small flashlight. After being on the water for about an hour, we found a small cove perfect for us because it was out in the middle of nowhere, so we could do anything we really wanted. We unloaded the boat and set up camp. My brother got a fire going and I started to fish because I was hungry. After a few minutes, I realized there were no sounds at all from any directions, not even crickets, and I wasn't getting any hits whatsoever on my fishing rig. I gave up and started walking back to the camp, which was set up about 20 yards from the boat. When I got back to my brother, I asked him if he noticed the lack of nature sounds, and he replied, "No, didn't pay much attention to it." And then we heard it. A loud howl that sounded like it was about a mile away. It sent chills down my spine. My brother began to shake. I was like, "What the heck are we doing? We're both grown men. It was probably just a coyote." He agreed with a nod, and we both decided to lay down in the tent, calling it a night, but I got my gun out just to be safe, because that was really close. The next morning, we woke up and got the day started. We thought we'd go and see if we could find the footprint or scat trail from the coyote we heard last night. We ventured about half a mile into the woods from our camp. Before long, we found something. A very large and very dead coyote, which had been ripped apart. It was only 2 feet off the game trail. My brother was very interested in what could do this, but I was more interested in going back to camp. We got back to camp and I went to my phone to text my dad. I asked what sort of big predators could take a coyote and do that to him, especially out here in Indiana. My dad replied, "Can't think of anything more than a cougar, but that's unlikely." I figured it may have been another coyote fighting for territory. We decided to only stay one more night. Neither of us wanted to find this bigger coyote. So we went out on the boat for a while to go fishing. We'd had no luck in that cove. We made it to this rock face that we called our crappie honey hole, because we always caught crappie there. We started fishing and didn't stop until the sun began to set. We were both hungry, and so we called it a good day and started to head back to camp. This little boat didn't go very fast, but it was better than a canoe or kayak. By the time we got back to camp, it was dark and the moon was high. It was very quiet again, so we slid the boat on the bank and made our way to try to start a fire in the fire pit to cook some of our catch. But we soon discovered that our campsite looked like a war zone. Everything was torn up, thrown around, like someone was looking for something or somebody. We both grabbed our guns and took the safeties off, then looked at each other with the same expression. Time to go. We didn't even grab anything. Just as we started making our way to the boat, we heard a deep and gurgling growl out in the distance. As we got to the boat, my brother grabbed a flashlight. He pointed it towards the camp. Like that, we both stopped, terrified, trembling all over. The light revealed 2 big yellow eyes about 5 feet off the ground. I started backing up. My brother jumped in the boat and started the motor. I followed him, but I didn't want to take my eyes off whatever this thing was. As I climbed in the boat, I looked away for just a second. When I looked back up, it was gone. We got about 20 yards out into the water, and I used the light again to look for that creature. Then I saw those same eyes coming out of the darkness. They began to come to the edge of the water. This thing looked like a wolf, but not exactly. It walked over to the water on all fours, but once there, it stood up on 2 legs. It reached a height of over 6 feet. We then heard it howl. I pointed the flashlight right at it then. It looked as if it had a piece of our tent clutched in its hand or paw. I moved my brother out of the way. I put the throttle on high, even though the part of the lake we were at was idle zone only. But we had to leave as quickly as we could. We got back to the boat ramp area, and we got the boat loaded on the trailer. Then we booked it. We didn't talk one bit all the way home, and we never said anything to Mom or Dad, though I'm sure they were wondering where the heck our tent and cooler went. I'm in my 30s now. I haven't been back to Monroe Lake since. To be honest, I'm scared to, and I warn people who are going there to be very careful. Labor Day Monster from Danielle B. This took place when I was only 15 in a small town called Cleveland, Oklahoma. I lived in the country of that small town. It was Saturday of Labor Day weekend, and my brother and I had just finished eating dinner with our parents. I was helping my mom clear off the table when she asked, "I wonder how busy the lake is." My brother replied, "I'll drive down and take a look." He also asked if I wanted to tag along. I replied, "Sure, why not?" I put on my shoes and we got in my brother's car. Then we took off to the lake. Eventually, we made it to the old makeshift bridge, which was basically a big round tube cut in half after a small creek with gravel placed over it. There were no railings on either side. We noticed someone or something then crouching down as if playing with that gravel. My brother slowed the car down. At first, I thought it was a hunter due to the time of the season. But when I realized that this person wasn't wearing a vest that reflected light, as hunters are supposed to wear when hunting at night, I knew something was off. This would have been noticeable because of how dark it was getting. This thing had thick arms, and even though it was crouching down, it had to be at least 6 feet tall. I couldn't see any clothes on this creature, and as we approached, it stood up and turned towards us. That's when I really realized how big it was. I'm talking 7 or 8 feet tall and very hairy. It had no neck and very long arms and legs. What was very noticeable were its eyes. It had very dark red eyes reflecting from the car lights. At that moment, it stepped to the left into the thick bushes on the right side of the road, and as we crossed the bridge, my brother was driving very slowly so we could see where that thing went. But we couldn't find it. My brother continued to drive. That's when I asked, "What was that thing?" He replied, "I don't know, maybe a hunter." I told him, "It couldn't be a hunter. Whatever it was not wearing any clothes. I didn't see any vehicles around either." Hunters usually parked their cars on the side of the road where the woods were. We drove for a few more minutes and eventually made it to the lake. There were a lot of people at the lake, and the majority of them were camping and having fun. My brother then said, "Let's go back to the bridge. Let's see if that thing came back." "Are you sure?" I replied. "What if it decides to go after us?" My brother turned the car around then, and we went back to the bridge. Honestly, I wasn't expecting we'd see it again. Sure enough, just like before, when we came back to the bridge, the creature was in the middle of the bridge, crouched down, messing with the gravel. And like before, it stood up, turned around, peered at us, then stepped to the side of the road. As we passed, we drove slowly again, trying to see where it was, what it was. Not seeing it, my brother turned into a driveway, backed up, and parked on the top of the hill that overlooked the bridge. He then turned off the car. At that moment, I asked him, "What are you doing?" "I want to see if it comes back," he said as he watched the bridge. We both stared for a good 20 minutes. But nothing happened. My brother then turned the car on, and we went back home. When we got inside the house, I told my parents what we saw. My dad laughed because he doesn't believe in that kind of stuff. My mother asked my brother, "Is that really what you saw?" My brother answered, "That's what it looked like. If anything, I guess it was just a hairy person running around." At that moment, I grabbed the house phone. I then went into my room to call my boyfriend to tell him what I saw, and at least he believed me. I haven't yet seen again whatever I saw that night, and I haven't told anyone for years until I met my now husband. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against pets. It chased me. From Anonymous. I do admit I didn't want to share this before, but my friend convinced me to share my story. This event made me never want to ride my bike at night, and by bike I mean a Suzuki GSXR 600. It was April 2023 when I was helping one of my friends who practically lived in the woods. I had only believed in ghosts before this. I have experienced encounters with those. However, what I encountered in this story was no ghost. This was a physical being. Now, for the story, you can call me Doru. My friend called me on my night off and said, "Hey Doru, would you mind coming over and helping me look for my dog? He ran off earlier, still hasn't come back." I could hear the stress in his voice. I sighed and answered, "I told you to keep him on a leash." His dog was a Rottweiler and Pit Bull mix, but she was a big softie. She thought she was a lap dog. I got dressed, grabbed my jacket and helmet, took my bike out of the shed, and locked everything up. I hit the road, and Jay's house was not far from mine, about 2 to 3.5 hours away. I always took this quiet little road that I enjoyed riding down. But that night, I could feel something watching me. I didn't know from which direction the eyes watching me was coming from, so I sped up. Still, I could feel eyes on me. It was then I caught a quick glance of something black as the night. I accelerated faster, and whatever it was seemed to be keeping up with me. I sped up for a second time. That's when I saw blue eye shine. What kind of animal has blue eye shine? Just as quickly as I saw them, they disappeared, but that feeling remained. I didn't stop until I reached Jay's house. He was waiting for me outside with flashlights in hand. I told him to open the garage so I could put my bike in. Usually I leave my bike outside, but as soon as I pulled up, that feeling of being watched intensified. I kept my helmet on, and Jay asked, "You okay?" I just feel like I'm being watched." I even asked him for one of his pistols before we headed out. We went in different directions to search for the dog. I had the pistol drawn with a flashlight in my other hand. I kept going until I found a trail, as if something big and heavy had been dragged. I followed it, and that feeling of being watched intensified. I kept looking side to side, regretting not taking off my helmet. I wasn't paying attention to the ground until I stepped in something. It was thick and dark. It was then we found his dog. She'd been attacked and killed by something. I quickly grabbed her collar. That's when I heard growling, like when you take a dog's food away while it's eating. I looked around with the flashlight, pistol ready. I found the source of the growl. This thing was tall, over 7'3", maybe 7'7". It was covered in black fur, with a head that resembled a massive dog's. But it was standing on 2 legs, and its arms seemed too long. I followed its arms down to its hands, each of them having 3 main fingers and a thumb, with long, dark claws. They were dripping with something. No, wait. That had to be blood, I realized. I snapped back to its face when it growled again. I raised the pistol and aimed it right at it. It took a step forward, opening its hands up. I fired off 2 rounds, but I couldn't tell if I even hit it because the creature didn't even react. I had no other choice. I turned and ran, and I won't lie, I think I soiled myself then. Whatever it was right behind me. I yelled into the night air, "Jay, run!" He listened. The thing behind me must have thrown something at my head, but thanks to my helmet, the object bounced off. Jay, being much closer, made it to the house first. He opened the back door for me, screaming at me. I turned for a moment to see if it was still following me. It was, and it was running on all 4s. I swear then I thought that thing was smiling. I ran quickly inside, Jay slamming the door behind me and locking it. "What in the world was that?" he asked. I got off the ground and ran to all the doors and windows. Only then did I take off my helmet. To my horror, there was a gash in the back of it. That was almost my head. I then heard something. "Jay, quiet. Listen." We could hear heavy breathing outside. Jay then noticed the blood-soaked collar I still had in my hand. There was a mixture of fear and rage in his expression. Something subconscious told me to turn around, and I did. At a nearby window, that thing was looking in with a big, toothy grin. Jay grabbed a shotgun, trembling, but the creature backed away, disappearing into the dark. I stayed the night, unable to sleep because of the sounds of footsteps around the house. Just as dawn approached, we heard a massive howl that sent chills down my spine. Then we heard footsteps running away from his house. Still, I didn't leave until the sun was up. Jay kept his shotgun with him all night. I gave him the collar, and he cried. I felt so bad for him and his beautiful, kind dog. In the morning when I drove home, I had him watch me until I was out of sight. And I didn't take that road home. I took a different road, going full speed, not stopping for anything. Miraculously, I managed not to get pulled over. After that night, I bought a car, got a gun permit, and a concealed carry license. A warning to my fellow motorcyclists: don't go down any dark forest road in the middle of the night. Wait until day or go in a group. Whatever you do, don't do what I did. Make sure you're not being followed by glowing blue eyes. If you are, do not stop. Light in the Woods, from Robert De Niro. It was winter break of 2022. I came home after a long semester of college. My home, my old home, as we've since moved, was on the south shore of Massachusetts. My friends and I were all 20 years old. Every night we would hang out at our buddy's house, but on the night in question he was working the closing shift because he decided to work instead of going back to school. I don't remember the time. It was winter though, so it meant the sun was gone by dinner time. So to kill some time before our friend got off work, we decided to take a walk in the local woods. We were about 1.5 miles from our cars, deep in the woods, on a set trail that led to a small lookout tower, about 3-ish miles in. As we walked, we noticed the sound of the wind had just vanished all at once. I mean, it was there 1 second blowing, and the next, no sound, even though the trees continued to sway side to side. We stopped and looked at each other. One friend, A, said to the other friend, G, and to me, "You don't hear anything, right?" G responded, "Yeah, this is weird. Like, I can feel the wind on my face still." A said, "Something's wrong." As for me, I'm not much of a talker, more of an observer. As my friends discussed the strangeness of the situation, I spotted a strange faint bluish light coming from about 5 yards in the thick brush to our right. "Hey, do y'all see that?" I asked. "Yeah, what is that?" my friends replied. "I don't know. You guys want to check it out?" My curiosity was getting the better of me. I mean, sure, we got time to kill," G said. I began to walk into the snow-covered brush. We got no more than 5 feet towards it when the light vanished. I mean, poof, gone. "Huh? Maybe it was a reflection of the moon," A said. We agreed and turned around to continue our journey to the tower. But as we turned, the trail was gone. Just more woods. There weren't even footprints of ours, which would indicate where the path had been. All we could find were the footprints leading to our location now. "Where's the trail?" A asked. "What the heck?" G said. We stood there a solid minute, trying to locate any sign of the path, but we found nothing. Still no sounds either, other than our voices. "Let's just go back the way we came. Maybe we just can't see the path yet," I said. The others nodded and we began to walk. 5-ish minutes passed, much longer than it took us to walk off the path originally, and yet there was still no sign of the trail. But then every crunch of the snow we made seemed to echo. Not a normal echo either. This echo came a few seconds after we made the sound. At one point, A tapped me and indicated to look at my phone. I looked, and a text read, "I think we're being followed." Now, keep in mind, A is a true outdoorsman. He walks with no shoes on. As long as there was no snow, he can use his toes to grip. You should see the way he climbs a rope. We have a joke that he himself is a cryptid. So when A says something is up, then something is up. I looked at him, and he said, "Let's just walk until we find any path." And that's what we did. God only knows how much time passed before we finally found something that even resembled a path, that being a few feet of space between trees and brush. All while probably being followed. Relieved, we started to walk on the trail, knowing we would find a trail marker showing our way back to our cars soon. As we got on the trail, the sound of the wind suddenly came back, and that weird echo, as I called it, stopped. It wasn't long before we found a specific rock that let us know our location, and we passed it. Several yards ahead, A said quietly, "Look at that rock." We turned and looked. It did appear normal at a glance, but the more we focused on it, the more we could make out a bluish light coming from behind it. This light lowered before suddenly a dark canine shape arose. The shape had yellow eyes, and they stared at us. I instantly felt warmth filling my body, and fear. The odd canine creature turned around and began to walk away. It stopped, turning to look at us as if defeated. It disappeared in the thick, dark woods. We all looked at each other with looks of fear, confusion, and relief. We immediately walked back to our cars, agreeing to never bring it up to anyone else in our friend group, out of fear of not being believed. We still don't want to talk about it. We also never went back to those woods, but a part of me feels a calling to return, and only at night. Something in the woods. From Anonymous. This is my own experience, which took place at my grandmother's. My grandma lived in a small house, surrounded by and in the middle of the woods. I would hunt deer and squirrel in those woods every year since I was 10 years old. I would stay the night with her too, going out every morning before the sun would come up and return after sunset. I've always felt comfortable and at home in those woods. After I turned 19, it had been 2 years since I'd last been out there to go hunting. A couple of my friends and I, Mike and Tim, decided to go out there to paintball. We left Tim's house and got to the woods about half an hour before dark. We decided one of us would go into the woods first, then after 5 minutes, someone else would go in. I went first, finding a good spot to sit at and wait. A few minutes later, I see Tim walk in and take a seat. Then after that, Mike walked in a little ways, making his way down the hill. After a couple of minutes, Tim noticed me and motioned me to come to him. I made my way down the hill I was on, and we decided to team up on Mike. Tim would make his way down the hill where we saw Mike go, and bring him back while I waited. Then I would unload my paintball gun on him. It's messed up, a jerk move for sure, but we were teenagers. We did this kind of stuff to each other all the time. So I sat there next to a large tree that had fallen over, waiting for them to come back. It felt as if I'd been sitting there for ages. It was starting to get dark too. At that point, I could only see about 50 feet in front of me. As I sat there watching towards the bottom of the hill, I heard something coming from my left, and it began to move its way behind me. Now I thought that they had decided to get me instead. I'm 5'10", 220 pounds. They're roughly the same size. But what I was hearing sounded bigger, and on two legs. I slowly turned around, only to see trees and darkness. I tried to focus beyond that, but it was useless with the lack of light. As I heard the footsteps get closer, I began to think to myself, they're not going to shoot me first. So I slowly pulled up and started to unload my paintball gun in the direction I heard the steps. When I finally ran out of paintballs, Mike and Tim showed up in the opposite direction. They asked me what the heck I was shooting at. I told them what happened and said that I never heard it leave either. So the three of us left in a hurry, wondering what in the world was out there that was as big as a person, maybe bigger, and walked on two legs, but wasn't one of us. We haven't been back to those woods since. Windigo encounter in Maine. From Duke of Capri Sun. I was born and raised in the state of Maine, and I am of Penobscot and Abenaki descent. The story I'm about to tell you took place in the town of Farmington, Maine, along the Sandy River. While at college in Farmington, my friends and I would go down to the banks of the Sandy River to smoke, drink, and have some campfires. One night, we decided to do just that. I went down to the laundry room and collected lint from the dryers to aid as a fire starter. I knew we would struggle to light the fire as it had snowed recently, and most of the kindling in the woods would be too wet to light. Additionally, I was always given the task of lighting those fires when we had them, as everyone else always struggled, and I just seemed better at lighting them. Once we gathered everything together that we needed, we all headed down to our usual spot, overlooking the river, and we started to collect firewood. The moment we got down to the overlook, I was instantly feeling unsettled, almost like I was being watched from every possible direction. I took note of the feeling, and I decided to keep an eye out for anything else that was unusual. In general, I'm very trusting of my gut instincts, as they're usually right. While everyone else collected firewood, I knelt down and I started trying to light the lint in the ring of stones we always used. Suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and below me, along the frozen beach, I heard footsteps. They sounded heavy, like what a moose or a cow sounded like, walking through crunchy snow. I asked my friend, Ian, "Did you hear that?" He just looked at me, confused, shaking his head. I couldn't just shake it off. I knew something was wrong. Then the smell hit me. It was sickly sweet, overlaid with the scent of dead flesh, like a dead raccoon in a hot dumpster full of rotten apples. I looked around, trying to determine if anyone else was smelling it. Then, something said my name, in a voice that was a combination of radio static and tinfoil being crinkled up. In a split second, I put everything together. That uneasy feeling of being watched, the unidentified footsteps, the smell of rotten fruit and death, and that voice calling my name. I had heard stories of the Windigo my entire life. My grandfather always cautioned me about it, but I was never sure whether I believed in it or not. The moment I realized what was going on, I closed my eyes and pressed my face into the snow in front of me. I could hear my friends asking me if I was okay, but they sounded like they were shouting down a long hallway. Then the voice spoke again.
"Look at me."
It almost sounded like my grandfather, but I knew better than to respond to it. I lay down in the snow, my eyes shut tight, until the footsteps and the smell disappeared. Finally, I sat up and looked around carefully, keeping my eyes on the ground until I saw my friends circling around me. I could finally hear them calling out to me. "We have to leave now," I told them. I guess I sounded sure enough that they didn't even question it. We walked in silence back to the dorms. Once we got inside, Ian pulled me aside and asked what happened. I didn't want the Windigo to follow me, so I said I just felt like something was watching us, and that I was afraid something bad was about to happen. I didn't tell anyone about the encounter until I moved to another town. None of my friends ever heard or smelled anything, so I think it was targeting me, because it knew that I knew what it was. Mafia House. From Anonymous. I was on a church retreat last winter up in Pennsylvania. We stayed at a sort of campsite. Nothing fancy, just a big cabin with 20 rooms, a living room, kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. I unpacked my things and met my roommate. He was pretty chill, and we had a lot in common. That day, I heard a couple of my friends talking about the Mafia House. As it was my first time on the retreat, I had no idea what that was. I joined in on the conversation and asked about it. They said the Mafia House was a haunted house just up on the hill away from the cabin. I looked out the window, and there it was. An old abandoned 3-story home. It kind of reminded me of the house from The Conjuring. They told me that it was rumored that they kept all the dead bodies up in the attic. I then said, "Why don't we explore it?" They looked at each other and we all agreed. We got 4 of my friends and my roommate together to go explore that house. I had a power LED flashlight and so did my friend. I wasn't expecting any trouble though. We'd be going the following day, and when that day arrived, my roommate and I walked around the house, trying to find an entrance. The front door was locked. The back door was no use either. The last door, which was the basement door, opened without any trouble. I called my roommate over, and we both looked at each other. Eventually, he said, "Well, let's go tell everyone else." We headed back to the cabin and told our friends we found a way inside. They all backed out when they heard we'd have to go through the basement. My roommate and I were pretty disappointed, but we agreed we were still going to explore it. The following day, which was the last day of the retreat, we played a game of basketball, and in the middle of the game, we acted like we were going to take a break. But actually, we headed up to the Mafia House. My roommate paused and stopped. He just kept looking at the place. Eventually, he just said to me, "You know, why risk it?" I gave him a confused look. He went on, "We might get in trouble. We might get possessed. We might die." I gave an angry look and yelled at him, "You're just gonna back out now?" He looked disappointed at that, then replied, "Yes, I guess I am." I shook my head, irritated. "Fine, I'll go by myself." I half ran, half walked toward the house, not even looking back in my anger. I got to the basement door, grabbed the handle, and pondered for a moment. I ignored every thought, most of which were telling me don't do it. But finally, I budged the rusty metal door open. Once inside, I shut the door behind me. I know it was a bad idea, and I still regret it. But I didn't want anyone getting suspicious, seeing the door open like that. My mission was to make it to the attic, to see if the rumors were true that there were bodies stashed up there. I turned on my flashlight. The basement was laid out oddly. There was a boiler in the side of the room, with pipes stretched across the floor. Not too creepy so far. I walked through the basement slowly. I saw piles of junk like cloth, food, beer bottles, etc. Atmospheric, sure, but not creepy yet. The place also reeked of an odor that almost made me throw up. I had ventured deeper into the concrete basement. I soon found another pile. This one was made up of children's toys. like 20th century looking baby dolls, old toy cars, and wind-up toys. My heart started racing, and thoughts played in my head that I needed to leave. But I didn't listen to them. I moved on. I stopped again when I got to the stairs that led to the first floor. I didn't even get to the first step before I heard a creaking noise above me. It sounded like someone was walking around on the first floor. But whoever they weren't walking in a straight line. It sounded like someone pacing back and forth. I stood there still as a statue, and I turned on my flashlight. I could hear my heart nearly pounding out of my chest, and I could barely hear the footsteps anymore over it. I waited for the steps to stop, and about 2 minutes later, which felt like forever, they finally did. Still, I stood there. It was so quiet then in that basement, you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, I heard a door creak open and slam from above me. I didn't stay there any longer. I ran away from those steps, tripping over one of the pipes. I fell and dropped my flashlight. It clicked off as it fell. I began to scour the floor in the dark with my hands, looking for the flashlight. Then I heard footsteps again. This time they were in front of me, in the basement. As luck would have it, I quickly felt my flashlight, picked it up, and ran for the door, barely finding the door at all. When I made it outside, I ran all the way back to the cabin. My roommate was still there and saw me running. I told him everything that happened, along with my other friends, and none of them believed me, still to this day. As we left that camp, I looked back at the house and I saw a figure. I tried to make them out as best I could. It appeared to be a figure of a man. I turned away for only a moment, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I never went back to that house, but ever since I explored the mafia house, I've been hearing weird noises at my own place. I hate this summer camp. From Moon. One year, as summer drew near, my mom sent me away to camp so that I wouldn't be a bother. I wasn't a stranger to this camp. I'd been going to it for the past 4 years. But as an older kid, I had to prepare myself mentally. This was a horse camp, so I knew all the younger kids who made up the majority of the place would be screaming and fighting over the prettiest pony. Now, this camp was old as bones. The lodges we stayed at were made of wood with tarps as roofs and cots as beds. That year I was paired up with 2 little girls, named Lizzie and Callie, as well as an older girl named Rose. On the first night, before I went to bed, I visited my horse named Bonzi. Bonzi was a white Arabian. I remember brushing Bonzi that night, completely alone in the barn. Suddenly nearby, I heard this clattering sound, like someone had dropped a brush. So I put my own brush down and exited the stall to see what fell. But I didn't find anything weird. I shrugged it off and re-entered the stall, and as soon as I did, I looked up to see Bonzi completely whizzing out. She was crying and trying to escape with this terrified look in her eyes. Eventually, I managed to calm her down. Then I calmed down the other horses who had gotten scared from her being scared. After that, I locked up and booked it back to my lodge. As the day came to a close, I sat on the porch of our lodge. I knew something was wrong, though. Not just what happened with Bonzi either. Because, usually, I felt at home in these woods. But so far, I felt so tense being out here in these woods. Like it wasn't the same forest anymore. On the 3rd day, the anxious feeling hadn't gone away. At the end of the day's riding lessons, I swear I saw something vanishing into the woods. I had turned my head to see what it was, and in that instant, Bonzi's big ol' horse hoof slammed right onto my foot. I was forced to skip out on some activities, but nothing else happened for the rest of the day. Then came the night of the 5th day. It must have been around 1 or 2 a.m. I was awakened by Lizzie and Callie, who needed a light for the way back from the bathroom. I told them I would just sit on the deck with my flashlight on and wait for them. So they were off and I sat on the deck. As I sat there, I felt a chill creep up my spine. "Hello?" I called out, feeling as if I wasn't alone. It was a stupid question to ask. I then suddenly heard rustling. I spun around and stared at the end of my cabin, just as anyone would fear, as if it was straight from a nightmare. At the edge of the cabin, peeking around the corner, was a face. I screamed then. This wasn't a normal face I'd glimpsed. This was a dark black figure with no skin and sunken-in white eyes. I dropped my light and ran back inside, knowing it was running after me by the sound of wood being slammed underneath feet. I turned back to see the door being shaken and rattled. I wanted to scream again, but all I could do was hold on to the door, too scared to let go. I then began to wonder, what would it do to me or Rose if it got in? I was crying then, my heart racing. Then I heard it. "Moon, open the door." It was just Lizzie and Callie. I swung the door open and pulled them inside. "There's a man outside." My heart sank. "Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm okay. Why are you scared?" "Because we saw him too," Lizzie explained. For the rest of the night, Lizzie, Callie, and I slept in the same bed. Nothing else happened until the last night, where the cabins were split up in a game of glow-in-the-dark tag. We tried to forget what happened in the previous night and hid in the barn. Big mistake. Lizzie and I had been hiding in there for a while. We were sitting up next to the hay bales, silently talking, when we heard footsteps. We smiled, thinking it was one of the campers coming to look for us. We peered over the ledge to see who it was, and our hearts sank. A tall, lanky black figure stood in the middle of the barn. It was hunched over. It had long claws. I slammed my hand over Lizzie's mouth and backed away into the hay. I could feel both our hearts pounding as we sat, waiting for what seemed like hours. It began to look around in the hay, standing over 6 feet tall. I could hear it making grunts. But eventually, it left. When I felt safe, I grabbed Lizzie and dashed out of the barn, running away. That was the last we glimpsed of that creature. I have no idea what it was. I don't know why it decided to just appear that year, but not during any of the years prior or after. I simply know that I'll be happy if I never see it again. Bathroom Paranormal Story from Anonymous. It was at the start of my 6th grade year. My whole class would be going on a 3-day trip to learn about caring for the earth and whatnot. It was the first night there, and the girls were split into 2 different cabins, if you could call them cabins at all. They were more like wooden tents with broken fly screens for doors, which made it the perfect spot for mosquitoes. It was only the girls that had to sleep in these wooden tents, because the boys apparently got actual cabins with working doors and air conditioning. The camp guides, or whatever you call them, gave us thin mats to sleep on, which by the way were extremely uncomfortable. Come nighttime, all the girls were outside of the cabins complaining about which cabin was the quietest, and in my opinion, none of them were. While half of the girls were outside complaining, my friend, Jamie, and I were inside caring for some people who happened to get a cold due to the freezing tents we had. We thought it was kind of fun to play doctors, and we felt like we were invincible to the dreaded cold everyone else was getting, even though eventually Jamie did catch the cold. Later that night, as all the girls had finally stopped debating, one of them knocked my water bottle over, spilling the water all over my sleeping bag. I was a little bit annoyed, but I knew I wasn't really going to sleep that night anyway. Around the middle of the night, most of the people in our cabins were asleep, except for Jamie and I. Around that time, our friend, Maddie, woke up. She told us she was going to the bathroom, so she put on her glasses, got her water bottle, and left to go to the bathroom. From our tent, the bathrooms were about a 3-minute walk away, and you can see them from the tent. After about 5 minutes of Jamie and I talking, Jamie brought up Maddie and asked if maybe we should go check to see if she was okay. I told Jamie that she's probably fine, but if she does take too long, we can go and check on her. 10 minutes later, Jamie brought up Maddie again, and that maybe we should go check. So Jamie went up to the bathrooms whilst I stayed in the tent. I went to steal Maddie's sleeping bag because mine was soaked, to find that Maddie was still in her sleeping bag. She had never left. She had the sleeping bag over her face. I'm not sure how we didn't notice that. I was very confused because we never saw her come back. When a confused Jamie came back from the bathrooms, she saw Maddie there and looked just as bewildered as I was. Maddie explained to us that she never went to the bathrooms that night, that whoever they saw who got up and went to the bathrooms was not her. But Jamie and I were right next to her. We were absolutely sure it was her, and we recall the exact same thing. It wasn't a surprise to Maddie, as she very frequently experiences the paranormal. Even to this day, we never found out who or what that thing was. The Closet. From Anonymous. This is a story from my father. It takes place over his Mormon mission to the Philippines to teach people about the gospel and other things like that. This will be told from his point of view. It was late one night in the rural areas of the Philippines. I was in the men's shared house, the hut shared by the male half of that area's group. The sort of cabin wasn't anything special, only about 1 or 2 rooms, and it was mostly only used to sleep and get dressed in. However, it was difficult getting to sleep that one particular night. I had stayed up much later than the rest of the hut. As I tried desperately to pass out on my sleeping mat, I was greeted with a loud knock at the front door. It woke up most of the other guys, so we went to answer it. We found the entire woman half of the group at our doorstep. Every one of them looked as if they had just seen some ghost. We asked what was wrong. They hysterically explained that they were sitting in their house just talking and starting to try and get some sleep. Then, one by one, they all felt as if they were being watched. They agreed that they no longer felt alone in that house. The bad feeling got so bad, they all ran out of the house, slamming the door closed behind them, and hurried over here to us. Now, being the leader of the group meant that I would be responsible for these kinds of situations, so me and a few others went to help. 5 other guys and I followed the girls back to their house. To give you a bit of context, the women's house was much fancier than ours. It wasn't some rudimentary living space cabin type of thing. It was a very old house, built around 2 centuries before by some colonizers. It was on stilts that rose a foot or 2 off the ground so that the house wouldn't be tilted on the rocky terrain. It had 10 to 12 rooms in it. The owner had lent it to the Mormon organization to use as housing. But before he left, he had stated to our superiors that a few decades before, a few kids that were playing around crawled under the house. They'd found an old hand grenade from the war that had happened a couple of years prior. They began playing with it, but it went off, killing all the children that were still under the house. We arrived at their fancier cabin-like home, only to find that in their rush to leave, the girls had left their keys inside, locking themselves out. We checked the front door, the back door, even the windows, but everything was locked up tight. We began to argue as we returned to the big wooden front doors. I was so frustrated with the situation that I walked up to the door and kicked it so hard it fell in. We entered and, in small groups, searched the house. Nothing appeared to be out of place, other than the fact that there was one closet that was locked, and the girls had no key for it. We dismissed it as nothing, and we told the girls that we'd spend the night in the house and the girls would sleep in the hut. After all, I'd already broken the door down, and it could no longer be locked. The girls left and us guys stayed up, playing cards to pass the time. Eventually, we all got very drowsy after a while. And just as we were about to fall asleep, a deafening noise came from the closet. It was as if a massive box of heavy books was just dropped from several stories high, or actually, as I wondered about it, it sounded a lot like a muffled explosion. My partner, who I would go on daily routes with, immediately sprang up out of his chair and began pounding furiously at the door, yelling, "Open up!" I joined him in banging on the door for a few seconds, then stopped. The entire house was dead silent. I walked outside and looked for a window, and even under the house's stilts, trying to find some way to enter the closet, but came up with nothing. To this day, I still don't know what made that noise, but I can't help but think maybe it was the sound of that tragic event with the children replaying itself. I've always loved summer camp. The friends, the fun, just getting away from reality. Well, I did enjoy it until about 4 years ago at my church camp here in North Carolina. It was only a few days into the first week of that camp when we were all settled down in our cabin for bed. I kept hearing something from outside the window, like a wild animal or something of the sort was in the woods right beside us. About an hour later, everyone was asleep, but my curiosity was so strong, I literally snuck out of the cabin. As I walked outside, it was so silent, it gave me chills. I walked around for a while, looking for what in the world was making that noise. I think I was hoping to see something like a fox or a deer. Suddenly, I jumped as I heard a snap from the woods right behind me. I turned around slowly, calling out, "Hello?" But I received no answer. I made the very dumb decision to walk towards it. I looked into the deep darkness. My heart stopped as I saw an outline. I kid you not, it was almost like, well, this may sound crazy, but it was like a lizard with the body of a man. I saw 2 red eyes staring back at me. All of a sudden, that thing began to run towards me, letting out a loud hiss. I screamed and ran as fast as I could back to the cabin. I was in such a panicked hurry that I woke up everyone else in the cabin. Our counselor practically jumped out of his bed, demanding to know what was wrong and why in the world I'd been outside alone. I explained everything to him. While I'm sure he didn't really believe me, he did go outside with a flashlight to make sure everything was okay. When he came back, he said he didn't find anything weird. He explained I was probably just hearing and seeing things in the dark. But I'm telling you now, it seemed so real. The very next day, I told my mom to come pick me up. It was pretty late when she arrived to take me home, and as we were leaving, I looked back in the woods, and I swear on my life I saw that same figure again. I screamed at my mother to look, but by the time she looked back, it was gone. I've done lots of research about what this could be. I did find one thing that is well known around the Carolina area. They call it the lizard man, but whatever it was, I just don't want to see it ever again. Structure in the woods. From Anonymous. I need to give a little context before you know the rest of the story. My cousin and I were having fun for spring break at my cabin. She was 9 and I was 12 years old at the time. That day, my cousin and I were finished eating at a local restaurant near to the cabin. We were then told by one of our aunts that there was a swing set behind the place. We were excited, so once we were done eating, we went through the back door entrance of the restaurant. We walked down this path, wondering where these supposed swings were. Eventually, we found an old, dirty, and very ripped up couch sitting by this tall pine tree. We kept looking, and there we found it, a swing set along with a slide. At that point, I no longer felt like swinging. I suddenly had a feeling of dread wash over me. I looked around as my cousin got on the swing, and I saw it. This mutilated monkey bar thing with a large black cord wrapped very loosely around the top. A yellow cord was also hung from it, with a light fixture on the end. Hanging by its neck from a black cloth was a baby doll. A few feet away from that was a human-sized doghouse, much too big for a dog, which gave me an even deeper sense of, we need to get the heck out of here. I told my cousin, and she walked over to where I was standing. Then she gasped. "I think there's someone in the doghouse," she whispered to me, which made a chill go down my spine. We then heard this distant, high-pitched whirring sound above us. That was enough. The two of us turned tail and ran. Suddenly, my leg decided at that moment to cramp up, so I was limping after my cousin as fast as I could. We tried to tell my aunt, but she ignored us. We decided to keep the story to ourselves. I'm 15 now, and I'm still afraid of going back to that place. Summer Camp Creature. From Anonymous. This story happened about 2 years ago. My friend Zach and I were on our way to a summer camp where we would spend a week. We were both pretty excited about it. We soon arrived at the campground, and our parents signed sheets of paper I assumed were for some safety things. Once all the parents had left, we were assigned to cabins and camp leaders. My cabin had 8 other boys along with Zach and I. Our camp leader was a man named Peter. To be honest, Peter creeped me out a bit. He had long, black, greasy hair and pale white skin. He was in his early 20s, but he didn't seem like the outdoorsy kind of guy. The first 2 days there were great. Zach and I went canoeing, rock climbing, and swimming. Typical camp activities. We met 2 girls named Jessie and Erica, too. It was Wednesday afternoon, around 5:30, and Erica and I were talking by this amazing spot by the river. She told me where she was from and what sports she played. I told her the same. She began to tell me about her grandparents' cabin nearby. That's when I noticed someone standing just a little ways up the path we took to get there. It was our camp leader, Peter. He was just standing there. Awkwardly, I waved at him, but he remained motionless. Erica noticed too and got creeped out, asking if we could go somewhere else. I agreed with her and we left, looking back as we walked away. I could still see Peter standing there. The dude gave me chills. Later that night, we were in the lodge with our cabin mates eating dinner. I asked Zach if he knew where Peter was. He said no, and I told him about Peter staring at me and Erica. He thought that was weird too, but didn't think much more of it. He told me to forget about it, to just enjoy the rest of the night. I then started thinking maybe I overreacted. He might have just been doing something else, I thought. But a part of me was wondering if he was doing something else, why didn't he wave back at me? Why didn't he move a muscle? Why was he just staring? Just then, Peter walked in and sat down across from me. He talked to some of the other boys, and I felt too uncomfortable to make eye contact. That night, when everyone was sleeping, I awoke sometime late in the night with the urge to use the bathroom. We weren't supposed to go alone to the bathrooms, but everyone else was fast asleep. So I got up and threw on my flip-flops and went to the bathrooms. These restrooms were disgusting, but I did manage to find a clean-ish stall, so I did my business. I was startled when I heard someone come into the bathroom, but I thought it was someone from another cabin. The person walked down the aisle of stalls and stopped right outside of mine. I could see his legs and feet. I was so creeped out, I didn't have the courage to ask who it was out there. He moved away from my stall then. I thought he walked towards the exit. I started to ease up a bit. But then, the lights to the bathroom shut off, and the door slammed shut. I couldn't believe what was happening. I heard footsteps walking closer to me, then they stopped. I called out then in a trembling voice, "Is anyone there?" I then felt a cold hand suddenly grab my leg. I screamed so loud, I kicked the door open and ran as fast as I could out of there. I looked behind me just once and saw the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. Peter was chasing me, wearing one of my shirts and my underwear. I ran all the way to the lodge, which I was so relieved to see was open still. 2 of the camp leaders were inside talking and eating chips. They asked what was wrong, and I frantically told them about Peter. They called somebody up on the phone and told me to sit with them. They said I could stay in a spare room at the lodge. My parents came to pick me up early in the morning. The camp must have told them what happened. Either way, I was relieved to be leaving. A week later, Zach told me Peter never returned to the cabin. He wasn't even found on the campground. I didn't care. I was just happy that I was out of there. I won't be staying at an overnight camp ever again. And if you do, be careful. Windigo in Southern Virginia. From Scared Monkey 99. I lived in Florida back then. I experienced this years ago. I was around 16 then. To set the scene, I'll tell you that I've always been a believer of the supernatural. In my free time, I would often study monsters and stories of encounters with them. On top of that, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, the good kind. Back then, I lived in a small wooded area on a gravel road with only one streetlight, and even that was halfway up the road from the house. The property was about 1.6 acres in total, but that doesn't include the woods. There were maybe 6 houses in my area, but you couldn't see most of them from our house, just the next door neighbors. There's a cabin just up the road about 500 feet from where my house was. We had some family friends living there that were paying rent. One night at this cabin, they were having a small party/get-together type of thing. My 2 older siblings, my parents, and a few other relatives were up there playing loud music and drinking. My little sister and I were at the house. It was sometime around 7 p.m. It had just gotten dark and my little sister was inside watching a movie. Rather, she was asleep on the couch with the movie on. Now, for some forgotten reason, I was outside. I don't know if I was just letting the dog out to use the restroom or if I was just bored, beating things with a stick like I've done before. But I heard something in the woods then. It was over near where we usually had our bonfires. It was about a good 100 feet into the woods in a cleared area, and the tree line was another 75 feet, give or take, from where I stood. I couldn't see that far due to how dark it was, and the trees, but I heard something moving around in there. Now, this isn't what bothered me. I'd lived out there for my entire 16 years of life. I'd always heard things out in the woods. It was usually either a coyote or a fox, but this time it was different. This sounded heavier. I knew that there were no bears in our area, and the biggest thing out there was going to be a coyote. But this was far too heavy to be a coyote. I could hear it from the side of my house. I was a little scared then, so I began to slowly make my way towards the front of the house, keeping an eye on the woods and the direction of which the sound of movement was coming from. As I reached the corner at the edge of my house that led to the front yard, still closely watching the woods, I saw them. 2 glowing pale discs that resembled eyes peeking out from the tree line. Now, as I mentioned earlier, my mother is pagan and practices witchcraft, so I began to wonder if she'd set up some sort of protection spell around the property, because the thing could move no further than the tree line. But then, I swear it began to talk. It had the most bone-chilling voice I'd ever heard. It was this low, raspy, harsh sound, like it was being forced. It was calling to me.
Come here. I don't want to hurt you.
I stood there motionless. It had spoken my name. How did it know my name? Every last instinct was telling me to run back inside the house, but I was terrified. I couldn't move.
Come here, Kai.
It said in a harsher tone.
Come here, come here, come here.
Realizing that it would not move past that tree line, I was able to find the strength to begin to move again. I had an idea of what the thing was. As I mentioned before, I always loved stories of monsters, and as I said, I've studied monsters and the like on the internet. I believed it to be a Windigo, or a skinwalker. That's when my fear was overtaken by cocky 16-year-old confidence and anger. It also happens to be the moment I made a huge mistake. I picked up a nearby rock, about half the size of my fist, and I yelled at the creature, "Get out of here!" And I threw the rock at it. I don't know if I hit it or not, due to how dark it was. But immediately after, the thing screeched so loud it shook my eardrums, and I nearly soiled myself when the rock I'd thrown moments before whizzed past inches from my head with such force it was lost in the woods on the opposite side of the house. I ran to the front door, rushing inside where my little sister was rubbing her eyes after waking up. I couldn't let her see the horror on my face. I couldn't let her know of the thing in the woods. I walked quickly to my room where I drew the curtains closed, and I hid in my bed until my family got home. After my family made it back and settled in, I went to my mother and hugged her, thanking her and telling her that I loved her. She asked me why I was thanking her like that, and I simply said, "For protecting the family." I then told her I didn't want to talk about the rest of it. She only found out about what happened that night just recently, when my family was home discussing the supernatural. My 2 possessed China dolls. From Everything Girl 238. To begin, the larger one of the 2 of my China dolls is one I got when I think I was 11 or 12. My best friend Kay at the time gave it to me for my birthday. My grandmother told me that China dolls like that are not very cheap. They're meant more for decoration, not play. Granted, I didn't have many toys and stuffed animals. I never was interested in them that much. I had some, sure, but I could possibly count them on 2 hands. Most of them I gave away to kids in the family when I turned 13. The smaller of the 2 I got when I was a little older. I think it was an Easter gift. My sisters got one too, but I believe they lost theirs. I've had these dolls for at least 9 years now. I'm 22 as of writing this. During those years, I've got a few short stories involving them. Some recent, some a little older. The first story involves when I lived at the old log cabin house. We'd been there for about 2 or 3 years then. This was when my sisters first moved in. It was also around the time they began to say the doll unnerved them. Granted, at the time, I'd had that doll for a couple of years. Never once had I felt anything off about it. My more spiritual friend says they might like me. However, upon seeing my dolls, my sisters always requested me to push the hat down on the larger one, as that was the one I kept in my bedroom on the dresser near my bed. This would cover its eyes, so it didn't have to look at you. Though, once or twice, I do remember that I'd find days when the hat would be lifted, even though I hadn't touched the doll. For context, for those who don't own China dolls, they're mostly for show and not play. The only thing one would find off, physically wrong with the large doll, are the fact its eyelashes fell off due to wear and tear. That's about it. Maybe its hair is a little off as it tends to fall out when I try to get the tangles out of it. The next story is from my little sister. At the time this happened, I was away in Florida for the summer. I was spending time with some aunts there. Now, my sisters and I shared one large room in the cabin house. It could fit 3 full-sized beds and still have room for a futon, TV, and even 3 dressers. So yeah, it was pretty big. But back on track. My sister was coming up the stairs to get something from the room. She suddenly noticed the doll. Before I'd left, they had specifically asked me to turn the doll to face my bed with the hat down. Something I definitely did, mostly out of amusement as I thought it was funny they were so afraid of it. My other sister, the middle one, swears up and down that before this, she even put the doll on my bed under the covers. In fact, I remember finding it being there when I got back for the school semester. But as she climbed the stairs, she turned her head to see into the room from the banister, which had a clear view of my bed and the dresser. There, sitting on the dresser, hat up and facing her, was the doll. My sister, needless to say, didn't get what she needed, and instead bolted straight down the stairs. She didn't come up until later, making sure to bring my middle sister with her. They then put the doll back under the covers of my bed before going back down the stairs. The next incident took place about 1 or 2 years ago, in the new house. I was away at college at the time. One morning, my grandmother woke up to hear knocking sounds from my room. She said it sounded like someone taking their fist and banging on wood. Oddly enough, at the time, I would sit my dolls on a wooden bookshelf near the door, and there's a wooden box near that also. My grandmother thought it was coming from my mini fridge, but once she got to the room, the sound stopped. This would happen on 2 more occasions before I got home. When I got back, she asked me to check on it. I looked around my room, finding the fridge was running smoothly. No leaks or anything inside that could make such a sound. After that, I went to relax for a bit. At some point, she said she heard it again, but from the time it took me to walk from the den to the living room, which is under a minute, it all stopped again. I never got to hear it. My grandmother refuses to say that it's a spirit. The last event is small, but a family friend wanted a picture of the doll because of the things my sisters had said about it, that it was possibly haunted or possessed. She snuck into my room without me knowing, lifted the hat, and took a picture. She swears up and down, the eyes flicked over. The doll at the time was staring at her from my desk in the corner. She took the picture and got the heck out of there. I guess my dolls don't like people snooping in my room just as much as I don't. My grandmother's also known to snoop as well. I still have the dolls. In fact, not too long ago, as of writing this, there was a loud noise from that direction behind me. On occasion, I swear I see the smaller one's eyes looking at me. But I don't get a malicious intent from them. Maybe they know I'm typing about them. But luckily, they do seem to like me, and I hope it stays that way. Maybe as long as I take care of them, they don't seem bothered by me. After all, they say you should never break a China doll, lest the spirit inside might take it out on you. Halloween Werewolves from XWB. In 2020, We all know there were some global mishaps, and an event affected my graduation that year, which was a bummer. It affected our high school seniors the most, it seemed. There were people who had to take online classes and didn't participate, so they didn't graduate. I felt really bad after all that happened. It was nearly Halloween of 2020. I thought to myself it'd be pretty cool if we all got together and had a lot of fun to make up for the awful year. So I thought of an idea to have a party. I knew it was against regulations on the social distancing stuff, but honestly, I didn't care anymore. Now, I didn't want to have a party in my own house, because the last time we had a party there, we had problems with some of our stuff being missing or stolen. But the problem was, I didn't know where to go. So I opened up to my girlfriend Leanne, including my friends on Discord, asking them all some suggestions to a few places. One of Leanne's friends, Sam, said, "Why don't we try that cabin or outdoor home that your third cousin has?" I asked Sam why she even wanted to go. She said she was off work, it was Halloween, it would be a blue moon on a Saturday, a lot of good points. Alright, I said. So I gave everybody the address and where the party would be. Now, another thing to note. My third cousin, Lance, moved to California for his new job as a high school music teacher. So I asked his husband, Francis, if I could throw a party at their cabin. He answered, "Sure, as long as you guys don't drink alcohol." Now, I don't keep any promises. So on Halloween, I grabbed snacks, soft drinks, and my costume and headed out to the cabin. I was the first to arrive there. I quickly put on my costume. In case you're wondering what I wore, it was a steampunk plague doctor. Fitting, right? After a few minutes go by, my friend Cameron arrived with one of those glowing purge masks, which also makes sense as well, due to the lovely peaceful protests that were going on at the time. He brought over some angry orchards in a variety of flavors. Then Leanne arrived, dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. Sam arrived after that as an anime cat girl. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Finally, another friend of mine, Adam, arrived as a Call of Duty Zombies character. I think it was Dr. Edward Richtofen. After my friends arrived, we partied, drank, and played some games. Then we watched some of the Saw movies, all together having a good time. Now, something you should know is that I experienced something of a cryptid sighting here before. I truly believe at one point that I saw a werewolf at this cabin. You may have heard the story before. Narrator's note, if you want to hear the original story, it was featured in the episode titled 4 Horrifying Creatures Hunting People in the Woods, which was episode 278 of the Unexplained Encounters podcast. Now back to the story. I had shared this story with this group of friends, and Sam especially was inquisitive of it. At this point in the night, Sam kept demanding that we go outside into the woods to find this elusive werewolf. Having been terrified of the creature before, I thought this was a terrible idea. So I replied to her, "You know what? If you want to go out in the woods in the dark all by yourself, then be my guest. If you get attacked or even killed by that thing out there, I'm not coming to rescue you." I said this not to be mean, just to scare her into thinking it would be a bad idea. But I was wrong, because it backfired. Sam immediately headed towards the door and left. Not a very big brain move of me. Leanne noticed that Sam headed out on her own and demanded we should try to find her before it was too late. If she wasn't going to be attacked by a werewolf, she might be attacked by a bear or coyotes. She could get lost. With a sigh, I agreed. Adam wanted to stay in the cabin because he was a bit afraid of the stories I've told. He was also scared of the typical wildlife out there. I can understand that. As silly as this may sound, the three of us grabbed our flashlights. We went out into the woods with our costumes on, looking for a friend. All the while, there might be some sort of monster on the loose. It might sound silly, but I can assure you this legitimately happened. Stupid? Yeah, we can agree on that. We were walking along the wooded road, and it wasn't long before I noticed that something was wrong. I turned to my right and didn't see anything weird, but I swear I heard something. Then it clicked. The noise, the position it came from, it was the exact same as 2 years ago. The only way to prove this was to do exactly as I did before. I told the guys to stop walking. And just as I predicted, the noises nearby stopped too. We were being followed. I whispered to them, "Do you have any weapons?" Cameron replied, "Yeah, I've got a pocket knife. Will that work?" "Are you kidding me? No." Well, I wasn't expecting to be stalked. Suddenly, we heard someone running behind us. We turned around horrified only to see Sam petrified. Leanne immediately exclaimed, "Sam, thank goodness you're okay." Sam replied right away, "No, I'm not okay. Do I look okay?" "What happened?" She answered as I looked around, making sure the coast was clear. "I just went out to walk, wondering if I could see the same thing that Javier saw. I heard something behind me and I'm sorry, you were right." I looked over to Sam then, confused. "So, you saw it?" She nodded rapidly. "Yes, huge tail, snout, everything." As soon as she said that, my heart dropped. If she hadn't been the one making the noises near us, then what was it? I looked down the road, and I saw it, the same creature that I stared down 2 years ago. We were reunited, face to face, only this time it was nearly 5 or 6 feet away. Holy crap. "What?" Leanne asked, then looked over and saw what I was seeing. She was speechless then. Before long, we all saw it. The creature before us made a loud growl. Then we began to hear branches breaking around us. There was more than one of them. I'd always believed there was just one. Leanne clinged on to me, and I wondered if we were about to die. Then, as if by some miracle, a gunshot was fired in the distance. These creatures scurried off in a hurry. "What just happened?" Cameron yelled out. I looked out to where the cabin was, and I answered, "Adam happened." We headed quickly back to the cabin, where we found a zombie target with a bullet hole in it, and Adam was sitting on the front porch, holding what looked to be a hunting rifle. He'd been doing target practice, and just happened to possibly have saved our lives. "Hey guys," Adam said, "you look like you saw a ghost or something." Cameron took his mask off and asked, "Where the heck did you get that gun?" "I brought it with me in case we wanted to do some shooting practice. Is that a problem?" No, I think you saved our lives." We told Adam we'd explain tomorrow. For the time being, we went inside and had some drinks. The effects of Ouija boards are real. From Kim Visible. I've always been enthralled with the macabre. The darker, the better, as far as entertainment choices are concerned. That being said, I have never witnessed or been a part of any type of paranormal encounter. That would change the year I turned 25. I was at a college football camp. My brother was on the team. He, along with myself, my boyfriend, and our oldest brother and a few friends, were all in a cabin together. We had rented it near the summer training camp. It was in a lush and woodsy area a few hours away from Phoenix. We wanted to escape the torturous, brutal desert sun for the week. My younger brother had told me some intense stories about him and a few of his friends, and what unfolded after a few sessions they had on a Ouija board. My little brother is one of the most level-headed, honest, and rational people I've ever known. I was fascinated by his tales of this experience. So when we were all hanging out at that cabin one night, after the team was done for the day, someone suggested we try a Ouija board. We didn't have one, so I took it upon myself to literally make one out of a piece of cardboard. The planchette was also something I hastily and essentially generically fastened out of cardboard. My little brother was down to watch, but he was adamant about not wishing to participate. So it would be me, my ex, his best friend, and my oldest brother. We started to move the planchette around, and long story short, after a while, it really started to go. And by go, I mean it was moving around in no particular order or design, but it was definitely moving. My ex's friend was annoyingly skeptical. He kept doubting why it was moving, as if one of us was faking it. However, we all hardly had the faintest of one fingertip on the board, and as this thing hauled quickly around the janky bent piece of cardboard I crafted, it was so clearly being moved. At times, my jaw would be on the floor, and my boyfriend would have to remind me to keep a fingertip on the planchette. We all began to ask questions one at a time. And when my ex's friend's turn came up, since he was the most skeptical, I told him to ask only something that he would know. He asked the name of his childhood dog when he was around 5, about 20 years before I met this dude. It spelled out the unique name of that pet. I asked it the name of the one brother who wasn't with us was, and that was accurate too, though it was an easy question. So I said, okay, what is the name of our soon-to-be sister-in-law that brother is marrying? It spelled out her name too, though it wasn't exactly perfect. It was a common name with a common spelling. I was like, sure, close enough, but the planchette moved to no, and then it went through and spelled her name correctly this time. We continued to ask questions, getting lots of specifics, and after a few hours we ended up just giving up and going to bed. I remember feeling so shocked that it worked. I looked at my little brother, who had this intense expression on his face. He asked, well, what did you expect? Fair enough, I thought, but I literally did not expect it to so blatantly work. But I do wish I knew one thing, how to properly say goodbye and end the session. Because ever since then, I feel there's some dark energy, something that we let in that night which affected my life in particular. I suppose if there is a moral to the story, it would be not to play with something when you don't know the rules. There could be unforeseen consequences that are not worth it in the end. North Carolina Windigo. From Boo Mc20. This happened in July of 2022. I live in the Uwharrie Mountains in North Carolina. We have goats and chickens in a large fenced-in area. One night I'd gone to grab something out of my car when I heard my goats making distressed noises. I could hear them running around in the pasture. I went inside my house, grabbing my AR-style rifle. I then jogged out to the pasture they were supposed to be in. When I got to the fence, I opened the gate and walked in, and I began to check on the goats, counting them all. After I counted all the livestock, I started walking around the fence line. I got to a point where the fence drops off to a valley or a ravine. Just over the fence was this creature. Whatever it was, it had this grayish-blue skin, almost like ash, and it looked like it didn't have a nose or lips. It had 5 fingers and they looked like claws or long nails on each fingertip. The thing's eyes were this blue-gray color, almost the same as its skin. I locked eyes with it for a few seconds as I slowly clicked the safety off of my rifle, bringing it to my shoulder. As I did that, the creature let out this almost human-like scream. It sounded a lot like a woman yelling but distorted. As it screeched, it stood up and turned away from me. I swear that thing stood about 7 or 8 feet tall. It looked back at me one more time before it took off back into the woods. It moved so fast, it looked like it almost vanished. I stood there dumbfounded for a minute, then I turned and ran back to my house. When I made it home, I locked the doors and let my mom know what I'd seen. I really don't think she believed a word of it, but I did insist on it. She noticed how scared I was. I talked to my dad about it too, and he told me to never go in the woods after it gets dark alone. Since then, I had a few weird things happen. In September, I was with my friends walking in the woods since we had a cabin close to my house. Some of my friends stayed behind, looking at some old housing structure about maybe a half a mile from the cabin. A few of my friends and I went ahead and it started to get late, so I turned around and headed back to where they were. As I got close to them, I heard my name being called in a distorted version of my friend's voice. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what I saw or heard. I almost think it was a Windigo, but the area I live in doesn't really match what folklore I've heard. Then again, there is a Native American burial ground close to my house. If anyone can help me figure it out, that would be great. What She Saw, from Calvin Out. It was the summer after my freshman year of high school when my family decided to take a vacation to Yellowstone National Park. We'd rented a rustic cabin in the woods just outside the park borders. I remember clearly being excited to spend a week surrounded by nature and trees instead of concrete and cars. As an avid reader, I planned to spend most of the trip curled up on the cabin porch, devouring my books. The day we arrived at the cabin, the sun was high overhead, casting dappled shadows across the dirt driveway. My parents and my younger sister, Amy, piled out of our SUV while I grabbed our bags from the back. The cabin owner, an elderly man named Walter, hobbled over to greet us. After introductions, Walter led us inside the two-bedroom cabin. It was quaint, with wood-paneled walls, patchwork quilts, and a stone fireplace in the main living area. The musty smell inside reminded me of my grandparents' basement. Walter showed us around, pointing out the small kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms. "Well, I think that covers everything," he said, rubbing his wrinkled hands together. "You folks need anything, just give me a holler. My house is just a mile down the road." We thanked him as my dad handed over a check for the week's stay. Walter pocketed it and shuffle-stepped toward the front door. But before he left, he turned back to us with a strange look in his pale blue eyes. "One more thing," he said in a low voice. "I suggest you folks stay inside after the sun sets. These woods ain't quite right at night, if you catch my drift." My dad chuckled uncomfortably. We're city folk, Walter. I think we can manage." Walter nodded slowly, his gaze drifting over each of us. "Oh, I'm sure you can. Just keep the doors locked and curtains drawn after dark. You'll be wanting to stay inside, trust me. Well, you folks enjoy your holiday now." With that ominous warning lingering in the air, Walter exited the cabin, leaving the four of us staring at each other. "What a kook," my mom said with a nervous laugh. My sister Amy looked uneasy, her brown eyes wide. "I'm sure he was just joking around, trying to scare us," my dad offered, though he didn't sound convinced. "Come on, let's get unpacked and figure out some activities for the week." We busied ourselves putting clothes and supplies away in the old oak dressers and cabinets. The odd encounter with Walter soon faded from my mind as I daydreamed about spending the week reading out on the porch swing. As the sun began to set, we cooked some hot dogs and beans over the crackling fire as I tore through pages of The Divide by Elizabeth Kay. The howls of coyotes echoed in the distance as we laughed and talked over the snaps and pops of the flames. Full and content, I said goodnight and retired to the room I was sharing with Amy. Amy was already there, curled up under the covers of the twin bed closest to the door. I quietly changed into pajamas, then switched off the bedside lamp between our beds. Moonlight filtered in through the curtained window, creating shadows that swayed gently in the night breeze. Somewhere out in the dark forest, an owl hooted. The call was soon answered by the forlorn cry of a coyote. I rolled over, closing my eyes. I felt myself beginning to drift off. But just as sleep was about to overtake me, a bizarre sound pierced the night. A sort of drawn-out wail or howl that seemed to waver and warble unnaturally. My eyes shot open, now fully awake and alert. The odd howling sounded again, even closer and louder than before. It clearly came from somewhere right outside in the woods surrounding the cabin. I sat up slowly, glancing over at Amy's bed. She appeared to still be sleeping soundly. I then turned my attention to the window behind me. I noticed the curtains there were still partially open. I thought about getting up to close them, but a feeling of dread kept me pinned beneath the covers. The unearthly howling and wailing continued at sporadic intervals. With each eerie cry, a cold knot of fear grew inside my chest. I didn't dare peek out between the curtains. I was terrified I might see something peering back at me from the dark tree line. At some point during the chilling chorus of sounds, I realized Amy was no longer in her bed. How could I have not noticed her get up? Had I fallen asleep at some point? Heart pounding, I squinted through the moonlight at her empty, disheveled sheets. Slowly, I shifted my gaze to the center of the room. A small gasp escaped my lips. Amy stood there, staring blankly out the window through the opening in the curtains. I stared at her silhouette, my heart drumming loudly in my ears. She was standing unnaturally still, arms hanging limply at her sides. "Amy?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the ongoing wails from outside. She gave no indication of hearing me. I said her name louder, "Amy!" But she remained frozen in place, her gaze fixed on some point through the partially open curtains. The terrible cries rose and fell again and again, sending shivers up my spine. Swallowing down my fear, I slowly peeled back the covers, sliding my legs off the bed. The wooden floor was like ice against my bare feet. I took a tentative step toward my sister. "Amy, can you hear me?" I asked, my voice quivering. Still no response. As I crept closer, I could see Amy's face illuminated in the silvery moonlight. Her eyes were open, but glazed over and vacant. It was like she was in some kind of trance. I followed her stare out toward the woods, but all I could make out was darkness and swaying branches. The awful wailing erupted again, louder than before. I flinched, the hairs on my arms standing at attention. Fighting every survival instinct urging me to flee, I closed the remaining distance and reached for my sister's rigid arm. "Amy, say something, you're freaking me out." Before I made contact with her arm, Amy's head suddenly snapped towards me. I stumbled back with a gasp, her vacant eyes now piercing into me. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes, but then her head swiveled back around to face the window. My breaths now came in panicked gulps, my heart slamming against my ribcage. I knew I needed to get away from the window, away from whatever lurked outside in the dark forest, whatever it was that had entranced my sister. "Hey, come on, let's get back in bed," I managed to choke out. When Amy still didn't budge, I grasped her cold hand in mine. I gave her a gentle tug, and to my immense relief, she followed me without resistance. As we shuffled away from the window, the unnerving howls outside subsided, replaced by the normal night chorus of insects and owls. The knot in my chest finally loosened once we were back at our beds. I helped Amy get under her covers, glancing anxiously at her face for any spark of awareness. But her features remained blank, her brown eyes dull and unfocused. It was like part of her mind was still standing over by that window. "Just try to sleep," I told her, as I tucked the blankets around her small frame. She said nothing, merely staring past me at the ceiling. Exhaustion beat at my mind and body, but I knew rest would not find me easily tonight. Moving quietly, I closed the curtain fully, shutting out the moonlight. The room was abruptly cast into inky blackness. I crawled back into bed, my icy feet seeking warmth beneath the sheets. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I lay there staring into the void, straining to hear any sound from Amy's side of the room. But besides the pounding of my heart, all was silent. Eventually, I drifted off into a fretful sleep, my slumber plagued by screeching cries and vacant eyes. I jolted awake just as the first muted light of dawn crept across the ceiling. For a moment, I just lay there, listening. But no wailing cries pierced the morning stillness, just a few chirping birds from the surrounding forest. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and sat up slowly, casting a cautious glance toward Amy's bed. Relief coursed through me at the sight of her sleeping form, blankets rising and falling rhythmically with her breath. The empty, trance-like stare from last night was gone. Her face was relaxed and peaceful. I wondered if she even remembered what happened. As I got dressed and prepared for the day, I mulled over whether to tell my parents about the bizarre events of the previous night. Would they just brush it off like we did with Walter's initial warning? Should I talk to Amy first and find out what she saw or experienced? In the end, I decided to wait and observe my sister's behavior when she woke up. If she seemed confused or scared, then I would tell our parents something frightening had happened. But if Amy acted normal, I thought it best not to rehash the unnerving experience. I sat on the living room sofa, watching the shadows retreat across the yard as the sun rose higher in the sky. The whole forest now appeared tranquil and inviting. It was hard to imagine the haunting sounds which echoed between the trees just hours before. I hoped that whatever occurred last night was just an isolated incident, that the remainder of our vacation would be peaceful and uneventful. I tried to act normal as Amy eventually emerged from the bedroom, hair a mess from sleep. She gave me a quizzical look as I watched her shuffle to the bathroom. "Oh, what?" she mumbled through a yawn. I shook my head, relief flooding through me. "Nothing. Sleep okay?" She shrugged absently before disappearing behind the bathroom door. When she rejoined us in the cozy kitchen for breakfast, I studied her closely for any signs of that vacant stare or unease from the previous night. But she seemed her usual cranky morning self, slumped over a bowl of cereal. So I guessed I wouldn't be mentioning anything about the strange events, unless she did first. After eating, Amy planted herself on the living room sofa to watch cartoons, while my parents discussed possible hikes for the day. I mumbled something about going for a walk, and slipped out the front door unnoticed. I brought one of Darcy Coates' horror novels with me, one of her many ghost stories, can't remember which. The morning sun filtered brightly through the trees, warming the ground and raising the birdsong a few decibels. I followed a narrow trail away from the cabin, fallen pine needles and twigs crunching under my sneakers. The surrounding forest appeared perfectly normal, no traces of the ominous noises that pierced our dark hours. I wondered if somehow it had just been a bizarre dream, or a figment of my imagination. Then again, the vivid image of Amy's blank stare and rigid form refused to fade from my mind. Lost in thought, I didn't pay much mind to where my feet carried me until the trees began to thin. I emerged from the forest onto a deserted dirt road that stretched onward through the woods in either direction. Glancing back, I realized how far I'd wandered from the cabin. I considered turning around, but curiosity nudged me forward down the road. Around a bend, a weathered wooden fence came into view, with a crooked hand-painted sign which read, "No trespassing, private property." I paused, peering through the fence slats. There appeared to be a small, overgrown pasture on the other side. Deciding I wasn't technically trespassing from the road, I continued on. That's when I first noticed the trees. Every towering pine and spruce that bordered the pasture was marred with strange markings. It looked as though some massive beast had raked its claws vertically down each trunk, stripping away chunks of bark. I ran my hand over one of the gashes, feeling the sticky sap left behind. Unease trickled down my spine as I hurried farther down the road to inspect the other trees. All of them bore similar claw marks, with no discernible pattern or purpose. It was as if something had wandered through the forest, indiscriminately shredding every tree within reach. I backtracked away from the disturbing sight, skin prickling as though I was being watched. When I was once again surrounded by undisturbed nature, I left the road and pushed deeper into the dense forest. The sunlight barely penetrated through the clustered evergreens, blanketing the ground in murky shadows. Every snapping twig made my heart jolt as I forged ahead aimlessly, until suddenly I stumbled into a small clearing. I froze. Makeshift wooden structures encircled the area, fashioned from twisted branches and some sort of cord. Crude symbols and shapes adorned the structures, though I couldn't decipher any meaning from them. In the center sat a small altar-like pile of rocks, topped with bundles of feathers, beads, and bones. The entire bizarre scene exuded an aura of dark, primal energy that seemed to hum in the air and tingle against my skin. Suddenly, I felt like an intruder, trespassing on something ancient, something malignant. I backpedaled from the clearing, urged on by the suffocating sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Only when the strange structures were far behind me did I stop to catch my breath. I leaned a palm against a sturdy pine. A shudder passed through me as I imagined what sort of twisted creature, or person, could have constructed those things. The normal forest sounds of bird call and wind seemed muted, replaced by a heavy silence. I couldn't shake the certainty that something uncanny lingered out here, just out of sight. I arrived back at the cabin winded and on edge, hoping I appeared less unnerved than I actually felt. My dad raised an eyebrow at my disheveled state as I hurried past him to wash up. Over lunch on the porch, my parents discussed visiting Old Faithful the next day. When there was a lull in the conversation, I hesitantly described the odd markings I'd found in the woods. My dad frowned while my mom suggested it was just wildlife or kids messing around. "Well, I think it's best if we all stay close to the cabin today," said Dad, tone casual but firm. I met Amy's gaze from across the table, an unspoken awareness passing between us. She knew the cabin grounds were no longer a safe haven. We both did. We were intruders here, and something ancient and watchful lurked just beyond the tree line, waiting for the cloak of night to descend once more. We spent the rest of the afternoon playing board games on the cabin floor, but I couldn't focus on anything besides the approaching nightfall. An undercurrent of dread flowed through our forced conversations and half-hearted laughter. As daylight gradually faded outside, our words trailed off entirely, replaced by strained silence. Once dusk settled around the cabin, like an oppressive shroud, my dad stood up to draw the living room curtains. I watched him check the lock on the front door twice before retiring with my mom to their bedroom. Back in our room, Amy and I lay side by side in tense stillness, ears straining in the dark. The comforting sounds of our parents preparing for bed in the next room gradually went quiet. I thought about asking Amy if she wanted to talk about yesterday, to see if she would open up about her eerie trance by the window. But fear kept me mute, words frozen in my throat. Eventually, Amy's breath slowed into the steady tempo of sleep. I tossed and turned restlessly, unable to silence my racing mind. Each minute that ticked by on the glowing bedside clock filled me with increasing dread as the witching hour approached. Around 1 a.m., an unearthly howl pierced the stillness. I jolted upright, my heart lurching. The wailing cry was soon echoed by another and another. The bizarre chorus rose and fell in erratic undulations, filling the night. My eyes instinctively flicked toward the window, but this time, the curtains were tightly drawn. I realized Amy must have done that earlier, while I was in the bathroom getting ready for bed. The awful sounds swelled outside, inhuman voices layered upon each other in a cacophony I'd never heard before in nature. I imagined hordes of creatures moving stealthily between the trees, features obscured in shadow as they crept closer to our cabin, called by some ancient rite. But nightmare suddenly became reality. A tall humanoid silhouette glided past the bedroom window outside, briefly blocking the scant moonlight seeping out from behind the heavy drapes. I froze, skin erupting in goosebumps. Something was right outside. The silhouette lingered by the glass for several heartbeats before slowly continuing past, its misshapen head seeming to turn toward the window as it slid out of view. Hot tears of panic welled in my eyes as the phantom shape faded back into the night. I slowly turned towards Amy. As expected, she was sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes round, filled with terror in the darkness. Anguished sobs racked her body, her hands clamped tightly over her ears. She was even so terrified, I could see her drawing blood from where her nails dug into her skin. Amy, it's okay, you're okay," I whispered urgently, helplessness and guilt swirling within me. She remained locked in her mute nightmare, writhing silently against some invisible demon. Swallowing down my own fear, I stumbled over to her bed and wrapped her in my arms. She struggled, head shaking back and forth, refusing to fully resurface into reality. I choked back tears of my own as I gripped her tightly. "Amy, it's me, your brother, I'm right here," I murmured like a mantra, rocking us gently as the hateful cries raged outside. Eventually, I think it worked. She went still, rigid in my embrace, no longer fighting. Even so, her small frame continued to tremble. We stayed huddled together as the wailing gradually faded back into silence. Exhaustion overtook me as the adrenaline drained away, and I gave in to sleep. I was startled awake sometime later at this rattling sound. Blurry eyes searched the room before identifying the noise. It was the doorknob to our bedroom, slowly twisting back and forth. Someone or something was trying to get in. Still holding on to Amy, barely breathing, I watched the old brass knob rattle ominously, but the door itself stayed firmly closed. After an agonizing minute, the rattling ceased. Heavy footsteps moved past our room, creaking down the hallway toward the living room. The front door groaned open, a winter chill spiderwebbing across my skin. The footsteps paused on the threshold. Then it left, disappearing into the night, the door remaining open. Only then did I fully comprehend how close we'd come to a horrible fate. Some sort of creature or intruder had made its way inside the cabin during the night because someone hadn't closed the door completely. Luckily, it found itself barred from entry to our bedroom. If that bedroom door had not been locked, I don't know what would have happened. Thankfully, my parents' bedroom door was locked too. Terrible visions of them being slaughtered in their own beds flashed through my mind. There would be no more sleep for me that night as I clung to my sister, grappling with the bleak knowledge that a flimsy door with an even flimsier lock was all that stood between us and this unspeakable horror that roamed from the woods and into our cabin. The next morning, a feeling of gloom hung over the cabin. We all picked at our breakfast in silence, eyes downcast. The cheerful morning light filtering through the windows seemed to mock the despair that had settled upon us during the dark hours of the night. As soon as the sun had risen, my dad went outside to start packing up the car. His face was pale when he came back in, but all he would say was that we were leaving as soon as possible. My mom fluttered around, tidying things with trembling hands before tossing the last few items into our suitcases. I could tell she was on the verge of tears, but was fighting to hold herself together. Amy sat curled up on the sofa, gaze unfocused. She had not said a word all morning. I wished I could comfort her somehow, convince her she was safe now. But the light of day did not feel like sanctuary anymore. There really was no escape from what happened last night. Within an hour, the car was loaded up and idling in the driveway. I took one last look around the cozy cabin that had become our cage, our fragile shelter from the darkness. Part of me wanted to beg my parents to stay, thinking maybe things would be better now, but I knew deep down that we were right to flee this place and never return. The drive home was solemn and silent. Amy slept fitfully in the back seat while I stared listlessly out the window. Now that we were away from danger, my mind churned with questions. What were those creatures that prowled the woods, making those sounds? Why did they target us? And what would have happened if it had gotten in our rooms? Worst of all was the vacant, tortured look in Amy's eyes whenever the creatures came and howled. I shuddered to imagine what nightmarish visions she must have glimpsed through that window. What evil did she see that had brushed her mind and left its claw marks on her sanity? Even away from that place, she was scarred in a way I could not understand. The next several days passed by in a haze. Amy stayed curled up in her bed, hardly eating or speaking, except for occasional violent nightmares that wrenched her from her sleep. My parents tiptoed around her, offering her reassurances neither they nor I believed. Our lives were irreparably ruptured. About a week after returning home, I was reading in my room when I heard the front door open and close. I looked out the window to see Amy hurrying down the street, moving with purpose for the first time since we got back. I dropped my book and raced outside. She'd made it a few blocks before I caught up, and by then we both were panting. She glanced at me when I grabbed her shoulder, but she pulled away from me and continued on. I followed at a distance. She wound through side streets and alleys. Eventually, we reached the outskirts of town, where sagging abandoned warehouses lined the train tracks. Graffiti spattered their gray walls beneath broken windows. Amy slipped through a hole in a chain-link fence and approached the nearest warehouse. I lingered by the fence, watching as she produced a lighter from her pocket and flicked it alight. In one smooth motion, she hurled the tiny flame through the nearest empty window frame. I don't know what the small flame hit, but somehow flames sprang up and engulfed the dry wooden interior. Amy's face seemed to glow in the firelight as she watched it burn. I backed away, frightened by this specter my sister had become. When the sirens eventually screamed in the distance, Amy finally turned away from the inferno and made her way back to me. Together, we snuck into the shadows and returned home. I didn't tell anyone what Amy did, because somehow it made her seem happier. She seemed to have purged some of that poison from her soul. In the following days, she seemed to come out of her catatonic state. She became more engaged with friends and family again, less prone to trance-like staring fits. I held out hope that the horrors of that cabin would fade to the past for both of us in time. But some deeper instinct warned me that the scars ran too deep for Amy. These fears were confirmed a year later when I walked in on Amy in the midst of a seizure. Her eyes rolled back, limbs flailing about. I tried to hold her still, yelling desperately for my parents. Suddenly, Amy's back arched up as she choked out a guttural scream unlike any human sound. When I looked down at her face, she seemed so far gone. Then her rigid body went limp, and she passed out. Later at the hospital, tests and screening couldn't determine what caused her episode, but I knew. Some sort of splinter of darkness, which had infested those woods, had burrowed inside Amy. In the years since, I've watched my sister struggle against that latent evil, fighting to keep it buried down in her psyche. I often consider urging Amy to discuss what horrors she glimpsed in the window that night, hoping that confessing it might offer some deliverance. But seeing the way her eyes cloud with dread at the mere mention of that time, I know better. Some memories are too dangerous to stir from their unquiet sleep, but too strong to ever fully cleanse. The only mercy I can offer my sister now is silence. Coraline Closet Creature, from Jade H. There's a time in your life, at least once, when you feel terror. And I mean true terror, when your chest feels hot, yet also frozen on the last breath you took. Time seems to slow, your stomach becomes rigid, filling your throat with a silent scream. Maybe you run, maybe you freeze up, maybe you'll try to fight. But for those of us who have felt true terror, it becomes engraved in your bones so deep, it seems to change a part of your soul, a part of yourself. That being said, I want to tell you about November 20th of 2006. I grew up in a very Baptist Christian household, and at this time in my life, I was very young and susceptible to influence. When you're going to these kinds of things, there's talk about heaven and angels, and a lot of talk about the threat of hell, of damnation, eternal burning. That's kind of terrifying for an 8-year-old kid. Anyway, my family and I took a flight to Colorado. We'd gotten a small cabin high in the mountains, deep in the woods. We were so high up, my dad needed portable oxygen from altitude sickness. We were pretty secluded, other than the cabin next to us, about 3 acres away, though it was eerily hard to see through the snow-covered trees and foot-deep buildup of snow on the ground. Our first night was fun. We had a fire and roasted marshmallows and popcorn on long sticks. I had a good time. My 2 younger sisters and I even built a snowman. Now, the inside of the cabin was a very open build. There was a rail-less second-story loft with 2 twin beds, and under the stairs was our dad's bed. There was a little TV and an ugly blue floral grandma couch, which smelled like maple syrup. I slept on the left twin bed, closest to the edge and the stairs. My sister Bailey, who was 6 at the time, slept in the right, safer bed, away from the edge. Our younger sister Grace was only 2, so she slept with our dad downstairs. I slept pretty good that night. Probably the last good night's sleep I've had since, and I'm 23 now. It all started with some tapping. Early the next morning, I woke up from this annoying tapping sound. It wasn't like a pencil on a desk. It was more like the raspy clasp of something heavy and sharp, flicking its nails against the wooden floor. At first, I thought it was my dad. Honestly, I thought it could be bears too. I was a kid, and we were in the mountains after all. But I was wrong. The tap-tap-tapping, or ras-ras-rasping of that sound made me stay completely still in my bed. I had a habit of sleeping with the pillow on top of my head, so I knew I was pretty hidden. I made the decision to peek through the crack between my bed and the pillow. I looked toward the ledge, the part where someone neglected to put railing. I could see the straight drop-off to the living area and tiny kitchen. The massive windows without curtains really emphasized how alone we were in that cabin, how dark it truly is when you're miles away from city lights and protected by towering juniper and spruce. But there was something there, like a dark silhouette just on the overhang. It looked maybe like a blurred hand, just a few fingers, black in the darkness, gripping the ledge of the loft, tapping an extra jointed finger. I froze. Nausea and chill froze my body. I held my breath. No, I thought to myself, there's no way I was seeing that. I slowly closed my eyes, and I faced away. It was going to be daylight soon. I usually woke up around 6 a.m., so there's no way I had to wait all night for Daddy to get up and sing loudly to us, "Good morning, girls. Demons can't be real. Monsters can't be real." That's what I told myself. I mean, I was a God-fearing Christian. We sang hymns in the car every time we drove. We went to private Bible school, vacation Bible school. There's no way God would ever let that happen to me, one of his children, right? Again, I told myself this over and over, reciting Bible verses in fear, whispering words so silently they came out between breaths. Prayers and verses I thought would make it go away. In my mind, I even commanded the thing to leave me be. I didn't know any better, but I certainly do now. After what felt like hours, but was most likely a few minutes, I felt the air around me go still a bit, the tension dissipating. I got brave and peeked one eye open, as small as I possibly could. It was gone. That weird hand or whatever it was gone now. It had gone silently, and I hadn't even noticed. I breathed with relief and rolled over to face the wall beside me. There was a small wooden nightstand with an old oil lamp, but slightly hidden behind it was a small seam, like the outline of a tiny square door frame. At that time, Coraline the movie didn't exist, but now I'd say it's very close to the perfect description. The similarity to the movie and these events are astounding. This door was a dark old wooden brown, like the muddy brown color, with deep hollows dark from being burned or stained. Eventually, I fell back to sleep. Later, when the sun finally came up, I talked to my dad about the tiny door. My sisters and I hid downstairs while he investigated. Soon he called us up to come see it. It was a tiny room similar to a storage closet, with a few gallons of water and firewood inside. Nothing to worry about. Even Grace crawled inside, and Dad took a picture. The second night is where the story truly begins. I was worried about being scared again that night, so I asked my dad to leave a light on for me, so I could see during the night. He didn't like the idea that much, so instead he made a fire in the fireplace and put up the chain guard for extra protection. Then we went off to bed. The fire burned well for several hours. To be honest, I spent more time watching the shadow of the flames dance up the high triangular ceiling than I did sleeping. I wonder now, if I'd actually slept, would I have gone through any of this? Soon those flames dwindled down from sparks and embers to a mere orange hue. I turned away, now facing that ominous tiny door. As soon as I did, I was startled by a tap. That same repetitive sound drilling into my skull once again. But it wasn't coming from behind me, it was coming from in front of me, from behind that door. I thought it was a trick. I thought it was just me imagining something, a small branch shaking just the right part of the roof so that the door snapped. There was no way a monster could come after me. I was saved and protected. And monsters aren't real. Then there was silence. I peered through my cocoon of pillows and blankets, exposing my eyes. I felt I had to see it, to see if it was something or someone. I don't really know what I was thinking. As I opened my eyes, sharp, elongated fingers pulled back between the seams of the door and frame. It somehow melted through the tiny crack like an apparition. Suddenly, the door started to shake, and a loud scratching sound grinded across the other side of the door. It was so loud, even my sister stirred a bit in bed. I could hear her. Or I hoped it was her. The sound behind the door masked it, but I felt in my soul that there was some movement, some presence behind me now. It had to be Bailey. She probably heard it too, and was going to run and tell Dad. I hoped she would. Another scraping sound, the sound of talons getting caught in each of the layers of wood. Then the fire went out. All at once, the orange halo of light that outlined the edges of the room disappeared, leaving me alone in the dark. Was my sister there? I swore I could hear movement. I convinced myself that sound was her. Then there was a bang. The door shook, and at this point I was so still in fear, my muscles cramped, and my breath was shallow. I was probably breathing in and out 20 times a minute. I tried not to breathe at all, though. Another bang. Something behind the door was knocking. It was hitting it hard, as if someone was hitting it with a fist. Bang each time I felt myself shrivel up, becoming stiffer and stiller, as if I could shrink myself. Bang, 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 bang. The loud thuds vibrated through the air. I could almost feel my heartbeat match its rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Would you stop it? Bailey had finally woke up. Her words were followed by silence. I hear another shift, and my bed moves. Jade, would you... Her words stopped abruptly and were followed by a deafening scream. She screamed, but I didn't move. I stayed completely still. It wasn't her that had bumped my bed. It wasn't her who I felt sitting at the edge of my feet. Whatever it was, Bailey had seen it, and it was on my bed, and it had been in that tiny closet beside me. My tears overflowed, spilling down my face even though I forced them shut. I didn't want to see that door. I didn't want to see that thing. Bang, the door was pounded on with the force of a football player trying to break it down. The wood bowed and bent from the immense power of it. Bang, bang, bang. Something inside me, something I couldn't control, caused me to start reciting Bible verses again. Through shaky breaths and shock-filled tears, I prayed. More movement on my bed. Bang, bang, bang. Then stomping came from the stairs, followed by, "What's going on up here?" My dad. My prayers had worked out, but I couldn't sigh with relief yet. I continued my desperate pleas. I couldn't keep my body completely still anymore. I was shaking. Every muscle in my body contracted at different times. I felt as if I was vibrating from fear, from the pain of my stillness, from that thing that had now slowly made its way to my side. Its claws had kept getting caught on the knitted quilt above my thick comforter. I'd felt it pull away at it a few times. Another bang. My heart sank. After that last bang, there was a change. A pop or a click. I couldn't figure out what the sound was. I looked. Two deep, sunken-in eyes, hollow and black, surrounded by what could have been a face, but it was too pale, maybe just white. A face that seemed to have no blood flowing through it. In that moment, I believed it was a demon, that the devil himself was looking me in the eye with an overgrown or maybe cut-out mouth, making it curve all the way up to the high cheekbones beside its eyes. I knew it had teeth. I could tell, and I knew they were sharp. Whatever it was, the thing smelled, and it was thin. Behind its head, I could see some sort of black hair-lined sash or coat that had been decaying over time. But those eyes, they were like craters, with dark spiraling layering in the middle. Two once human eyes, bloodshot with cat-like irises. Not in the sense that they're slit, but more like the red-yellow flash they make when you shine a light into them. In a split second, it leaned away from me, taking one last pause before zipping across the room. It sounded like it leapt to the floor, but I couldn't tell. I was stuck there in shock. My eyes stared forward, just as they had been when it was there. But now that it had moved, that tiny door was in clear view. It was open, not too wide, but enough to see inside. There was a loud scuffle. My sister and Dad screamed. I still stared at the opening behind the door, and out of the darkness, two shining eyes peered back at me. My dad grunted and yelled. I could hear a thud downstairs, followed by the front door crashing down. Apparently, whatever that thing was, it had tackled my father, clawing a gash across his chest before tumbling off the edge of the loft to the floor below. The creature busted out of the door. My dad had fallen with it and was knocked out. Bailey wailed and cried. I could hear Grace downstairs in bed screaming, babbling about, "Daddy, wake up," or "Daddy, oh no." I could feel the freezing winter air blowing through the cabin, but I didn't move. I didn't blink. I stared back at those eyes. We were there for hours, Dad still unconscious, and Bailey had somehow managed to grab the radio or a phone and call for an emergency response. We were so snowed in by then, the national park nearby had to plow the road twice to get to us. One truck had somehow stopped working. They blamed the cold or maybe battery issues. I don't remember. By the time the second snowplow had made its way to our street, my two sisters had crawled into Bailey's bed with all of what was left of the blankets. They'd kept themselves going with hot cocoa powder, Cheez-Its, and a jar of peanut butter. A 2-year-old and a 6-year-old left to fend for themselves with a half-conscious dad. And there I was, their older sister, still frozen in the same exact place. I never looked away. The park rangers came in, taking off their jackets, trying to wake up our dad without much success. But he was still alive. They started a fire and placed the door in the open doorway on top of a small pile of snow that had accumulated there. When the police and ambulance finally arrived, there were helicopters flying above us. I could hear the blades chopping the air, making the tree branches snap and shake. The last thing I remember was being pulled onto a stretcher, my gaze torn away from that thing in the dark. My family and I never talk about that cabin. We don't discuss what happened that night. Now, as an adult, I'm not so religious anymore, but I still celebrate the earth and practice spirituality. I have a few ideas as to what it could have been, but it doesn't really matter. Sometimes, I still see those long, clawed fingers curled around a door frame before evaporating away. Maybe one day, I'll really find out what it is. Demon pretending to be a skinwalker or a Windigo. From Country Mama 87. For safety purposes, I'll be changing our names and the names of certain locations. You can call me Bree. My husband is Cal, and my mother-in-law is Bon. We live in Anderson, South Carolina. When my husband and I got together a little over a year ago, he had his own place, and his house is surrounded by trees. On the weekends, my kids and I would stay at his house. We used it as a vacation spot, since he now lives with me. It's important to note that his mama's house, Bon's place, is right next door to his. The driveways even connect. When we first got together, Bon warned me not to let my kids to go onto the woodline unsupervised. She began to explain that she was in her own yard one day when she saw a large, solid black cat run right in front of her and back into the woods. She described the thing as larger than a Labrador retriever, easily cougar-sized. I believed her story. Now, the Department of Natural Resources will not tell you this, but South Carolina does have mountain lions. I've caught a picture of one on my trail cam before. However, I'd never heard of a black one in South Carolina before. At the time, I was thinking maybe it was melanism, which is the opposite of albinism. The biggest cat species that DNR will admit exists here are bobcats. She said this was definitely a cat, though. One day, I asked my husband to take me deer hunting on the property behind his house. He was equally as bored as I was that day, so we left the kids with Bon and armed ourselves with his rifles. We walked down the trail that led us to the back corner of his property line. I slumped up against a tree while my husband sat on a log. Everything was normal, peaceful. After a while of not seeing any animals, not even a rabbit, we decided to walk on some more. Cal said to me, "Hey, want to go see the old Indian burial ground located on the property?" Right away I was intrigued and replied, "Yeah, I'd love to." I should say now that I'm a Christian and I believe in demons. However, I never did believe in cryptids and the like. I absolutely love listening to scary stories and cryptid stories, though. Those stories are the butter to my biscuits, so I was well versed on the habits of such mythical creatures individually. Well, Cal and I walked down the path to the middle of the back of his property. At this point, he turned to me and he said, "Okay, we have to walk through the woods now." So I said, "Okay, let's go, babe. I'm right behind you." I was so anxious to see this burial ground he had told me about. As we continued to walk, I asked him which tribes had lived here. Unfortunately, he said he had no clue. We walked about, I'd say, a football field in length through the woods, until we finally came to a stop, and he said, "We're here." I looked around, and I didn't see anything peculiar right off the bat. He then said, "Look down." I listened, and I then realized I was standing amongst quite a few flat rocks that were sporadically strewn amongst the forest floor in no particular pattern. Some were flat with the ground, others were pushed to the surface, like the earth had pushed them upwards over time. I almost shouted, "Whoa, that's so cool, Cal." I didn't feel weird or anything like that while being there, and the woods were still making their usual sounds. He told me he was going to cross the fence to walk up the stream that was nearby. Funny or unfunny enough, that stream is called Devil Fork Creek. Thinking back on this now, that creek name gives me the creeps. Devil Fork Creek is a stream located just 7.3 miles from Homeland Park in Anderson County. My husband said the water was being blocked off from the stream, possibly done illegally by a neighbor, so he wanted to go check it out. He offered for me to cross the fence with him, but I declined. I have asthma and I needed some rest. He said he'd be right back, so he took off over the fence, then disappeared into the woods following the stream. I leaned my rifle against the tree and decided to keep looking at these gravestones. About 5 minutes in, I started to get this weird feeling. I knew this feeling well. I'd felt it before. My own house had felt like this a few years before meeting my husband, when I believed an evil spirit had decided to take up residence in my home, and I had to get my dad to pray in my home and anoint it. That luckily got rid of it. So I knew what I was dealing with here. It felt like a demon. The unexplainable gut-wrenching fear I felt in those woods matched the fear I once felt in my home. I didn't know what else to do, so I picked up my rifle and aimed it into the woods, keeping my finger a safe distance from the trigger, but still ready to pull. My skin tingled, my heart pounded. I tried to keep my cool. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me calling my name. I spun around, but I didn't see a thing. My ears, however, were ringing slightly. The fear I felt was so thick, you could probably cut it with a knife. I heard my name called again, but it came from behind me this time, so I spun around, still seeing nothing. I contemplated leaving then, going back to the house without my husband in tow. Ultimately, I decided against this because I had told him I'd stay put, and I did not want him to show up looking for me and getting worried. I heard my name called once again. It kept flipping back and forth, behind me, in front of me, behind me, then in front of me, seemingly in an endless loop. One sounded, I swear, like my husband's voice, but it was coming from the opposite direction he'd gone in the woods, and it sounded closer than he should be. I raised my rifle and shouted, "Cal, I'm right here." I then heard my husband call my name again, so I responded, "I'm right here." I heard something call my name again. It came from behind me but sounded distorted. This one sounded far away though. I spun around and I began to hear twigs snapping. I held up my gun towards the direction to see my husband walking towards me. I released a big sigh. I realized then I'd been holding my breath for quite a while. I dropped the rifle to my side, instantly relieved to see him. I asked him why he came out on the opposite end. He said, "It's the craziest thing. I got lost. I don't know how because I was following the stream, and when I turned around to come back, I ended up here. I've lived here my whole life. I've never once gotten lost on my property. I was scared. I couldn't find you." I replied to him, "Babe, I swear I never left this spot. I was waiting for you. I got scared too. I heard my name being called, but in different directions." He shrugged it off and said, "That's weird." The fear I'd felt before went away, and I never heard my name being called again. The woods went back to feeling peaceful and safe. We walked back home, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I actually didn't even tell him the full experience I had until months later. By then, like I thought, he didn't believe me, and thought I was just being paranoid. Only a day or two after my initial experience, Cal was in his garage alone at night, boogering around with tools as he likes to call it. I was inside the house cleaning the kitchen. Suddenly, he came rushing through the front door. His face had lost a significant amount of color. I asked him, "Cal, are you okay?" Yeah, Bree, I'm fine, just got the heck scared out of me is all. I was walking back to the house from the garage, and I heard the most terrifying scream coming from the woods behind me. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never heard such a thing before. Not here." I asked, "Do you think it was that big black cat your mama saw? Those big cats have the most awful screams, you know." "That was no mountain lion," he said rather loudly. "Okay, well, stay inside now. I don't want you going back out there after that." He wholeheartedly agreed with me to stay put indoors for the remainder of the night. A few nights that week, while lying in bed, I swear I heard something big walking on our roof, and I felt that same fear again. At the time, my husband was sleeping peacefully, and I didn't want to wake him up. After all, if it really was a demon, there would have been nothing he could do about the situation. And if it were a mountain lion, I definitely didn't want him going outside to look and possibly get mauled to death. Let me get this straight. I'm a country girl that does not get spooked easily by outside noises. These noises, however, were accompanied by the feeling of pure dread. So I just lay there these several occasions until sleep finally took me. Just recently, I witnessed a shadow figure in the bedroom doorway. It was tall, taller than the doorway. I remember lying there in bed terrified. After a few seconds, it moved to the left out of sight and was gone. Right away, I rose from bed and shut the bedroom door. I've heard of the Hat Man before, but this being was not wearing a hat by the look of his silhouette. But I couldn't really make out any features. At this point, after all these strange happenings, I believe what we might be dealing with on his property is a demon pretending to be a skinwalker. If anything else happens, I'll have to ask my dad to come pray over my husband's house as well. I think we can all agree it's never a good feeling to feel unsafe on your own property, much less feel unsafe in your own home from unknown forces. I hope it gets bored with us and moves along soon. I'm curious to know if anyone else has had these experiences, especially if you're close to this area, or if anyone knows which tribes may have lived here at one point and buried their loved ones here. The last thing I'll say is don't go into the woods of Anderson, South Carolina alone, because it might be the last thing you do. Ozark Werewolf from Barner 2424. My buddy Rick and I try to take a guy's camping trip to the Ozarks every autumn. We've been doing these trips since high school to fish, hike, and hunt. A few years back, we planned a 3-day weekend camping excursion in early November. As always, we spent the week leading up packing supplies: tents, sleeping bags, cooler, non-perishable food, rifles, ammo. We preferred camping deep in the backwoods, away from other people, because it made us feel as if we had the wilderness to ourselves. We left on a Friday morning, driving several hours to reach the remote forest area we had scoped out on maps weeks before. We turned off the main roads onto narrow dirt paths, rarely traveled except by loggers. Eventually, we reached the overgrown trailhead leading to the secluded spot by a creek we aimed to camp at. We hiked through dense brush and forest for over an hour before reaching the clearing we had chosen as our campsite. The place was perfect. Flat ground to pitch the tents, fallen logs to sit on, the gentle babbling of a nearby creek in which we could fish. We quickly got to work unloading the truck and setting up camp. Soon we had a roaring fire going, and we cracked open a couple of cold ones to toast the start of our weekend. We grilled up some steaks, beans, and potatoes as the sun went down. We were feeling relaxed and optimistic about the days of solitude ahead. Just us two old friends in the wilderness making new memories. As night fell, we occasionally heard distant coyotes howling and owls hooting. But then came these cries that echoed through the darkness, which sounded unlike anything I'd ever heard before. They were like a painful wailing or screaming. Rick and I joked nervously that it must be a skinwalker coming for us clueless city boys. Little did I know, our jokes might hit a little too close to reality. The next morning, Rick and I gulped down some coffee. We geared up for a full day of hunting. The dawn in the forest was serene, mist rising off the creek nearby, and birds chirping in the trees. We hiked over a ridge, finding a spot with signs of deer activity to set up. After a couple of hours passed with no sightings, the stillness of the woods began to feel eerie. Usually, we'd have seen some squirrels, birds, or deer by now, but the forest was oddly silent, like all its inhabitants had vanished. "Something feel off to you?" I asked Rick. He nodded, brow furrowed. We stayed a while longer, but eventually we gave up, heading back to camp empty-handed. Along the way, we discovered strange, huge tracks on the trail that didn't look like any animal we knew. Kind of canine-like, but oddly shaped. A chill went down my spine, imagining what could have left those prints. We decided to call it an early night, anticipating better luck hunting in the morning. But sleep eluded me. I kept thinking about those weird cries we'd heard the night before, which sounded so tormented and inhuman. Sometime deep in the night, I awoke to the snuffling and crackling of something rooting around just outside my tent. I lay paralyzed, listening to heavy breaths and twigs snapping underfoot. My blood turned to ice, when I glanced through the mesh window and saw two glowing eyes peering back at me from the dark. I yelled out to Rick, "There's something out there." The eyes vanished as quickly as they had appeared. We sat huddled together in Rick's tent, rifles clutched tight, waiting for dawn. Both of us were shaken by the undeniable sense that we were being watched from the shadows. At daybreak, we hastily packed up camp, skipping breakfast. This spot didn't seem so idyllic anymore. Rick and I agreed we could not wait to get the heck out of these woods. The two of us hiked back out the way we'd came in, moving at a brisk pace. The sooner we were back in the safety of the truck, the better. We just had to get around a ridge, through a narrow valley, then uphill to the trailhead. Halfway through the valley, we came upon a huge fallen oak blocking the path ahead. Odd that a healthy tree had so recently toppled. We'd stopped just a moment, seconds away from deciding to just climb over it, when we heard a snap of a branch from right behind us. We spun around, rifles raised. There, lurking between the trees, was something so bizarre. A hulking, hairy creature crouched on two legs, staring back at us. It had a wolf-like face, but stood over 7 feet tall, its muscular frame covered in grayish-brown fur. A low rumbling growl emanated from its throat. Rick and I stood frozen in shock and terror. The thing made no move to attack, but its penetrating yellow eyes watched us intently. When I finally mustered the nerve to fire a warning shot near its feet, the beast didn't even flinch. Instead, I saw it bare its fangs and take a step towards us. That's when the chaos really began. Rick tried firing too, but his gun jammed. The creature then let out a bone-chilling snarl and suddenly lunged in our direction. The two of us screamed and reeled backwards, toppling over the fallen tree. I landed hard on my back, the wind knocked out of me. Peering upside down from the ground, I glimpsed the beast's long, jagged claws and muscular hind legs as it briefly towered over us, but in the next instant, it had vanished back into the underbrush. We staggered to our feet, gasping for air, minds blank with primal panic. Without a word, Rick and I began to sprint back up the trail, driven by sheer animal instinct to survive. We didn't speak, didn't plan, only knew we had to make it out of these cursed woods before that thing came back to finish us off. We sprinted through the forest, delirious with fear. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. No matter how hard we pushed our aching legs, the parking lot never got closer. Glancing behind us, I'd catch glimpses of that hulking thing, paralleling our path, easily keeping pace with us. It would duck behind trees or into the brush, flashing in and out of view. I think it was toying with us, like a cat letting the mice think they could escape before going in for the kill. At one point, I tripped on a root and face-planted into the mud. As I staggered up, I came face to face with the beast, who had soundlessly crept up behind me. Its breath was hot, and it reeked of rotting meat. We locked eyes for a split second before it bared its fangs, snarled, and vanished again into the shadows. This told me it could have killed me at any point, if it wanted to. I don't know how, but Rick and I finally stumbled out of the woods and back to the pickup. We floored it down that dirt road like two madmen, reckless and panting, not stopping until we reached the highway. Only then did we trade horrified accounts of what we had just seen. A living nightmare we could scarcely believe. We agreed not to tell a soul what happened. Who would believe us anyway? This thing was no ordinary animal. We'd encountered something unnatural, something evil, in that forest. Neither of us had ever been more terrified or felt so powerless. In the months after, I scoured the internet looking for clues about what we saw. Some cryptid forums suggest it could have been a dogman, or a wolf-like creature they call the Ozark howler. All I know for sure is we stumbled into the hunting grounds of a monster, one that's likely still roaming the remote wilderness of the Ozarks. No one will ever convince me otherwise. I'll never set foot in those god-forsaken woods again. Jefe, my own personal demon. From Montana Rose. This is the story of the attachment of an entity I call Jefe. This story spans almost 2 decades and more than 2/3 of my life. I am what you could call an elder in a young body. I'm 24 years old, but on the tail end of my second divorce, wrapping up years of traumatic events and misfortunes and life lessons in prolific numbers. I'm beginning to tie together some of this misfortune and trauma to the existence of an attachment between Jefe and myself. I cannot tell you exactly what Jefe is. I wish I knew for sure. But I can tell you what it looks like, what it does, when it does it, how it sounds, and where it hides. I can't even tell you why or how it became attached to me. I was a child when this began, at only 7 or 8 years old. When I was around 7 or 8, my dad and I went on a camping trip to Yosemite. My mom didn't join us on this trip. We'd gone on many trips before as a family, lasting around a week each time, and oftentimes at Big Sur or Yosemite. We pulled into the park having already had a small debate in the car about food and music. I was ready to call my mom because I was already homesick. Though being older now, I think I just missed my mom. She and I could hold a normal conversation. To this day, my dad and I have these debates about mundane and trivial topics. We never stay mad, if we ever even do get mad. A majority of the time, our debates are for the sake of debating. I guess that seems to be our best method of communication. Anyway, we stopped at some place my dad had to check into. We were staying in some sort of a cabin by a location of a historic rock slide. I don't remember as many details as I wish I did. This can be attributed to a series of concussions resulting in a TBI, or traumatic brain injury. I do remember that we walked over to an area with a phone. My dad dialed my mom, and I'd begun, as many young children do, to jump around and wander and mess with things. I don't recall having wandered off too far, but I suppose I had, as my dad called my name with a hint of both irritation and fear in his inflection. So I trotted back over to where he was. He handed me the phone so I could talk to my mom. As I was on the phone, I felt a searing pain on the back of my right thigh, and I suddenly cried out. My dad came over and shouted at me for messing around beside the phone and causing me to cut myself. In a state of confusion, I asked my dad what he was talking about. He prepared a first aid kit from the red backpack he always had on him, something he still keeps with him to this day. He asked for the phone back. I told my mom I loved her and handed it back to my dad, who handed me the first aid kit, asking me to clean the cut on the back of my thigh. I sat down on the ground, and in the most awkward way conceivable, I lifted my right leg with my arm and searched for this alleged cut. I indeed did have a cut, though as deep as it was and long as it was, that word feels like a joke. I took out the alcohol swabs, as my dad taught me to do many times before. I proceeded to scrub the ever-living tar out of my leg, while biting my lip to hold back tears, which inevitably spilled over anyways. After scrubbing for what felt like ages, I packed the cut full of Neosporin, like my mom always prompted me to do. She carries the stuff everywhere and uses it on everything. Acne? Neosporin. Cut? Neosporin. Cracked lips? Neosporin. Even if the dog cut their paw pad again, it's Neosporin time. By this point, my dad had finished the phone call and was now squatting in front of me. I can recall him mentioning stitches, and me shaking my head like a mad person with wide eyes. My dad let out an exasperated sigh. Being queasy around blood, he whipped out a massive Band-Aid. He used it to pull together the sides of the gash and cover it up. This was one of those fancy watertight Band-Aids my dad saved for me, because I was known to be found in creeks, mud, trees, or some other area, likely teeming with dirt, debris, and the germs my parents were so wary of. Our trip carried on afterward with very little out-of-the-ordinary activity to note. The days passed by with excitement and joy, and adventures and exploring. My dad, to this day, is my favorite adventuring buddy. He and I climbed mountains and found views of waterfalls. We went hiking and went to group campfires. At one point, I made friends with a girl close to my age, staying at a cabin nearby with her grandfather. On the third to last day of our trip, my dad was exhausted, but he allowed me to explore the remnants of the rock slide behind our cabin. I had gone out there on my own, armed with a pencil and sketch pad, coated thoroughly in bug spray as mosquitoes seemed to think I'm an amazing buffet. As I wandered between the boulders and the remnants of a squished cabin, I came across a deer with red hair and limbs that looked too long and awkward for its body. It was standing beside a massive round boulder. That boulder stood at around 10 8-year-old me's in height, and the deer beside it stood at about 2. I will note here I've always been tall for a girl. Today, as an adult, I stand at 6'2", and back then, I would have been around 4'11" to 5'2", based on the lines left on the doorframe of our old house. That deer locked eyes with me, and I felt pure dread. Something about its gaze felt wrong. There was something up with its eyes. I couldn't really place it, though. I can only speculate what it was that bothered me in retrospect. You see, I believe those eyes appeared human. My dad then called, and I looked back to our cabin. When I turned toward the boulder where the deer was, it was no longer there. All that remained was my sense of dread. I took off like a bat out of heck for the sound of my dad's voice and the safety of our cabin. That was the last time I saw or felt such strange and alarming and dread-inducing activity for a few years. I pushed these events and memories away. I thought about them only when certain events began to induce the same feelings again. When I was 10, my parents found a dog at the Humane Society in our county. Her name was Bella, but I'm pretty sure she hated that name, so we called her Lady May. Lady May was eventually trained as my service dog and was my first lifeline in the adult world. The year after our family adopted and trained Lady, we went on a trip to Calaveras Big Trees Giant Sequoia Forest as a family. Before we got to our camping spot there, my dad wanted to visit Yosemite and show my mom one of the sites we had visited when we stayed there a few years back. When we stopped, I felt that dread set in again. Lady seemed to know this, and she became more clingy and protective over me than typical of her. As she was a large dog and a rather independent breed, this was comforting and also mildly alarming. When your big ol' independent dog begins clinging to and protecting your child, you should take notice. Naturally, my parents attributed this to our being in a new and unfamiliar place, while I attributed it to some far less realistic reasons. We didn't stay at Yosemite long before piling back into the car and making our way to our camping spot at Calaveras to set up camp and begin exploring. This camping trip would be memorable for a plethora of reasons, including me almost being kidnapped and being saved by my trusty best friend, Lady attempting to catch and unalive numerous squirrels throughout our vacation time. My dad also wrecked 2 doors of his brand new truck on a 1-inch in diameter sequoia sapling, which apparently didn't know the definition of quit. I even found a fun junior ranger group to go with in the evening, learning about the park and its natural inhabitants. Our first day was intriguing and eventful, with Lady cornering a squirrel in the first 5 minutes when I let her off her lead, and as I mentioned, Dad wrecked the doors of the truck backing into our campsite. While Lady was busy harassing her squirrel and Mom and Dad were addressing the damage to the truck, I saw the most gorgeous orange and yellow bird fly through our campsite, perching on a tree only a mere 20 feet away. Being a curious and mildly dumb kid, I tried to get closer and continued to follow this new and exciting creature as it flitted from tree to tree, playing keep away. Soon the sound of my parents' exasperated words was lost to the sounds of the woods, the chirping of cicadas, the crunch of needles, branches beneath my tennis shoes. I realized I could no longer hear my parents at some point, and when I did, I was absolutely lost. In what was around 90-degree heat, I went colder than the Arctic. I began to acknowledge the dread that set in, and the panic beginning to rear its ugly and non-productive head in my mind. As I was about to sit down and wait, because what else do you do in a state of dread and panic except become overwhelmed and sit down to wait for the inevitable, Lady came crashing into view, barking and foaming at the mouth, as she often did when she ran at an all-out sprint for too long. I was so extremely happy to see her. I threw my arms around her and proceeded to bury my head in her neck, while she stoically stood there panting and drooling. Lady was 3 at the time, and she was a beautiful mix of Rhodesian Ridgeback and Pit. She was amazingly fast and loved to run, but when she sprinted you could hardly follow her with your eyes. The telltale sign of her having been sprinting recently is foam coming out of her mouth, rolling off of her tongue. When I let go of her, she pushed past me a little bit to help me stand up. I placed a hand on her broad shoulder and braced myself, while I lifted my body into a standing position. Lady boofed and turned around to walk me back to our campsite. We walked in a relative quiet. I enjoyed the sounds of her pants and the chirps of cicadas. When we got back to our site, my parents were still preoccupied, so I poured Lady a big dish of water, petting her while she sloppily drank some. This was another telltale sign of her overexerting herself. As a desert breed, Lady had rarely ever slopped up water the way she did that day. The noisiness of her drinking caused my parents to stop and notice. My mom gave me and Lady a quizzical once-over before turning back to my dad, continuing their conversation. This would not be the last strange happening on our trip, but it would be the first time my parents were forced to notice something more may be going on. Later on in the trip, we went on a scenic tour of where the biggest tree had been felled. Lady stayed at the campsite with my mom, so it was only me and my dad. I remember looking into a portion of the felled tree that was twice my height and hollowed out, and I saw inside these feral-looking human eyes peering out from shadows and darkness. I sucked in my breath and shut my eyes while a shiver passed up and down my spine. My dad, doing the daddest thing ever, smacked my shoulder and said, "Let's keep moving, Twinkletoes. Your mom's probably missing us." I nodded furiously, and we kept on moving. When we got back after the tour, which I managed to get a boatload of pictures of, Lady trotted up to me, sniffing me obsessively, before plopping down beside me and cocking her head to one side. That same day, I took Lady for a short walk a little later on, bumping into a park ranger who proceeded to ask why I was out alone at a young age. She wasn't amused by my overly confident answers. She walked me back to our campsite. She did seem impressed at my being ballsy enough to go out by myself while the sun was setting, and invited me to come to the Junior Rangers group each evening for the rest of the week. Naturally, Lady went with me each time, and it was at this group that I learned the name of the bird I saw, which I'm convinced led me into the woods to be kidnapped somewhere. It was a western tanager. The remainder of the week went by in a blur. Lady stayed at my side for almost every second of the remainder of the trip. Little else happened for a few more years to come. My family moved out of California the year I was to turn 14. At 13, I very quickly became a problem child, and my mom missed her home in the panhandle of Idaho. As we began the 11-day drive from our little town on the coast of California to our new home in Kootenai County, We stopped to reminisce some of our trips and good memories. My parents tried to take the time to show me that they wanted a brighter future for me, and create a promise of new adventures and new places to explore. At the time, my mind was clouded by angst and grief for what I was leaving behind, because it was all I'd ever known. We stopped briefly at Yosemite, and we drove through Calaveras. We stopped nearby in Stockton for a night, which turned into a few nights due to the theft of our catalytic converter, before driving on to our next stop in Oregon. During our time reminiscing, I became overshadowed with dread on top of the existing angst and grief. These emotions stayed tangled inside of me for months, maybe even years after moving. The darkness and dread would be present in me throughout many events of trauma and suffering. It would be so loud and overbearing, it would drown out logic and reason, and my ability to recover. The noise and bluntness of these raw emotions drowned out my ability to function, following a series of traumatic assaults when I was 16, and the bullying I was subjected to at 17. It would overshadow my ability to seek help when my first real friend betrayed me in the worst way, and when a boy began to obsess and stalk me at 18. But this dread overrode all of that. It was more urgent than the physical pain or human-inflicted fear and trauma, making it impossible to feel and heal enough. I mean, you have to feel things to heal. I know this adage to be my truth, and I try to practice it every day. A year or so ago, sometime after the start of COVID, I took a job at a large chain company-run elderly care facility. I intentionally chose the NOC shift to avoid unnecessary drama and interaction with other people. I worked with one other person during the shift, and that would either be my coworker, C or M. On most nights, I worked with coworker C. She was older and not nearly as green as most of the other employees of the facility. She trained me, and she had my back as much as possible during my short time there. Within the first week of my being on NOC shift with C, we endured quite a bit. Doors flying open at us and slamming shut, usually on me. Footsteps pacing up and down the halls, running noises in one of the stairwells, crawling or scuttering sounds in the vents, and at one point I got locked in one of the laundry rooms while the room was around 90 degrees. C had heard voices sometimes, behind doors that had just opened or shut, or around the corner when she could hear pacing. She swore up and down that it had to be me, as it sounded like my voice, but I was rarely ever near at the time she heard it. And one time I came out of the stairwell right after she'd heard it coming from a resident's room, so it couldn't have been me. C was furious that someone or something was harassing us at work. I took a night off to see my then significant other at the time, and when I came back, C asked me if the building felt different. For the first time, I could acknowledge that I felt no dread somewhere. I felt safe. But this safety would be short-lived, as I moved into a new facility and new troubles soon after. My first marriage came and went, ending with him hitting me with his car, and it was intentional. During the first 2 weeks of my first marriage, abuse began to manifest. On weekends, we would go to bonfires out in Hayden Creek. It was on one of these nights when he first put his hands on me, and we saw what I believe was the same entity from every other incident, which now looked like an odd elk. We were all piled in his cousin's truck, bumping down a dirt back road, when 2 elk took off across the road in front of us. The second of the 2 elk stopped and locked eyes with us. It had an unnatural reddish hue to its hair, and its legs looked abhorrently long. Seconds ticked by before it turned and took off up the hillside, and we continued on around the bend. Only 2 short months after this, my first marriage would end on a sour note. I took a job at another large corporation-run elderly care facility, where I underwent being bullied, discriminated against, and severely overworked for more than half a year. I loathed being in that building alone at night, and often worked obsessively, cleaning the place from top to bottom to avoid paying any attention to the dread or terror that would set in at night. I was often in this facility for 16-hour shifts on my own, and this went on for months, with only 1 or 2 days off in total. I left this facility to go to a smaller one nearby during my second marriage. My second marriage would end in a myriad of gaslighting and refusals to work on alcoholism. The divorce is still being processed as I'm typing this out. I'm still at this smaller facility. Jefe, as I've come to call him, seems to enjoy it here, and the torment has really begun to pick up. I work the NOC shift here, which runs from 22:30 to 0700. Our facility is on a rotation of 4 days on and 2 days off, but I pick up shifts to work every day with a day off every few weeks. Sometimes I come in early or work the occasional double. The house I work in has a minimum of 2 staff at all times, even at night. I find this to be a mild comfort, as I also find comfort in my service dog in training, refusing to leave my side during the shift. My service dog in training, while very young, does a fantastic job as my medical alert and has come a very far way in a short time regarding behavior and advanced task training. My service dog in training is a 6-month-old German Shepherd named Houdini, and she's amazing. I also want to unequivocally state that Houdini doesn't have a mean bone in her body, and until these incidents, I'd never seen any sign of protection or aggression come out of my little friend. She's actually trained against it, as most service animals are. Within my first week at the facility, I learned that the lights need to stay on at night. When they don't, doors open and shut in the darkness, and we can hear pacing and running up and down the halls. Today, the only lights that get turned off are in the activity room and the TV rooms, and the door to the activity room gets pulled shut. During my second week at this facility, another staff member mentioned feeling a sense of dread. It was as if they were being stalked when the lights were off in the building. The elevator is often heard going to the basement and opening before coming back up to the main and second stories and opening. This happens when no one is on it, with the exception of it happening one time when I happened to be on it myself. I'd gotten on the elevator at the start of my third week, and the button on the keypad, which unlocks the elevator's ability to go to the basement, turned green. The doors shut, and before I knew it, they were opening to the complete darkness of the facility basement. I stifled a scream with my hand, and Houdini started to bark and growl. I hit the second-story button with inhuman speed over and over until the doors shut at last. The last thing I saw was green eyes looking at me from the shadows. A few nights later, a coworker of mine, P, took it upon herself to cleanse the building. This seemed to really tee off Jefe. Another of my coworkers, A, felt a burning pain as this was happening, and while we walked past the upstairs television room, when she lifted her shirt, I saw ugly red lines that looked as if someone tried to claw at her through her uniform. A was terrified, of course, and refused to go anywhere upstairs by herself from then on. An hour after the incident, the protection charm I wore around my neck was ripped off while I pulled the door to the activities room shut. It was tossed over the second-story balcony, the chain breaking cleanly as if someone had grabbed it and pulled it with force. I was also left with a red line on the left side of my neck for nearly a week. For a few days after that, it seemed calm, but the heavy dread still hung stagnant in the air. My fifth week started with a literal bang, a sudden sound while the lights were off. When that happened, the door to the activities room shut, and the attic entrance in that room opened up. After hearing the massive crash of the ladder sliding down and hitting the floor, I heard running in the attic. Then what sounded eerily similar to my coworker P's voice coming from the entrance to the attic, saying,
"You have to see this. You have to come up here."
I knew it couldn't possibly be P. She had driven home over an hour ago, and the facility doors are locked after 2300, meaning she would have had to call me to get back in, and the inflection and tone were all wrong. The voice sounded monotonous and robotic, very unlike P's bubbly up and down tones. I shuddered as I pushed the door open. I was holding on to my protection charm with my left hand, while I groped for the switch to the activity room light with my right hand. I found the light, and I flicked it on to reveal the ladder down and the attic open, just as I had heard. This sight came with the sound of my, at the time, husband's voice.
Babe, come here. I want to see you.
I also knew this was not my husband, as it sounded wrong as well, like he'd been talking through a radio or phone. It sounded broken and out of context for the situation. I stepped forward to push the ladder up, and in the darkness, I saw two green eyes and a slight sheen of red surrounding them in the shape of an inhumanly tall biped. Claws became visible as a hand reached down and grasped the edge of the opening to the attic. I noped the heck out of there at a speed likely unknown to man, only to be forced to return for my service dog in training, who was standing at the end of the ladder with her hackles raised, growling like a rabid beast ready to attack. As I grasped Houdini's collar and pulled her back, I pushed up the ladder with as much force as I could and hooked the back of the attic drop-down hatch with my right foot before kicking it up to my hand and slamming that darned thing shut with a window-shaking bang. Following this display, I received about 12 calls from residents who were concerned the building was going to fall down. My partner, Kay, managed to sleep through the entire ordeal. To this day, she can sleep through almost anything, and despite it being a breach of policy, often does just that. I'm on my 15th week at this facility. The attic has opened 3 times since then, and I've suffered several unexplained invisible attacks, leaving me with cuts on my hands, red marks on my ankles and wrists. In the most recent attack, I was grabbed by the ankles, dragged backwards into the dark activities room, after hearing the door swing open while waiting to get onto the elevator. Naturally, my dog turned into a rabid little heathen, and I managed to crawl away and call her to me. I opted to take the stairs for the rest of the night. Most recently, 2 nights before Thanksgiving, P worked a double shift, putting her on NOC as my partner. I'm big on cleaning and resident care instead of sitting and scrolling through my phone or screwing around on the company computer. We'd been upstairs polishing the resident display cases, wiping down all the floorboards, when I stopped in front of the activities room door. The lights were off, and the door was locked this time. But I got a really good look at a pair of green eyes looking down at me from a form much taller than mine, covered in rusty red hair. The arms were freakishly long, ending in hands that ended in claws that just barely dragged on the ground. The legs were bent backward like Houdini's back legs, and ended in a similar set of claws that were lightly digging into the ugly brown carpet. I looked up from its clawed feet to see its head framed with horns similar to those of a ram's, but in a sickening shade of bloody red. Its green eyes were fixed on me with hatred and hunger. Drool began to lazily drip from the bubbling foam of the massive biped's mouth. With a thud that shook the glass of the door and caught the attention of P, it dropped onto all fours, opening its foaming mouth and revealing the rest of its only previously previewed razor-sharp canine-like teeth, a long reptilian tongue unfurled from the masses of drool and teeth. It licked the door where my face was, leaving trails of heat from its breath and saliva. Houdini, already bristling, began to let out hateful and guttural growls. I picked her up and proceeded to walk right the heck away. I told P we would not be going near the activities room until dawn broke, or hell froze over. She nodded and grabbed the rest of our cleaning supplies to move on to the next wing. Since this incident, I've had 2 days off due to being prolifically sick. I still managed to work a double on Thanksgiving, which happened to be uneventful to my delight. I'm sure when I get back tonight, it will not be so quiet. Hefe will be hungry. Hefe follows, and I don't think he will stop until I'm dead and gone. Hefe is my own personal demon, a variety of which I'm not entirely sure of. A and P both believe he's a skinwalker who has been hunting me since I was a child. If that's true, how do I get rid of it? And why would it follow me all this time? I'm just me. A whole lot of mediocrity that is stitched together with trauma, exasperation, and misplaced care for other people. How a birthday party can go wrong. From Gianna. This happened about 3 years ago. I'm 17 now, but still, I was traumatized after this happened on my birthday. I live in a small town in New Jersey. I had about 9 friends. I was about to turn 15, and I was getting ready for my birthday party. I was very excited. I decided I wanted to have it at a cabin in the woods. So my mother arranged for us to have a small cabin in the middle of the woods, where we'd have access to a kitchen, a living room with a TV, 3 bedrooms, and a bathroom. It was going to be so cozy and peaceful. My mom helped with the decorations before my friends could arrive. We hung balloons, streamers, and string lights to give it all cottagecore vibes. By the time we finished putting up the decorations, I heard knocks at the door. I went to get it. My cousins and friends had arrived. As soon as I saw my best friend Ernesto, I gave him a tight hug, then welcomed them all inside, saying, "You're all just in time." As soon as we got settled, Mom ordered up some pizza. After chowing down, we all huddled together, telling stories. Sometime later, my mom told me she had to go into town, but she was a bit hesitant, worried about leaving us all here alone. But I assured her that we were all older and that we could take care of ourselves. I promised her I would check all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked down. Once my mom was convinced, she left, and we all went out to start a fire, cooking up some s'mores. We were having a great time, telling some scary stories by the campfire. One of my friends, Jessica, started to tell this true crime story about some sort of female serial murderer. We were laughing and giggling, hiding the fact that we were actually a bit scared. But then Ben told us that his mom and dad got a divorce. We felt horrible for him. We asked what happened. He said they decided to get the divorce after he came out as gay. While his mom was supportive, his dad wasn't so much. After they split, his dad constantly harassed him and his mom. His mother got to the point where she had to file a restraining order against his dad. As Ben explained the story to us, he was nearly crying. Just in case, we asked him what his father looked like. He showed us a photo. A little while later, after the tension settled down, we began to hear loud crunching noises coming from the woods. Keep in mind, we were in the middle of nowhere, and the next neighbor to the cabin was like a mile away or more. Ernesto gasped. What the heck was that? I answered in as calm a voice as I could muster. Maybe an animal. Alan, the bravest of our group, said, I don't think so. I've never heard an animal walk around like that before. Sounds like a person. I started to agree with Alan. It really did sound like 2 legs walking around, not 4. We tried to focus again on making s'mores, but that's when my cousin Ruth began telling another story. We were so interested in the story that we forgot about that sound. Until we heard it again. It sounded much closer now. We all got creeped out to the point we had to go back inside. We all power walked towards the cabin. As soon as we all got back in, I locked the doors behind us, making sure the deadbolt was locked in tight. As soon as we all got inside, we decided we should watch a show before bed. We decided on some anime on Netflix. After watching a straight season of something, we all decided to go to bed. 6 of us got the beds upstairs and downstairs, while the rest of us 4 slept in the living room. That included me, Ernesto, Jessica, and Ryan. We slept downstairs in the living room. Before going our separate ways, we wished each other good night. Then we headed to bed. My 3 other friends already went to sleep while I was still on my phone, scrolling through Instagram. Eventually, I felt my eyes getting heavy. Once I felt a bit too tired, I plugged my phone into the charger, and I drifted off to sleep. I may have been asleep for just a few minutes, when loud banging at the door woke me up. All 4 of us were awake. One of us had to see who was at the door, so I decided to be the one to check it out. I think all of our hearts were pounding. This cabin was a bit old. It didn't have a peephole, so I couldn't see who or what it was through the door. The rest of us decided not to wake up the other friends, as we didn't want to creep them out. We were all positive, or just hoping, it was probably just an animal or a stray dog. But the direction of the sound changed, moving towards the window, specifically the living room window. Someone began tapping very hard on the window pane. I got down on my hands and knees, carefully going to look out that window. I pulled back the drapes just a little bit so I could see outside. What I saw made my body freeze up. I was face to face with a very tall man who was probably in his 50s. He was shirtless in nothing but boxer shorts. He wasn't even wearing shoes or socks. He was holding what appeared to be a hunting rifle in one of his hands. The moment he saw me, he smiled this creepy, big smile. He also waved at me, as if he was taunting me. He pointed at the front door then, as if telling me to let him inside. But right away, I recognized who he was. It was Ben's dad, from the photo that he showed us. I dropped the curtain back and ran to my cousins and friends downstairs. I told them what I saw and who was outside. They were all just as freaked out as I was. We all ran up and went to get the rest of our friends upstairs. Ernesto, Ryan, and I went to wake up Alan and Tim in the room next to Kai and Ben's room. We told them there was a crazy man outside the window. They were scared then too. When I said crazy man, they all jolted awake, now fully on guard. When Kai and Ben asked who was outside, I was hesitant to say, but eventually I relented. Ben, I'm pretty sure it's your dad. I saw Ben's face change into a horrified expression, and I saw that there were tears filling up in his eyes. He started to have a meltdown. Jessica and Tim tried to comfort him, including Kai. Some of them were a bit skeptical, asking me if I wasn't dreaming. I assured them I was fully awake and aware of what I saw. The moment I said that, we heard a loud, hard bang on the door, along with a voice from Ben's dad, saying,
"Let me in, kids."
We were all so scared, standing still, not knowing what we should do. One of us, or some of us, had to go downstairs to get one of the phones to call the police. We decided it would be best to go down as a group. Ben's psycho of a father already knew that we were in the cabin, but we didn't want to let him know our location within the cabin. Tim went to grab his phone. You're probably wondering, did we look for weapons to defend ourselves? Well, yes, that's exactly what we did. The rest of us were ransacking the closet, looking for something, anything to defend ourselves with. Jessica and Ruth took out 2 chopping knives from the kitchen. Ben got some pepper spray he found in his bag. I found a metal bat, and Ernesto grabbed a pocket knife from his back pocket. Tim, who was tasked to call the police, said that the service was spotty and that he was having trouble getting through. I told him to hold on, that I would check my phone. Before I could even get to the living room, we heard a loud banging from the front door again. Ben's dad was trying to kick it down. After several more kicks, he kicked a big hole in the door and screamed he was going to kill all of us. The rest of my friends were all screaming. Before he could unlock the door, I ran over and approached him. I sprayed him in the eyes and nose with the pepper spray we had. His dad jumped back and screamed in pain, yelling all sorts of curses. Ben swung open the door and yelled at me, "Gianna, hit him!" I picked up the metal bat, swinging as hard as I could on his dad's head. His psycho dad fell on the ground then, not moving. We all ran back upstairs. We all worked together to barricade the door to one of the bedrooms. I remembered that Tim still had his phone. I asked to let me see it so I could dial 911. Luckily, that call managed to get through. I told them our situation, our location, and how many of us there were. The operator told us to stay in that barricaded room until the police arrived, that they would send a few officers to the scene. We hung up the call, but we realized that the door was so damaged that the psycho could now come in and nothing was stopping him. We sat in that room for what felt like an eternity until we heard sirens in the distance and we could see flashing lights from outside the cabin. There were about 5 police cars outside. Luckily, the sicko was still unconscious when police arrived. They took him away in handcuffs. When he woke up, he found himself in a cop car. The police then greeted us, asking us to give a statement. We told them everything we knew, everything that happened. They made sure we weren't injured. We were all untouched, luckily, but quite traumatized about what happened. It left us very shaken up, and we all wanted to go home. The cops stayed with us at the cabin until our parents came and picked us all up. Like I said in the beginning of the story, we live in a small town, and it didn't take us long for us to hear the news. We found out that Ben's father had somehow found out that I invited Ben to my birthday party at the cabin, and he had actually been planning to kill him and all of us. According to the police report, he was also hyped up on illegal substances when he tried to break into the cabin. Today, Ben has now been seeing his therapist, but I thank him and myself that day. If it wasn't for our quick thinking and reactions, we wouldn't be alive, and I'm so glad we made it out of those woods in one piece. The Forest by My Grandmother's Home. From False Shadow. This incident occurred around 4 years ago when I was 16 years old. It was on a chilly weekend in November. During that weekend, my sister and I stayed at my grandparents' house to look after her elderly dog and the house. My grandmother had gone to her sister's birthday celebration with her husband. My grandmother resided in an extremely rural area of Germany, and my sister and I were accustomed to staying there from our childhood. I vividly remember that location as an incredibly beautiful place, with dense green woods and serene spots, perfect for walks, hikes, or simply enjoying nature. The property transitioned seamlessly into the woods, devoid of fences or walls. Remember, this was in Germany, where bears or pumas weren't present, and the few wolves we had were gradually returning. Furthermore, this was in West Germany, nowhere near countries where moose might roam. The beauty of the woods in this region underwent a drastic change over the past decade due to the spread of the bark beetle. I'm not entirely certain if this is the correct name for it, as I've had to translate the name to help you understand. Consequently, large sections of the once lush and thick forests were felled, resulting in areas almost devoid of trees. However, the small yet dense woods near my grandma's house had been relatively spared, at least up to that point. During the mentioned weekend, I volunteered to walk the dog 3 to 4 times a day. This dog was my childhood companion, a large Rottweiler mix with an extraordinary bond and a mix of sweetness and guard dog instincts. Even at almost 15 years old, she could still discern good people from bad ones. On the Friday evening of that weekend, we bid farewell to my grandma and her husband. While my sister prepared some dinner, I took the dog for a walk around 7 in the evening. Given that it was November, darkness had already fallen about 2 hours earlier. Yet I felt comfortable in these woods, and I was accompanied by a large dog. So despite being a 16-year-old girl alone, I felt safe. Opting for the woods as our path, we embarked on a journey through an area I remembered from childhood, albeit not as vividly as other parts of that forest. As mentioned earlier, it was completely dark by then, and I'd picked up a habit from my grandmother of carrying a headlamp for walks in the dark. Since I tended to trip easily, that headlamp was practically a necessity. As we approached an unfamiliar part of the forest, where there were several ponds, I became cautious. I turned off the music, which I'd been playing in one ear up until then, to focus on the path. It was during that moment when I felt it, an emotion I'd never experienced before, one that I haven't felt since. It was a feeling of profound sadness and anger, emanating not from me, but from something unseen and unheard. The dog, usually a few steps ahead of me, sniffed at the ground, changing her behavior, because she then turned around, came to my side, ears perked and body tense. I held onto her collar, prepared to restrain her if she charged towards something or someone I could not see. Looking around, I spotted a small pond, mostly covered in algae. An odd kind of anger persisted from the direction of that pond, discouraging me from continuing forward, and instead urging me to flee. An intense urge to either vomit or run overwhelmed me, yet I remained frozen, like a deer caught in headlights. My dog, by my side, was likely experiencing similar emotions as she began to growl. In a strange twist of behavior, the dog's growling ceased, and she instead lowered her ears, tucking her tail between her legs and retreating backward along the path we had taken. While I was thinking about her odd reaction, the sound of someone crying reached my ears. I couldn't discern whether the cries belonged to a woman or a man. They conveyed intense sadness and anger, as though from a broken heart. Goosebumps covered my body, and I reminded myself to take a deep breath. With the feeling that someone might be in distress, I called out to them, asking if anyone out there needed some help. The crying grew louder, and from the change in volume, I could tell they had moved from behind the hedges and trees surrounding the pond. They circled around the pond and were now approaching along the path towards me. Although no one was in sight, based on the crying's position, I should have been facing them now. I remained there, petrified, still as a statue. Abruptly, the crying ceased, and the anger replaced the sadness. This sudden shift unfroze me, and, joining my dog in retreat, I slowly backed away. As soon as we turned a corner, obscuring the pond from view, the dog relaxed. We hastened home, and only upon leaving the forest did the oppressive sensation finally and fully lift. I chose not to disclose this experience to anyone, and in retrospect, I felt somewhat foolish. Perhaps it could have been kids playing a prank on me. It was only 7 p.m. after all, and there were houses about 500 meters away. But then, how did they achieve it? Using a Bluetooth speaker? I had a headlamp on, and I could see almost everything in front of me, and yet I could not find anyone. But a more pressing question lingered. How did they manage to evoke in me and the dog that sense of anger and sadness? Even more perplexing, how did they convince a massive Rottweiler mix to flee rather than confront whatever they were? During the following morning's walk, I lacked the courage to return to that spot. However, on the afternoon stroll, I ventured back with the dog. She behaved entirely normally, save for sticking closer to me than usual. Except for the absence of any birds, nothing strange occurred. We came back to that pond in particular. While the other ponds there boasted ducks, geese, and fish, that particular pond was almost devoid of life. possibly due to its overgrown state. However, numerous reasons could explain this, given that it was November. But I have no definitive explanation for what transpired, only countless theories. Of these, the one I find most plausible is that it was a type of forest spirit, neither malevolent nor benevolent, rather a guardian of the woods. It might accept human presence and their effects as long as they don't harm the forest. With the changes occurring in recent years, though, perhaps it has become distressed by the ongoing destruction of its home. Maybe I accidentally intruded upon its personal pond, its crying space, that night. Since then, my grandmother divorced her husband, not my grandpa, and moved to Münster, a major city in Germany. The dog mentioned in my story had to be euthanized the month after the incident due to her deteriorating health. I miss her immensely, especially every winter. I will likely never return to that place because, truthfully, with so much of that forest now gone, it no longer feels like the landscape of my childhood. I sincerely hope that not all of the once forested area will transform into construction sites. Hopefully, a substantial portion of the woods will be preserved. Strangest hiker I've ever met. From River Runs Through It. I used to live in Prince George, a small town in British Columbia's interior. While it is developed, it's very much remote. What you must know is that it's far out of the way, almost entirely surrounded by woods and rivers. After completing my diploma in natural resource management, I scored a position at Wilkins Regional as an assistant ranger. Somehow, this park was the most remote of all, considering it sits a few kilometers downriver from town itself. The job really wasn't too lucrative. It was only a seasonal position, and with minimal pay, though it suited me just fine. Given the nature of the work, it's more than fair to say it can be strange at times. The park during the on-seasons can feel isolationist if nobody's around. When the temperature begins changing and fog sinks in, it can get pretty atmospheric too. And of course, there's no shortage of large wildlife up here. Anything from wild dogs and coyotes to moose that look like darned dinosaurs whenever they're skulking about in low visibility. Mountain lion screeches remain up there with the unholiest of sounds on the planet, but nothing ever happened to me that was really and truly unexplained. Well, aside from the series of events I'm about to share with you. It began quietly. The presence of the local wildlife, like the ones I mentioned previously, died down over the course of 1 week. At first, it started with birdsong beginning later and later in the day, until eventually, there seemed to be none at all. The frequency of us having to negotiate all too friendly wild animals away from hikers and campers seemed to become lower. I remember the day when there was absolutely no animal activity. No sounds, no appearances. This was as the summer was nearing an end. Days were still long, and it was relatively warm. It seemed inexplicable. In juxtaposition to the decline of wild ambience, we had a rise of something else: pet disappearances. It was a common occurrence for individuals to come and walk their dogs, as the park was a great environment for that. There were 1 or 2 times throughout a bi-weekly period in which a canine would break away from their owners to chase down a forest critter. But suddenly we were getting massive amounts of reports of missing dogs on the daily. I remember nearly every single one of them. They would all say the same thing: their dog had been excited by something beyond the trees. They'd broken away from their leash and disappeared into the woods, barking and howling all the while. Throughout the second half of the week, we probably got 15 more cases like that. I can't disclose the recovery rate for them, but it wasn't good. There's only so much we can do for dogs that run off. Of course, with this sort of scale, I had a hunch something was up. I think my supervisor was bothered by it too, but she showed nothing outwardly, and so I tried to not let it get to me. That prelude aside, when I arrived at my position the following week, I met a very interesting character, and I don't say interesting lightly. As you could probably guess, Prince George is a relatively conservative town. During my stay there, it was by no means intolerant, but given the social norms present in such a development, it's easy to tell if someone isn't a local by the way they dress and act. That's why when I saw the guy outside of my posting, I could immediately tell he wasn't from around there. As I approached the building I was stationed at, one near a parking lot and overlooking both the river and two of the three primary trails of the park, I noticed him leaning against the building by the front entrance. He was skinny, like incredibly skinny for a man, with long silver hair that made little sense considering he was young, plus these flowing sleeve tattoos that were crazy in detail. He just had that look, the type to make you think, yeah, that guy is starring in a movie. I could even see they went up his arms and across his chest, only because of his bizarre outfit. It was this open, short-sleeved overcoat that wasn't thick enough to keep in any relevant amount of heat, and that was all, for the top at least. No shirt, no gloves, no hat. Half of his upper body was left exposed, and this is something incredibly uncommon for Prince George, because it's cold up there, even in the summer. Even with that, he's wearing some relatively normal dark pants and low tops. You might think that's a strange amount of detail, but he was so bizarrely out of place that I attentively observed him as I approached the door. As I came near, I noticed his attention was diverted to a small book he was reading in one hand. I couldn't tell you what the title was, as he immediately tucked it away as I came closer. Our first interaction began with him smiling, neatly, before greeting me with a, "Hello, Ranger." This I found interesting, firstly because no one's ever just called me Ranger, and secondly because I was bundled up in a large coat for the morning cold, my uniform obstructed, so he couldn't have known for sure who or what I was. But I suppose he could have guessed, since I was approaching the building at such an early hour. Anyway, I greeted him back, asking him what he was doing out so early. Keep in mind, it was just past 6 in the morning at the time, and natural light was next to zero. We were only lit up by a bulb attached to the ranger post. I also make it a point to ask him why he's so underdressed. I remember him specifically dodging the latter question though, instead only opting to answer the former. Like so many park goers the past week, he informed me that he'd lost a pet on one of our trails. I asked him when, but he said he wasn't sure. I remember him saying something along the lines of, "some days ago." Now, as anyone probably would, I found that answer strange. Typically, especially in an area filled with natural predators, if you lost your pet, you would report it to the rangers the day of, rather than waiting an unspecified amount of time. That, combined with this bizarre outfit, his seeming indifference to cold weather, and mannerisms, made me think something was wrong with the guy. I didn't really know what at the time. He didn't appear to be drunk or high as far as I could tell, which was quite the problem up there. He didn't seem threatening either. If anything, he was ironically well-spoken. Still, his story made very little sense. But I did my best not to act on judgment, and so I told him that once I opened the post up, I'd be happy to take a report. He didn't agree to that though. He proceeded to tell me that he would find the animal himself, going on to explain that the only reason he was waiting outside the post was to meet the ranger on duty. Weird, I know. We talked for a while, a quick conversation in which I found out his name was Adam. I remember asking him multiple times about his animal, insisting I file a report, but he refused to tell me anything. It was strange, because it wasn't like he was dodging my questions. More so, it was like he was constructing the conversation to avoid answering me without sounding awkward. Adam was very good at using his words. And they were archaic words, too. He was obviously young, but he spoke like an old man, with verbiage you'd think was lost to time. It reminded me of my grandfather in a strange way. Regardless, I did eventually catch on to his reluctance to divulge information, and it tripped further alarm bells that were already primed because of his out-of-place character. As if aware of this, he promptly informed me that he was heading off. He said he enjoyed our conversation and that we'd be seeing each other again soon. He began to walk away before offering me his hand, saying it was a pleasure to meet me. So I shook it, reluctantly. Part of me wanted to insist that he stayed and detail his missing pet, but the off-putting vibe coming from him led me to deciding not to stop him. Instead, I watched as he turned away, starting on his hike down the trail to look for his lost animal, once again producing the strange book from his interior coat pocket. It really was curious, the way he made his way down the trail in the low morning light, with his focus solely on his book, as if he knew perfectly where he was going. My morning duties proceeded after that. I mentioned Adam to my supervisor haphazardly, and they proceeded to give me an earful about how I can refuse the trails to individuals, especially if it's too dark to see where they're walking comfortably. She was right, and in hindsight I should have. But like I said, there was something very odd about the man that made me not want to interfere in his search for his pet. The day goes on, I remember it was our busiest day in terms of animal upset. We're talking upwards of 10 reports. At the end of my hours, my manager sat down with me and one other guy, my coworker with an identically junior role. She told us that she was genuinely concerned there was something causing the disappearance of pets along the trails. Naturally, the two of us were both like, a predator? But she didn't think so. The opposite, actually. She believed there might have been an uncommon late summer boom in the breeding season of rabbits or other small critters, things dogs would especially prey upon, which might have went unchecked by their local wild predators. And we both nodded. The idea made sense, I guess. Earlier that year in the spring months, we also had huge numbers of dogs running off trails, which is typically when you see rabbits in frenzy. So come the next day, me and the other assistant ranger were tasked with a population survey of rabbits and voles. Generally, for this kind of thing, visual observations of the creatures and their burrows worked well, though we also opted for some live trapping. Fortunately, my coworker got stuck with the deployment of those, so I was able to perform the more relaxing duty. After settling my radius, I headed off, and it was fairly uneventful. I followed one of the main trails halfway before branching off onto a coyote path, which cut over to this stream after maybe a kilometer. I'd been out of the post and on the trails quite a lot the past few days because of all the missing pets, but that day the air seemed different, a lot quieter. No bird song, no animals, just the lame buzz of insects. I was actually kind of disappointed. I'm a big fan of bunnies and thought it'd be cool to see a bunch hopping around, as we tend to only see them in the spring. But there were none that day. No voles either. I noted down the lack of regional population as I made my rounds, stopping by the stream to quickly catch my breath. I remember sitting down on this rock that was overlooking the water, plotting where to go next, when I heard this sound behind me. It was a feverish rustle, like an animal sprinting through tall grass. Quickly I turned, only to find nothing there. It was bizarre. As I looked, tall weeds had been parted as if something had been there, yet there was no visual trace of it. At the same time, there was this metallic smell in the air that filled my nostrils almost enough to make me gag. It was as pungent as a mouthful of pennies. Suddenly, I felt eyes on me. It's a feeling that's hard to place if you've ever lived in an area where you have to be careful of natural predators. I knew something was watching me. My mind was thinking cougar, although we hadn't seen evidence of one in the area in some time. So slowly I removed myself from that rock, standing up and flexing my shoulders. Loudly, I cleared my throat, giving a quick spin to make sure I didn't have my back to some creature. But it was weird. My instincts were screaming at me that something was there right behind me, ready to pounce, but I didn't see a thing. I looked and looked, then suddenly the feeling just vanished, and so did the smell. It just seemed to blink away, no dissipation, no fading out. Just there, then gone. I can't explain what tangible relief it was, as if a giant weight was literally removed from my chest. A sudden sound of someone muttering, "Dang it," caused me to turn once again. I see none other than Adam. He's standing there only 10 or so feet away from me. He was looking past me across the stream. Keep in mind, it's been a day and a half since I last saw him, and he was dressed in the exact same outfit. Still pretty stunned, I asked him what he was doing. He turns to me and gives me a slight smile, before saying, "Hello again, Ranger." Maybe it was the adrenaline pumping through my veins, because I thought I was being hunted seconds earlier, but I didn't really want to play games with him anymore. With an aggressive inflection, I looked at Adam and said that I wanted to know what he was doing, sneaking up on me this far away from the trail. Plainly, he said that he had no intention of sneaking up on me, and rather was trying to catch his pet. But he was too late. He went on to say that his pet had never gone so far as to elude him this long. And do note, he was describing the animal as an it. He complained that he'd be out of time soon, whatever that meant. So of course I'm like, well, if you filed a report, we'd be able to help you out. Then, with another smile, he said something along the lines of, "You've already helped me out tremendously." Then he looked past me over my shoulder once more. First, I thought he was staring at me, but then I followed his gaze, realizing he was looking across the stream in the next tree line, maybe 75 feet away. I see it then too. This large wolf. Now, wolves are bigger than dogs, so it was obvious it was no dog. However, this was bigger than the typical wolf, too. It was black and brown, peeking out from the trees. Maybe, I thought, I couldn't see it properly. It just looked absolutely massive. A dire wolf in every sense of the word. Instantly, I think, this has to be what I felt watching me earlier. I took a step back, keeping my eyes on it. I was scared if I looked away, it was going to come charging at me. As I paced backwards, Adam, with no concern at all, stepped past me, heading towards the animal. Once he passed the rock I was sitting on, the thing turned tail and took off into the woods. I heard him let out an exasperated sigh. With my breath sucked out of me, I managed to ask him if that infernal thing was his pet that he'd been talking about. We met eyes and he said nothing. He then turned away, pacing down past the rock as if he was going to cross the stream. So I looked on, watching him wade through the stream in his pants that were no doubt getting soaked. I quickly turned around, walking back to my post. I didn't know what to think of that interaction. Even to this day, I still have the mental image of that wolf staring at me across the way. I've only had to deal with a predator on 2 other occasions, and the way that animal looked at me was nothing like anything I've ever experienced. Even weirder than Adam himself. I didn't know what to think. What the heck was he doing going after that huge animal? I don't even recall how I rationalized it at the time. I think I convinced myself that what I'd seen was in fact a household dog, one of monstrous size somehow. But deep down I knew that that creature was not a domestic dog. In denial like I was, I didn't have the thought to report the animal, nor did I bother informing either my manager or my coworker what had transpired. Instead, I decided to take the day, because the anxiety from the situation turned into debilitating nausea that ensured I was not going to work comfortably. My manager was upset, namely because she had to take over my surveying duties, but she understood nonetheless. My shift had altered times on each Tuesday of the week. The next day I arrived at just past noon. The park was closed down for guests. The parking lot was largely closed off, with a few site-closed signs that I hadn't ever deployed myself in all my time there. When I entered the post, I was greeted by the other rangers, who informed me that the park trails had been shut down for the time being, in accordance with the extreme number of pet disappearances. I asked my manager how the survey went. She said that was the thing. She went on to tell me that, like I'd witnessed in my brief profile, she didn't find a single element of expected life. No predators, and no prey, let alone the dogs that hikers had lost. I could tell she was a little freaked out, and she continued to say that she hadn't seen an event like this since she started her career over a decade ago. She then told the both of us that she didn't have much of an idea what sort of event could be causing the disappearance of wildlife. Her new theory then was that it was something to do with ultrasonic machinery. In a nutshell, some local man-made installation going up nearby the park produced sounds which upset the animals and drove much of them out. Didn't make much sense to me, especially considering how far off we were from the city center, but I couldn't come up with anything better, and so we rolled with it. She said that she had requested an ecologist to come in, but they had to fly in from a neighboring city, and it would be a few days. In the meantime, the only duties we had were to walk up and down our park borders, searching for signs of any animal life, even though we all seemed to know there wasn't going to be any, an idea that was driven home by the fact that some of the previous day's live traps had already been checked, and they'd all come up empty. So my coworker and I set out to tackle an area that went untouched from previous day's work. If my supervisor's theory regarding an ultrasonic disturbance was correct, it was unpredictable just how far it could extend, and so we were checking the very edge of the park. The post had 2 UTVs, effectively rugged golf carts, attached to the location, and we both hopped into one. Now, I was still on edge from the bizarre encounter from the day before, but the sun was high in the sky, and the day was unreasonably warm, so I was feeling confident. My coworker, meanwhile, made it apparent that the lack of animals and disappearing pets was making him feel really freaked out. As we entered the vehicle, he explained he thought there was a poisoned water supply somewhere, and how he couldn't wait to get the ecologist in to make an assessment. I couldn't confirm or deny his theory. I did want to discuss Adam a little, though, and so without mentioning specifics, I asked him if he had met any odd characters on the park trail. As he drove, he didn't take his eyes off the road, but he did ask, "Like who?" I went on to describe how I'd seen Adam a few times in the park. I forced a laugh as I told him about the weird encounter, but I didn't bring up the wolf. Not yet. As I finished, my coworker paused for a moment, stopping the acceleration of the UTV so we could better hear each other. He then admitted he had seen Adam too. He went on to tell me that the day prior, apparently coinciding just after my run-in with him by the stream, which seemed impossible because my coworker was on the exact opposite side of the park, almost 40 minutes away on foot, Adam had appeared behind him suddenly as he was deploying a trap, before saying something that made no sense. My coworker described it as Shakespearean. He asked Adam what he was doing out there, and he said he was simply hiking, trying to find his lost pet. My coworker says that he felt there was something off about the guy, more so than the bizarre outfit and tattoos. I said I knew what he meant, and he went on to describe it perfectly. It was like he was displaced, both in location and era. His speech was outdated and old, just like it had been with me, and he'd pull quotations out of nowhere from people my coworker could not recognize. He continued with his story, telling me that wasn't the weirdest part. He said that when he asked Adam about what kind of pet he was looking for, and whether he'd file a report, their conversation was interrupted by an insanely loud, ear-splitting howl. Even though it sounded canine, he was convinced it was a mountain lion because of the volume and ferocity. He immediately assessed his position, looking around and seeing nothing. Meanwhile, Adam didn't lose his relaxed demeanor. He said something along the lines of, "Sounds close by, doesn't it? I'd best be going then." and he strolled away, leaving my coworker alone in the park with his traps. Of course, after hearing that, I interjected, talking about the wolf I saw at last, which Adam all but said was his pet. My coworker was like, "So, some freaky tatted up dude dressed in shambles is chasing his pet timber wolf around our park." I chuckled a bit. It was relaxing because I had the whole thing wrapped up in my head, but discussing it with my coworker made me feel so much better about it. But still, it was weird. We began to theorize if Adam and his pet were somehow related to the disappearances of the local wildlife, but we could not come up with anything concrete. The way we both had near identical experiences with the guy was beyond odd. My coworker begins to drive again. We arrive at the edge of the park. Not a lot happened, though. We didn't see Adam again, nor did we see any animal of any kind. Eerie quiet seemed to permeate every single space in the forest, save the few flying insects that buzzed around. There were simply no animals, no droppings either. At one point, we did find a burrow that, from the size of it, was likely housing a fox at one point, but no occupant was present. After surveying and noting down as much as we could, not that there was much to note down at all, we returned to the UTV, making our way back to the office. When we returned, we informed our manager of the lack of activity and turned in our reports. She was disappointed, informing the both of us that, with the park closed down, we could take the rest of the day off if we wanted to. Of course, we both did. After all, the park had become so creepy with the absence of life. That night was boring, and I went to bed early. Come morning, I texted my supervisor, wondering if she needed me to come in that day. She didn't respond right away. When it was nearly time to leave, she still hadn't let me know, and so I decided to go ahead anyway. I got there despite all the closed signs being up. I noticed a car parked outside my post, a police car of all things. I get there to find my coworker already talking to an officer. There's this smell, absolutely awful coppery stink in the air, which I wrinkled my nose at. My coworker gives me this look, and I immediately know something has happened. So the cop re-explains what he was saying to the other ranger. Tragic story short, our manager had been in that morning and was mauled by a wild animal. The officer didn't tell us what animal it was, though the implication was a cougar. Of course, we're both caught off guard, super freaked out. At that point in time, she was in bad condition and had already been transported to the local hospital after making the call to authorities herself, which was darned impressive. He tells us that within the next few hours, wildlife control would be up there to find the thing. After a bit more, the officer left. Of course, I'm heartbroken, but at the same time I'm puzzled. Her being attacked by a cougar seemed to imply animals were in the area, which was entirely the inverse to everything we'd seen the past few days. The two of us stuck around, waiting for the authorities to show up. We wanted to know how they were planning to trap the thing. I wasn't really sure, but we both remained in case our assistance was required. Since the attack happened so close to the post, we were expecting them to capture and euthanize it. I remember finishing my first cup of coffee that morning when the front door to the post opened. My coworker, who was just outside the post, came in with a bewildered look on his face. He looked at me. Immediately, I knew something was wrong, so I stood up. He informed me that Adam was outside, and he had a friend. Together, we headed outside of the post. There he was. He sat casually a few meters away from the post, seated neatly on grass just bordering the parking lot. What shocked both of us was that next to him was this puppy. The thing was tiny and obviously quite young, though it bared an eerie resemblance to the wolf I'd seen previously, with its jet black fur and brown highlights. It stirred as if waking from our presence and glared at me with these intense eyes that were identical to those from that large animal. Seeing us, Adam approached, tugging on a black rope that I'd only just then realized was leashed around the small animal. He smiled at us, and before either of us had a chance to speak, he began. "I apologize about the trouble, Rangers. I finally caught my pet and we shall be leaving." And so seeing the little dog, we're both like, "That's the pet you meant?" But he ignored us before going on. "I'm sorry about the woman. The distraction was everything I needed. Rest assured she will recover." We knew he was referring to our manager. We asked for clarification, but he waved his hand and went on. "The wildlife should return swiftly. I wish the both of you luck in your duties, and thank you once again for your assistance." He turned to leave then, and we both looked at each other puzzled, wondering if we should go after him. I kid you not, the moment I took a step forward, rain fell. The most instantly harsh rain I'd ever seen. Like all at once, the air switched from relatively dry humidity to thundering sheets of rain. Quickly, we both stepped back a few feet, hiding under the awning, and as we did, I saw Adam, who wasn't at all fazed by the rain. He turned back and waved at us once more before continuing down the path, one leading into the woods, mind you, not back to town. I never did see Adam again. I'm happy to report my manager made a full recovery, though she did end up quitting shortly after. Fast forward a few weeks after that, and I'd quit too. The park animals did come back, just as Adam said they would. Over the course of a few days, all the natural wildlife I'd come to expect grew populous again. Unfortunately, we didn't see too many of those household pets come back. Suffice to say, Adam will remain the strangest hiker I've ever met. Camper Nightmare. From Anonymous. My family and I had been planning this camping trip for months. It was going to be our big summer vacation, a week spent in nature, sleeping in our camper and enjoying the great outdoors. My wife, Joyce, and I have 2 kids, a 12-year-old son named Tyler, and a 9-year-old daughter named Amy. The kids were so excited for this trip, and so were we. It had been a few years since our last camping vacation, and we were all ready for a break from the hustle of daily life. We packed up the camper and hit the road early Saturday morning. Our destination was a campground about 4 hours from home, one we'd stayed at a few times before. It was nice because it had a lake for swimming and fishing. It also had hiking trails and was generally pretty secluded, while still having some working utilities. After stopping for lunch along the way, we soon arrived at the campground in the mid-afternoon. We checked in, found our campsite, and got everything set up. Right away, the kids went to go explore, so we let them ride their bikes around while Joyce and I organized the camper, getting our outdoor kitchen ready for dinner. Before long, the mouth-watering scent of grilled burgers filled the air. As the sun began to set, we ate our dinner and roasted marshmallows over the fire. The dark woods surrounding our campsite was peaceful. The only sounds were the crackling fire, the occasional call of a bird, and my family's voices and laughter. Before long, the kids began to yawn, worn out from a day of travel and adventure. We got them ready for bed in the camper. After that, Joyce and I sat by the fire for a bit, before turning in ourselves. The next morning, we woke up ready for a full day of activities. After a quick breakfast, we walked down to the lake to do some fishing. The kids got bored of that pretty quick, so they played in the shallow water near shore, while Joyce and I cast our lines. We didn't have any luck, maybe because the kids were playing in the water, but we enjoyed the tranquil morning. When we got back to the campsite, we decided it was time for a hike. There were a few different trails leading from the campground into the woods. We chose one that was listed as a family-friendly spot, and it would take us a few hours. The forest there was dense and beautiful. Tyler led the way while Amy picked wildflowers. Joyce and I held hands, taking in the sights and sounds. About halfway through the hike, We came across an old abandoned cabin. It looked as if it had been empty for years, with a crumbling chimney and caved-in roof. Amy wanted to explore it, but I thought it wasn't safe. We paused there to have a snack before continuing on the trail. Something about that cabin gave me the creeps. I felt relief when it was out of sight behind us. The afternoon flew by. We left the woods and went for a swim, played some card games, took naps in the camper. Before we knew it, the sun was getting low, and it was time to make dinner. Hot dogs and beans were enjoyed over laughter and campfire smoke. There's nothing better than that. As the sky darkened, I noticed the woods seemed eerily quiet, like all the animals had suddenly disappeared. Or maybe they were hiding from something. A chill ran down my spine, despite the heat of the fire. The kids must have noticed, too, because Tyler said, "It's creepy out here tonight, huh?" Joyce and I glanced at each other with unease. Soon we were all ready to head inside the camper for the night. As we got up to go inside, a shrill scream pierced the silence from somewhere deep in the woods. The kids shrieked and grabbed onto us. Joyce gasped. "What was that?" The scream sounded again, even closer and more blood-curdling. My protective instincts kicked in. "Get inside, now," I ordered. We rushed into the camper, and I locked the door behind us. We huddled anxiously in the back, waiting. The screams echoed once more, then went quiet. We stayed awake all night, listening, but didn't hear the screams again. None of us got much sleep. When morning light finally crept in, we were relieved, yet still unnerved. Over a quick breakfast, we discussed packing up and leaving early, but the kids begged to stay one more night, promising not to wander too far from the campsite. Joyce and I reluctantly agreed, but we said we'd leave first thing in the morning, whether the kids liked it or not. We spent that day sticking close to our campsite. I kept getting a creeping sensation that we were being watched from the woods. The family that occupied the neighboring campsite had apparently packed up and left sometime during the night when they had too heard the screams. I didn't blame them one bit. As the sun began to set, I noticed a distant rumbling of thunder. Dark clouds were approaching. A summer storm was rolling in. We ate a quiet dinner, then went inside the camper, hoping to wait out the storm. The wind began to howl, lightning flashing brighter, thunder booming louder, and then the heavy rain started to pelt down. The storm soon became the least of our worries. Over the torrential downpour, a noise arose from the woods. At first it was barely audible, but it steadily grew louder, more pronounced. A ghastly moaning echoed around us, accompanied by the sounds of snapping branches and underbrush being trampled. My family cowered in the camper, terrified. "What is it? What's out there?" Amy whimpered through tears. I don't know, honey," Joyce replied shakily. "Your father and I will protect you, okay?" I clutched my shaking hands into tight fists, ready to defend my family from whatever evil lurked in those dark trees. The awful moaning and trampling grew deafeningly close before stopping just at the edge of our campsite. We held our breaths, bracing for attack. Suddenly, a bright light flashed outside the camper window, blinding us. A bullhorn squealed, "Come out with your hands up!" We stumbled out of the camper, stunned to see two police officers approaching us, guns aimed warily at the tree line. "There is a dangerous animal on the loose, one that we've been tracking," one explained. "Please quickly pack up so we can escort you to safety." We didn't have to be told twice. We rushed to pack everything into the camper while keeping an eye out for whatever animal had been stalking us. Soon we were driving away, flooded with relief. The kids fell asleep almost instantly after the terrifying ordeal. Once we felt safely far away, Joyce turned to me and whispered, Next year, I say we just go to the beach." I wholeheartedly agreed. We never did return to those woods, and to this very day I wonder what kind of animal the police were tracking. Not one more night. From Morrington, 88. Last month, my girlfriend Ella and I decided to go camping at Mount Shasta. We're both into hiking and stargazing, so it seemed like the perfect romantic getaway. We drove up there on a Friday afternoon, found a nice, secluded spot to set up our tent, and settled in as the sun started to go down. The woods got totally dark, and all you could see were millions of stars in the sky. It was so beautiful and peaceful, listening to the wind in the trees and the river flowing nearby. We cooked up some hot dogs in the fire pit. We then cuddled up in our sleeping bags, Ella using my chest as a pillow. I'm not sure what time it was when I suddenly woke up. I heard people walking around outside the tent, their footsteps crunching on the twigs and dirt. There were hushed voices too, but I couldn't make out the words. My heart started to race. Who would be out here in the middle of the night, in someone else's campsite? The footsteps circled the tent once, then again. The voices kept whispering. I remained frozen, staring wide-eyed at Ella, who was now awake and silent too. We were both petrified, just lying there, clutching each other silently. After a long and stressful while, the footsteps finally stopped near where Ella was sleeping. Then someone leaned against the tent wall right by her head. I swear I could hear them breathing. A million scary thoughts went through my mind. Were we about to get attacked? Robbed? Kidnapped? Every muscle in my body was tense. After leaning against the tent for a few more moments, I heard whoever it was finally walk away. Ella and I just lay there clutching each other, hardly daring to even breathe. My heart continued to pound. I kept listening for more footsteps, but it stayed quiet. Eventually, I started to relax, thinking maybe they were gone for good now. But then, I heard multiple sets of footsteps approaching again. They stopped near Ella's side of the tent once more. Pressing up against the wall, some person started to slowly drag their fingers across it. Back and forth, they squeaked across the fabric. I realized with horror they must be drawing some kind of symbol or picture. But why? What were they doing? This went on for too long before the group finally retreated back into the woods. The sky was just starting to get light as Ella and I waited, still frozen, still scared, waiting for any sign or sound that they had returned. But we heard nothing except some birds chirping. As soon as it was fully bright out, we hurriedly crawled from the tent, looking around frantically. The camping area looked the same, but as I did a wider sweep, I noticed strange symbols carved into several of the trees. There were also odd markings traced in the dirt around the fire pit. We went to check the spot on the tent where the person had been standing for so long, drawing. We found something. Right at Ella's head level was a symbol painted on the outside of the tent in what looked horribly like blood. I didn't recognize the symbol at all. Some odd crisscrossing lines and a sort of star shape in the middle. After seeing that, we threw all our gear hurriedly into the car and sped back down the mountain, terrified. Who were these people? What did they want with us? We drove straight to the nearest ranger station. We told them what had happened. The ranger's expression turned grim when we described the symbol left on the tent, which was 4 circles and a cross in the middle. He said another couple camping at Mount Shasta a few weeks back had come to him with a similar story. Footsteps, whispering voices surrounding their tent at night, waking up to strange symbols carved and drawn everywhere. Against the ranger's strong advice, That couple had decided to stay another night in a different spot, thinking it was just a creepy prank. However, the man returned the next day, alone, his wife gone. He said his wife had been dragged screaming from their tent in the night and vanished into the dark woods. Days of searching by rangers and police turned up no trace of the woman, except for her torn night clothes a few miles from the campsite. The ranger we spoke to said he suspected occult activity based on the symbolism found at both campsites. My blood ran cold. Had we accidentally stumbled onto some kind of ritual grounds? Were they going to try to abduct us too? In the following weeks, neither Ella nor I could get the terrifying experience out of our heads. I tried searching online for references to the symbol left on our tent, thinking I could at least glean some meaning from it. But I found nothing in any occult databases, no matches to satanic or pagan rituals. Ella suffered horrible vivid nightmares, where robed and hooded figures emerged from the woods at night to drag us away into the dark. I could barely sleep for a while either, constantly feeling watched whenever I went outside, even in broad daylight. What did these people want from us? Who or what are they worshipping out there? It all remains a chilling mystery. But one thing's for sure. Evil lurks in those woods, claiming innocent lives. Crazy Woman on Holiday, from Maasai Riot. Something happened a few weeks ago that I still can't explain. I woke up feeling groggy after a hard day at work, but since it was Saturday, I took my time getting out of bed when my phone suddenly rang. It was my brother. I answered and immediately heard, "Hey, how are you doing?" With my groggy head, I replied, "Man, I just woke up. What's up?" He replied after laughing, "Okay, bro, so we both don't have anything to do this weekend, right?" I answered, "Yeah, I know. Do you have a plan? Sounds like that's why you might have called me." He then replied, "Yep, we're both free for the weekend, and the old man is free anyway because he's retired. So why don't we guys just go have a good time in Germany on a beer tour?" Sounded fun to me, so of course I agreed. We scheduled the trip, and a few days later, we were off driving to Germany. On the drive there were loads of laughs and drinks. We were thoroughly enjoying the trip. One photo after another, capturing moments of a man in his 70s traveling with his sons, all of us living in the moment. Days were spent indulging in beer and fun, until we arrived at a hotel near the Black Forest. That's where an ex of mine apparently happened to work. Upon entering the hotel, Jenny immediately recognized me. She ran towards me and wrapped her arms around my neck. Pulling back slightly, I looked her in the eye and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, Jenny, you look great." My dad and brother exchanged odd looks, prompting me to explain, This is Jenny from way back at the camping site we used to frequent when I was young. You remember, Dad." Jenny chuckled and explained that her husband owned the hotel, meaning she did too, and she declared that we'd all earned free drinks for the night. We thanked her wholeheartedly and indulged in a wild night of drinking. My dad was the first to retire to bed, followed by my brother after a couple more drinks. Before taking off, my brother handed me a key to one of the rooms, saying, "It's all yours, man." As I took it from him, my attention was drawn to a stunning young woman with black hair who kept her gaze downward. Jenny warned me about her, saying, "I knew a girl like her would capture your attention, but let me warn you, sweetie. She and her friends can be bad news." I turned to Jenny and asked, "What do you mean by that?" She took a shot of Jaeger, fixing me with a serious look as she explained, "There's word that she and her friends are in a coven, and, well, the Black Forest is nearby." Finishing the last bit of my rum, I responded, "Well, if you remember me as well as you did when we were together, you know how I feel about those things." Jenny's demeanor changed. She grabbed me by the arm and insisted, "Trust me on this. You know my feelings have always been right." Sighing, I conceded. "I know, but you also know me." She smiled, handed me the key to the hotel, kissing my forehead, and admitted, "I'll let you stay here free forever if you manage to survive this night with her." With that, she guided me towards the black-haired girl and we struck up a conversation. As we shared our interests over drinks, she invited me to join her and her friends for a trip into the Black Forest. I paid for her orders, and we made our way into the woods. Upon reaching the forest, she sprinted ahead like a wild animal in pursuit of fresh prey, leaving me struggling to keep up. Eventually, I actually lost sight of her. At that point, I was surrounded by darkness. I called out her name, and eventually I heard a giggle. That was odd, so I quickly took cover in some foliage. I remained still until the giggles ceased. Only then did I emerge from my hiding place. I spotted this flickering light. I was drawn towards it, though I would soon regret this decision. As I approached, I realized that something was amiss. 8 women stood in a circle around a large fire, and among them was the black-haired girl I was meant to be with, holding an unmoving cat. The women began chanting something, leaving me initially stunned, but I managed to regain my senses. Considering fleeing back to the hotel, I took a step back, but accidentally stepped on a branch, causing it to crack. All the women turned their attention to me, and the forest grew silent. Suddenly, they erupted into screams in unison. Panicking, I turned and sprinted back to the hotel, their screams hauntingly trailing behind me. Upon reaching the familiar streets, the screaming ceased, but I continued to run until I made it back to the hotel. Using my key, I entered my room without hesitation. An hour later, there was a loud banging on my door that jolted me awake. Peering through the peephole, there stood the same black-haired girl, her face now contorted with horrific anger. And I swear her eyes turned red as she stared at me, her demonic voice demanding,
"Open up now."
Somehow, something compelled me to comply. I opened the door, and she rushed into the room, her face inches from mine as she uttered in that horrifying voice,
"You saw nothing, and you'll let me keep walking your plane."
Stepping back into the hallway, she remained unblinking, her black hair obscuring everything but her eyes. Suddenly, the front door slammed shut, but when I looked through the peephole again, she was gone. The following day, I recounted the night's events to Jenny, and she arranged for a new room for me. I did encounter the black-haired girl again a few more times, but it was as though the fateful night had never happened to her. I never told my brother nor my dad about the incident, but I believe that the black-haired girl was part of a coven and that she was possessed that night. Peaceful night ends in me shooting a skinwalker. From Snowboy382. I'm 27, and I have a background in public safety and private security. My family has a long history of dealing with the occult, too. On the English side of my family, I have a great aunt who was a black witch and necromancer. On top of that, I have a dozen or so Wiccans in the family. On my Cherokee side, I have a couple of long-deceased medicine men and shamans. This happened back in 2019 when I was 23. I live in Washington State, and at the time I lived near Mount St. Helens, known for Bigfoot sightings. I had a stressful day at work and just started my weekend, so I decided to indulge myself in some night driving through the woods. It's an activity I'd recently discovered, and I found it helped me clear my head. Due to my line of work, I'm always armed, and this time was no exception. As I drove deep into the woods, I came across a vehicle with its hazard lights on. I drove past, mostly to assess the situation. Now, I do admit I was a bit paranoid about this. I'd recently listened to a podcast about someone helping a stranded car and getting ambushed. After my first pass, I could see it was one man and no one else around. so I decided to stop and help. I let him hitch a ride with me, and after getting to a spot with cell service, we parted ways. I felt good about my good deed. I wanted to grab my friend Bill and drive around some more, so I turned around and started to make my way back to town. I came across a bridge I'd crossed many times before, but something felt different this time. While crossing the bridge, I noticed a hole in the chain link fence and a strange new sound. I stopped and got out to listen. The sound resembled something big and metallic being dragged across concrete, and as I listened, I could faintly feel the bridge under my feet shift. Weirded out, I approached the hole in the fence, noticing that it looked like it had been ripped open from the outside of the bridge. Not like when someone is repairing a section and unhooking it. No, I mean it looked like something had stuck its hands through and ripped it into a circular hole. I continued to approach the fence and pulled out my flashlight, streamlight for the win. Once I got to the hole, I leaned out to see into the ravine below. It was there I saw a large barrel-shaped traffic cone perfectly placed about 150 feet below. After staring at it for a couple of minutes, trying to understand why it was there, that's when it happened. The sound grew louder, then stopped abruptly. From the underside of the bridge, I saw a large white hand with what looked to be razor-sharp claws reach up and grab the side of the bridge, followed by another hand, then the head. The head of it was slim and long, with small black pin-like eyes similar to those of a shark. The mouth was a small horizontal slit that remained closed until it let out a hiss almost like a whisper. I could feel its breath on me. That's when reality set in, and I realized this wasn't just in my head. Out of pure reflex, I managed to put my flashlight back into its holster and draw my sidearm. I turned on the light on my weapon, streamlight again. I started to fire at the creature, and yet it kept climbing up the side of the bridge, completely unfazed. I backed up toward my car while it continued to approach. I emptied my second magazine when I reached the car, just 12 feet away. I reloaded and peeled out of there. As I drove away from it, I saw it retreat back through the hole it had almost crawled through. The creature was somewhere between 10 to 13 feet tall, making me no match for it at all. On the drive back to town, I sat in my car in silence, replaying the event in my head over and over again. When I just started to drive away, I noticed I was only on the next song on my playlist. That would mean the encounter lasted roughly 6 minutes, but I'll tell you now, it felt like it lasted a lifetime. Once I was back in town, I grabbed a bigger gun and my friend Bill. When he got into the passenger seat, I told him the whole story. He was a believer in the supernatural like me, but he had never had any of his own real experiences to speak of. After I finished the tale, he seemed excited to see what this thing was and where it was. After an hour's drive, we made it back to the bridge, but the creature was gone. However, all along the bridge, my spent casing served as proof to him and a reminder for me. Fast forward 5 months, I had a girlfriend then named Nicole. I believe she was sensitive to the other side. One day it was Bill, Nicole, and I driving through the woods, heading towards the same bridge. I began to tell the story to Nicole, and she was intrigued. By this point, I'd learned about skinwalkers and the legends behind them. I thought that thing I saw was one of them. After all, the area around Mount St. Helens is steeped in native lore and legends. As we drew near the bridge, I saw Nicole starting to go pale. She began to shake as if the car was freezing. The closer we got, the worse she became. Interestingly, we never told her about the bridge or how far we were from it. As we crossed the bridge, Nicole almost had a meltdown. We also discovered something strange. Flowers woven into the fence around that hole. That's when I made a realization. The barrel. I told them I thought the barrel was there to mark where they found a body. A wave of sadness and relief washed over the car. While leaving and discussing it further, I proposed a theory. If these things can manipulate people, what if it lured someone there, and then that person got pulled through the hole? That peace we felt was then consumed by rage and even fear. It rocked us to our core. It felt as if we had angered the devil himself. The forest felt changed that night, becoming much less inviting and more dark and ominous. When we parted ways that night, Nicole drove home to Portland. It seemed like the creature had left a spiritual brand on her, which followed and affected her mental state for months to come. Strange occurrences at my friend's graduation party. From Snapping Thrag. This is a story of something that happened to me in the middle of the night at a friend's graduation party a few years back. I don't really have any sort of explanation for what happened, but I hope deep down that I let myself get scared by some thunder. However, I know in my heart that can't be the case. So I live out in the country in rural western New York. Many of my friends live even farther out into the country than I do. One of these friends, who I'll call Eric, had his high school graduation party at his house, which was basically in the middle of nowhere. This party dragged on into the early hours of the next morning, and Eric had gotten sick of making awkward small talk with parents and teachers, so he suggested we all sneak away from the adults and go swimming in his pond. About 8 of us total agreed, driving down the road a few miles to the pond he was talking about. To give you a picture of where we were, imagine a hill big enough and steep enough that it takes about 5 minutes to walk down. At the bottom of this hill is a small clearing with a pond and a shed. The clearing is surrounded on the other 3 sides by woods, and on the other side of the hill is miles of Amish country. We parked our cars next to a barn at the top of the hill. Then we made our way down to the clearing. After we'd all stripped down to our underwear, we swam out to a small floating dock in the center of the pond. We spent an hour or 2 swimming around, trying to flip the dock and whatnot. It was a cloudy night, which rendered it almost pitch black out, to the point where I could not make out the details of anyone around me. Basically, they were all just gray shapes, and if I hadn't known them by their voices, I would have never been able to tell them apart. It was at that moment that Eric decided to tell all of us about some of the massive fish they'd just stocked the pond with the week before. One of our friends has a serious phobia of swimming with fish. He began to freak out, making a mad dash for the shore, flailing, splashing, and hyperventilating loudly as he went. Each of us took turns telling Eric what a jerk he'd been as we swam after our panicking friend. We managed to calm him down. Then we decided to call it a night. One by one, each of us put our clothes back on and drove home until just Eric and I were left. I couldn't find my car keys. Eric asked if everything was okay, and I didn't want to embarrass myself, so I told him I was just going to be another minute or 2, as I just wanted to answer a text. I told him he could just go ahead and drive home. And he did, leaving me there at the barn. As soon as he was out of sight, I turned on my phone flashlight, making my way back down the hill to look for my keys at the spot where I'd taken off my clothes. About a minute or 2 into looking, there was this loud boom, like a crack of thunder, that came from deep within the woods. Figuring that thunder was all it was, I continued my search until a minute or 2 later, when I heard the same exact sound again. Now I need to make it clear. What I heard was not a second boom. It was the same boom, repeated. The 2 sounds were exactly the same in every way, like a recording being played back. I kept looking until I'd heard the 3rd and 4th booms. It was only at that point that I was starting to realize this wasn't thunder. All the booms were the exact same sound, and they were coming at even intervals, to the point I was able to predict when they would happen. I was also starting to notice they were getting louder, like whatever was making those sounds was getting closer. Starting to get freaked out, I turned and made my way back up the hill. I was hoping my keys were somewhere near my car, and I figured in the worst case scenario, I would just wait out this thunderstorm and go back down to look afterwards. On the way up the hill, I began to notice that not only were the booms getting louder, but the amount of time between each boom was becoming uniformly smaller every time. The whole thing was weird, unnatural. I only spent a minute or two searching the ground for my keys before the booms got so loud they triggered something in me like fight or flight. I locked myself into my car, hoping to wait out the storm. At this point, there were only 30 seconds or so between each boom. They were loud enough that I was instinctually lifting my hands about halfway to my head, as if to cover my ears each time. Not knowing what else to do, and fully freaked out, aware that this could not have been thunder, I started to frantically search for my keys, praying I'd left them in my car somewhere. By then, the booms were deafening, and so close together, it was almost just a constant buzz of noise. The next boom would start before the current one was finished echoing. I couldn't even hear my own panicked thoughts as I suddenly noticed the blue fabric of my lanyard sticking out from under the seat. I grabbed the keys, jamming them into the ignition, thankful to be out of this mess. Just as I put the car into drive, came the final boom. This last boom was easily twice as loud as the one before it. So loud, it felt like something was physically moving around inside my skull. The car shook, the headlights flickered out, then back on, and I could hear the windows rattling as the echoes died down. After that last boom, everything went back to normal. I sped down the country road until I was 2 towns away. I then slowed down to the legal speed limit, then drove home. The following day, I asked a few of the other partygoers, as well as Eric, if they'd heard those booming sounds and what they might be. But nobody had noticed any sort of booming sounds or thunder at all that night. Looking into it, I've been unable to find anything that suggests there was even a thunderstorm that night. For all I know, this experience was uniquely mine. It was just me and my car, alone in the woods in the middle of the night, with some loud and unnatural disembodied sounds playing on repeat. The chainsaw masked its footsteps. From Neurotica Rampage. This story happened back in the year of 2012. I was working as what best could be described as a lumberjack, up in the mountains, many miles from anything that could be remotely described as civilization. My crew had been hired by the government to clear trails and cut fire breaks. For anyone who doesn't know, a fire break is basically clearing the forest floor of dead debris, so that if a fire does start out from a lightning strike or a careless camper, then the fire has a tougher time jumping between trees. Anyway, my crew and I had left the closest town, which was about 2 hours away, at 6 a.m. A couple of hours later, we arrived at the job site. It was a crisp late spring morning, made even more crisp by the altitude of the mountain we'd found ourselves on. We were a crew of 8, 4 running chainsaws, 4 dragging limps. After we checked our saws and fueled them up, we started walking through the woods, where we'd left off the day before. The morning passed us by at a brisk pace. We'd been there for almost 2 months by then, and the finish line was in sight. We were all pushing ourselves to get this done so we could move on to the next job. That and the government contract we had was slowly ticking closer to the deadline. By midday, we'd all kind of wandered off on our own paths, hitting the various spots that we might have overlooked the first time around, just doing a final cleanup of the particular area. By then, we were so far away from one another, the last time I'd seen another crewmate had been an hour or so. The only indication that there was even anybody out there with me was the faint screaming of chainsaws off in the distance. I'd stopped for a moment in a small patch of trees and brush and was cutting up some of the deadfall. After about 5 minutes, I stopped my chainsaw, standing there for a moment. Something felt off. It's really hard to explain all this time later. It would have been almost as hard to explain then, to be honest. But unless you've been in the situation yourself, it's just difficult to express the feeling you get when there's something inside of you screaming, "You are in danger." It's a primal feeling built into us, and even though we live in a day and age where it's not so often needed, it's still there, still inside all of us. So I stopped and whirled around, but I saw nothing, just aspens and pines swaying in the breeze. I stood there and collected myself for a few minutes until my heavy breathing subsided. Then I heard a voice coming from the top of a hill that made me jump. "Hey, come on, it's time for lunch." My boss stood at the crest of the hill, waving at me. I set my chainsaw next to an old tree stump, so I didn't have to lug it all the way back with me. I then made my way up the hill. On the way back to the truck, my boss and I made some small talk. "I was watching you for a minute or two down there," he said. "The saw acted like it was running all right. Did you run out of gas when you stopped, or was there an issue?" "No," I said. "No issue, just giving it a rest for a minute." "Good," he spoke, slightly relieved. "I'd be pretty mad if I spent all that money getting it fixed, just so it could break on us all the way out here." "Nope, running like a dream," I said back. 15 minutes later, and we were all back at the truck, eating and talking, just having a pretty decent day in general. The crew I was with was a really great group of guys, and we all liked one another, which definitely made the jobs go by easier. After my decadent lunch of Vienna sausages, potato chips, and water, I grabbed a small gas can to refuel my saw, and a few tools for maintenance. I then started making my way back towards where I left off. Wait up! My boss walked over, packing a saw. "Hey, I'll walk with you down there. I need to walk the boundary and make sure we went far enough." "Yeah, sure. You just want to ruin my after-lunch nap," I said, jokingly. "Oh, glad to know I'm not the only one that does that. Now I don't feel so lazy," he joked back. After another 15 minutes, we were back down the hill heading towards the grouping of trees where I'd left off. There we were, both met with quite the sight. On the ground, at the exact spot I left my saw, was nothing but several miscellaneous pieces of it. My boss rushed over to the spot to investigate. I was quick on his heels. He was cursing the whole way there. He could get very creative with his cursing when the occasion called for it. "What kind of darned fool," he said, before he got quiet for a moment and looked at me. "You were here. You saw where I left it when we walked away for lunch. You know it wasn't me," I said. I know, he said, shaking his head. I just don't understand why. Heck, just steal the dang thing. Why would they go through this trouble to destroy it?" He sat there for a few more moments in disbelief, before turning to talk to me again. "Well, I guess now I gotta go get a hold of the cops." He turned back to look at the mess. "Or whoever's gonna come all the way up here. Keep on cutting. Don't let this one out of your sight." My boss handed over his chainsaw to me. He then turned around and started to walk at a brisk pace back towards the truck. At this point, I was unnerved, to say the least. Between the feeling that came over me earlier, and now this vandalism of my chainsaw, I didn't exactly want to be out here by myself any longer. After a minute of once again getting my nerves under control, I grabbed all my supplies and I walked to the next area. I started to cut. Only about 150 yards away, I came across another small spot we'd missed, so I got back to it. For the next hour or so I worked, cutting up limbs and picking up broken branches off the ground, stacking them into neat piles away from the trunks of any trees. My saw ran out of gas once again, and I put it down. At this point, the creeping dread started crawling up my spine again. The silence in that forest was deafening once the saw was shut down. I had acute awareness of every single tiny noise, or the lack thereof, and it made me shiver. I felt a presence all too close to me, and I froze in place. After building up my courage, I spun around to see still nothing. I sat down, fueling up the chainsaw. I wiped my face with a rag that I had in my back pocket. I'm losing it, I thought. But at the same time, the memory of the broken chainsaw seemed to linger, a reminder telling me that no, I was not losing it. There was something out here with me. I let out another heavy exhale and decided that I'd run one more fuel tank through my saw, and by that time it should be close enough to the end of the day that I can just head back to the truck. After readying my things, I looked around. I found this tiny dead pine, needles all yellowed and browned, sitting in a stand of 3 trees. To explain how these were standing, there were 3 aspen in a tiny grouping like a triangle. The dead pine was standing in the middle, at roughly 4 feet tall. There weren't any trees or debris for 20 feet around that grouping. I fired up the chainsaw again, and I went to work, cutting down the pine tree. A few moments later, it was cut in half, and the stump was cut flush to the ground. That should work, I thought. I walked backwards a few steps so I could look at the bigger picture and see if there was anything else I needed to do. But then I stopped dead in my tracks when my back pressed against something solid, and my body immediately went cold. I dashed forward, whipping around and holding the shut-down chainsaw between me and whatever had just snuck up behind me. My heart pounded, eyes wide. I examined the looming figure that stood over me. It was a giant looming figure, imposing yet unnaturally skinny. My head only reached its waist, and its eyes were big, spinning with anger. 2 large hands reached out to me. In the dimming light of the day, it looked like this thing had a set of wild horns sprouting out in all directions from its head. I yelped as I wheeled backwards. I stood there paralyzed then, my brain starting to reconcile exactly what I was seeing. It was a tree, wasn't it? To be honest, as I gazed at the thing, even after I realized what it was, my brain couldn't figure out what I was seeing. Because it had bark. It seemed to be rooted in the earth, and its branches gently swayed in the wind. But there was a not-so-insignificant part of my mind that kept screaming, "Run! For the love of God, run!" I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing slowly, and I opened them again. "I'm seeing things," I spoke aloud. "That's it. It's been a long day and my nerves are shot." I took a step forward to inspect this dead tree. It indeed shared the shape of a humanoid figure, even down to minor details. Its eyes that had been spinning in anger were 2 knots that were slightly different in diameter, spaced like they would be on a person. The mouth was a fist-sized hollowed-out hole that was just a black void in the fading light. The wild horns were branches, and 2 branches of the same size reached for me like long bony arms. The weirdest part of this was that it wasn't one trunk. It was 2 roots the size of skinny legs sprouting up from the ground and merged up at the middle of my chest. I'd seen trees like that before, but never any that merged that high above the ground. I stood there, trembling, trying to get my breathing under control. My mind kept switching rapidly between this being a monster or a simple malformed tree. I calmed down a bit after a few moments. I gave a nervous chuckle. "It's just a tree. Calm down." I finally collected my nerves and said, "You still got a job to do, and this tree is dead. This is what you get for scaring me, you stupid tree." I ripped the pull cord on my chainsaw, and it screamed to life. I took a step forward, and right at the time I was maneuvering my saw to sink it deep into one of the tree's roots, I caught movement off to the left. Snapping my head in that direction, I saw my boss trudging through the woods, and what I can assume were forest rangers following behind him. I pushed the kill switch on my saw, standing there taking a deep breath. Everything was out to scare me today, apparently. My boss waved me over to him. Hey, come walk with us. Tell these guys what happened to your chainsaw. I did as I was told, walking with them to the spot our equipment had been destroyed. I packed my saw with me this time. They wrote down our names, numbers, heard our version of events, and they took pictures. Soon they were off to check some of the roads for any other vehicles that might be up there. They never did find anybody that did this. Well, it's getting late, said my boss. Go on and grab your fuel can and your tools. I'll pack your saw and meet you back at the truck. I nodded, and I went back to get my things, which I'd left near the group of aspen. My unease was slowly creeping back, even though I'd made up my mind I was all right. I spotted the red fuel can in the distance, and right then, I stopped in my tracks. I immediately felt sick to my stomach. Where did the tree go? I said aloud, although I might as well had been whispering, because I could barely breathe. Once I forced my legs to work, I ran over and scooped up my tools and fuel can. I broke out into a dead sprint back to the truck, and I never looked behind me. After that day, our whole crew wasn't needed up there to finish up, so I never went back. I was very grateful for that. Pareidolia. That's the psychological effect of seeing faces and patterns and random objects. That was the explanation other people would propose when I shared my story with them. Others would tell me that maybe I should go get checked for schizophrenia, and maybe I should. But I feel it. In the recesses of my mind, I know what I saw, even though I try to forget. If I didn't try, I would never even be able to continue with my job. And maybe I am crazy. It was all in my head. But what I heard later would cement the fear into my mind. Months later, the Forest Service went up to that job site to have a controlled burn of the piles we'd made. A member of their crew disappeared. Some explained it away. He had just gotten lost, they'd say. But I've talked to people who were on that crew. The guy was not new. Everyone who knew him said that none of them could imagine that ever happening to him. The search for him ended suddenly, too, and there was something really disturbing about the whole thing. Everyone agreed, especially me. I'm not sure why that thing took him and let me go. The only reason I can come up with is that when my boss and those rangers topped that hill, that thing saw them and froze. I'll probably never know why, but I know what I saw, and I know there's something out there in those woods. You won't believe the things that lurk in the Irish wilds. From a Jason. This all happened over a decade ago when I was 12 years old, on a trip to visit my grandparents in a tiny village in County Mayo, Ireland, for the summer. I'll never forget that magical place. Their stone cottage was tucked away in lush, rolling green countryside. I was enthralled by the ancient forests, misty meadows, craggy hills that surrounded their house, so different from the city I grew up in. On the first day exploring the countryside trails around my grandparents' cottage, my gran emphasized that I should not wander too far into certain wooded areas. She warned me of the good folk that are said to still dwell there. I chuckled at the quaint superstition. Sure, I believed in leprechauns and fairies as a kid, but I was 12 years old now, darn it. I fancied myself too old for those childish fairy tales. A week into my stay, I met Sean, another visiting grandchild from the village. We were fast friends. We spent our days adventuring along the trails and streams together. One sunny afternoon, we decided to hunt for edible plants and mushrooms in a forested glen near the cottage. I thought nothing of it, when we passed by a trail marked by an old cross-shaped signpost that Gran had specifically warned me to avoid. Pushing through the ferns into the shaded glen, we foraged for puffballs and wild strawberries. As we neared an ancient, twisted oak tree, Sean suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed, eyes wide. There, by the mossy roots, was a tiny, wizened man, barely 2 feet tall. He was dressed in ragged cloth pants and a shirt. He was digging furiously at the dirt with a miniature shovel. A long white beard trailed down his front, and perched on his head was a bright crimson cap. We ducked behind a tree, peering around the trunk at the incredible sight. Sean and I watched in awe from behind the oak tree as this tiny man filled a sack with truffles he dug up around the roots, muttering in a strange language. I couldn't believe my eyes. Could this actually be one of the fairy folk my Gran had warned me about? The little fellow seemed oblivious to our presence at first, but suddenly he paused his digging, sniffed the air, then whirled around to face our hiding spot, beady eyes glaring. I gasped at those ancient eyes that now bore into mine. The wizened face was weathered like an old tree stump, but shone with an unearthly vitality that I'd never seen before. He sniffed again, then his mouth split into an eerie grin, revealing a row of pointed teeth. The fairy man let out an otherworldly, high-pitched cackle that turned my blood to ice. Before we could react, he vanished instantly with a pop, leaving only a swirl of leaves where he'd been standing. Sean yelled in fright, and we both tumbled backwards. We then took off running for the trail. We tore through the woods in blind terror, branches whipping our faces. Finally, we burst, panting from the tree line, and sprinted up to my grandparents' cottage, collapsing on the porch. Between heaving breaths, I tried to describe the tiny digging man to my wide-eyed grandparents. At the mention of his red cap and white beard, my grandmother went pale as a ghost. She whispered something, "Clericon," and made a protective sign over her heart. I learned that in Gaelic folklore, the Clericon is a fairy being related to the leprechaun that acts as a sentry guarding buried wine and treasure troves. But he also plays drunken pranks on any trespassers in his territory. Gran was certain we'd stumbled upon a Clericon's secret fairy path through the woods. I shakily recounted everything Sean and I had witnessed in the glen. The tiny digging man, his unearthly cackle, the way he'd vanished right into thin air. My grandmother listened gravely, continuing to clutch her rosary beads, making more and more protective signs over us. "You're lucky he didn't lead you astray, or play a wicked trick on you both for trespassing on his realm," Gran said. She explained that the Clericon was a cunning, vengeful fairy, prone to mischief. We'd be wise to avoid the areas he guarded. Sean and I were stunned. Could mythical creatures like fairies and elves truly inhabit the woods near my grandparents' home? Gran's solemn demeanor convinced me she believed with utter certainty. She gave us ashwood charms and silver pins to wear for protection from fairy magic and tricks. I eyed the dark tree line apprehensively. Were those shadows shifting unnaturally? I couldn't tell. Over the next week, Sean and I obsessed over what we'd witnessed. We scoured library books on Irish folklore, discovering tales of fairies luring people under enchanted hills, trapping them forever in the fairy realm. Others spoke of fairy music entrancing mortals, helplessly luring them into bogs and rivers. Each story made the benign woods seem more ominous. By the following weekend, my curiosity overcame my sense of caution. Despite my grandmother's warnings, I convinced a reluctant Sean to venture back into the glen with me, just for a quick look. I just had to see if we could spot the diminutive ferryman again. This time I brought a camera, determined to document proof. As we approached the ancient oak, the air seemed to vibrate with a strange energy that made my skin prickle. Sean and I cautiously crept into the shadowed glen, leaves and twigs crunching under our feet. I had my camera ready, hopeful that we'd catch another glimpse of the ferryman. But the meadow was empty. With no digging cluricon in sight, the only movement was the breeze gently swaying the trees surrounding the glen. I circled the gnarled oak tree, looking for any clues the little red-capped fairy had left behind. There were odd scrapes in the dirt around the base that almost seemed to form a pattern. When I peered closer at the bark, I noticed strange symbols etched into it. They looked like writing, but in no language I'd ever seen. The markings gave me an uneasy chill. We explored a bit further into the glen, cameras clicking at every rustle and movement. Yet nothing unnatural revealed itself. Still, I couldn't shake the creepy feeling of being watched from the shadows. A heavy anticipation hung in the air, like the forest held its breath, waiting for us to leave. The sun was going down when we finally gave up our ferry stakeout. I didn't want to be anywhere near those woods after dark. We were almost back to the trail when a faint, sinister cackling arose from the glen behind us. The wind sounded as if it whispered, "Away, away." Sean and I ran headlong through the deepening dusk, not stopping until my grandparents' cottage was in sight. I resolved then to take my grandmother's advice and avoid trespassing in those bewitched woods again. The good folk guarded their secrets closely. They didn't take kindly to meddling human children. Whatever magic dwelled there was not meant for mortal eyes like mine. Some mysteries were better left untouched, as I learned that long ago summer in Ireland. The remainder of that summer, I stuck close to my grandparents' cottage and the trusted trails around it. The tempting call of the verdant glen still tugged at me, but I resisted wandering back among the ancient oaks and unknown fairy paths. Some nights, though, I would gaze out my bedroom window into the darkened woods. On rare occasions, I'd spot odd floating lights among the trees, flitting to and fro. Were they evidence of the good folk going about their mystical nighttime deeds? It was a world tantalizingly close yet forbidden to mere mortals like myself. The night before I returned home, I glimpsed those strange floating lights once more. As I watched their hypnotic dance, I felt sure I detected faint laughter drifting on the wind. Despite myself, I whispered, "Goodbye and thank you," to the darkness. I like to think the answering breeze carried the words, "Away, home with you." Now years have passed, but the memory of that long-ago Irish summer remains crystal clear. As an adult, I can explain away our fairy encounter as vivid imagination or a glimpse of some ordinary forest creature. But the wide-eyed kid in me still believes magic truly resides in those ageless emerald woods. Though I have returned to that idyllic seaside village over the years, I never ventured near the old oak glen again. Some places hold secrets not meant for mortal meddling. The good folk keep their own counsel, only venturing forth when they wish to be seen. The Cluricon and his sly kinfolk likely still tend to their forest troves and weave their rings under the stars. That enchanted realm is theirs alone. I'll not trespass where I'm not welcome, lest the fairy folk lead me astray again. Something stalked me in Scotland. From Danny Joe. When I was 18 years old, I took a trip to Scotland with my girlfriend and 2 cousins. We were planning to backpack and camp throughout Cairngorms National Park. This was the largest forest in Scotland. In all reality, this was a present from my family, because they knew I always wanted to go and travel through such an old place. My girlfriend was nervous about going, as she wasn't sure what to expect from the wildlife there. I reassured her the largest animal in Scotland was a badger, due to all the others being hunted into extinction by people, She seemed to be a bit more at ease, but she wasn't entirely comfortable. After almost 8 hours on the plane, we landed and our trip had officially begun. After leaving baggage claim, we hailed a cab to get our way started to the forest. We made one stop in a town right outside the forest to buy some supplies. We stayed in the town of Pitlochry for one night before heading into the woods for 7 days. While in that town, we went to a local pub for dinner and drinks. The drinking age was 18 in the UK. There, we asked the locals for some good places to hike to in the woods. We were having a good time when one of the locals started to act like something was wrong with us going camping out there. We asked the bartender what his deal might be. He responded that the guy's family had been killed some years ago by something in that forest, but he didn't believe the story. He explained to us how he personally believed the guy's family probably got lost due to the sheer size of the place and their inexperience. This made me curious to know more about what happened and what truly happened to the guy's family. I told my group I was heading to the restroom, but really I was going to go outside to talk to the guy who had just walked out the doors not too long ago. As I got outside, the man was leaning on the wall of the pub, smoking, looking like he was reliving some bad memories. I walked up to him, gave him my sympathies for his loss, but I was forward, asking him his story. The man looked down to the ground and said to me,
"It came from the darkness and took them from me."
Instantly chilled, I continued to push, asking him, what came from the darkness? He explained he had not gotten a good look at it, but it was big, with claws like razors and deep red eyes. Out of my control, I sort of laughed. He looked at me with the most serious expression that I've ever seen on a person. He said,
"If you go into the woods and something happens, don't say you weren't warned."
He then walked away. I made my way back into the pub to find my group, telling them what I'd learned. My girlfriend was enjoying herself, innocently dancing with some old man, while my cousins played darts. I decided then to wait till morning to tell them, to let them enjoy their night. We drank to the point my cousins started to puke, so we went back to our inn. After sleeping a little too much, we got a late start on our trip, but we were having fun, so it didn't matter. While driving to the car park by the trail, I told everyone about what I learned the night before. My cousins laughed, saying I imagined it because I was drunk, and my girlfriend looked mad. I asked what was wrong. She said,
"Why would you encourage the man who lost his family?"
I replied, "Well, I was curious." When we started hiking, she didn't talk to me for almost 2 hours. I tried not to notice. I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. We decided to make our first night's camp about 10 miles in. One of my cousins voluntold me to get firewood while they set up the tents. I didn't mind this. It gave me more time to take in the beauty of my surroundings. It was a quiet night that night. We roasted sausages over the fire. My girlfriend spoke up, asking me about the old man at the pub. I told him everything he had told me, that he believed his family had been attacked, taken by something in these woods. My older cousin asked what it was that took the family. I gave them the same details that I got. The next morning, everything seemed better. Everyone was joking, laughing, and having a good time. We hiked another 15 or more miles, stopping at a small creek to make camp for the rest of the trip. This time, my cousins gathered firewood, while my girlfriend and I set up tents. We still had a little over an hour of daylight left, so we started walking around the area we were camping, just exploring really. After 10 minutes, my girlfriend suddenly screamed. In no time, my cousin and I came to her side to see what was wrong. She buried her head in my chest and cried. We asked what happened. She pointed at the ground near a small bush. There on the ground was a dead badger, ripped open, blood everywhere. I didn't put much thought into it, just maybe that it was a bigger badger that did it, maybe even a stray dog. I didn't want to touch it, just in case whatever had done it didn't come back to finish it. We walked back to camp and started to get settled for the night. Needless to say, my girlfriend was very on edge. As the night grew darker, we all soon noticed how incredibly quiet it got, like no sounds of nature at all. We tried to not think about it and went to bed. The next morning, we ate breakfast and came up with a plan for the day. My older cousin wanted to go look at the dead badger again, but the rest of us wanted to go swimming in the creek and just hang out. So me, my girlfriend, and younger cousin did just that. We went swimming, while my older cousin went back to look at the dead badger. After a few hours of fun, my older cousin came back to camp, looking very confused. I spoke to him, asking what was wrong. He told me he couldn't find the badger. He said he went to the exact spot and the thing was gone. I tried to tell him if it was a bigger badger that did it, it probably came back for the rest. This didn't help his concern at all, and he told me he felt as if something was watching him, and that's why he came back. We didn't speak any more of it and finished the day swimming and having a good time. That night, while sitting around the campfire, my girlfriend admitted something. She said while she was having fun here, she felt as if someone had been watching us. I told her we were fine and just needed to enjoy the trip. We all went to bed, and as I started to close my eyes, I could hear something walking around the camp. Something big. My heart pounded. I wanted to look out to see what it could be, but I was too scared to. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and look through a small opening in the tent. When I did, I froze. There it was, this dark figure in front of our fire pit. The fire was fading, so not much light was coming from it, but I noticed that it went from being on 4 legs to standing on 2. I trembled. Even so, I wanted to see its face. Still not being able to move, I just waited. This thing walked into the darkness on 2 legs, then down on all 4s. As it faded into the darkness of the forest, it turned around for a moment. I saw them then, the deepest, most red eyes. They felt unnatural, but it was real. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I didn't sleep at all the rest of the night. I knew if I tried to tell the group about what I saw, they would just panic. As the sun came up, I left my tent and I got a fire going. I gathered more wood from the area closest to camp. I didn't want to go too far. As everyone else began to wake up, I made some breakfast. My cousins asked why I was up so early, because I'm normally the last one up. I told them I was feeling energized, and I wanted to treat them to a good start to the day. After breakfast, my elder cousin took me aside, asking what was really wrong. I confessed then. I saw it last night. He replied,
"What do you mean, it?"
I saw the thing that took the old man's family. My cousin instantly looked at me with the most dreadful look.
"Let's pack up and go. I don't want to stay anymore."
My cousin basically yelled. Looking at the map we had, we concluded it would take the day and some of the night to make it back to the car park. We let the group know what was going on, and we agreed to pack up and leave. My girlfriend seemed the most scared because she said she felt something watching her ever since we made camp. As we started to hike back, we all felt like we were being followed. My cousin picked up large sticks because we didn't really have anything to protect ourselves with. After a few hours, it started to get dark again, but we didn't stop. We kept hiking. We needed to make it to the car park as fast as possible. I got my flashlight out. Looking at the map, I saw we were only 5 miles from the car park. I was happy to see we were making good time. I urged everyone to keep going. As we started back on the trail, we heard a strange noise, almost like a growl, but more sinister. We all stopped and freaked out. I told them we had to keep moving, to keep the flashlights on too. We were moving faster then, but we could still hear those noises behind us. Whatever that thing was, it was stalking us, not coming into the light, but staying close enough for us to feel and hear it. I looked behind us just for a moment, and I saw those eyes again. I recommended that we start running because we didn't have much further to go. The thing was getting louder and closer. My girlfriend was crying then, but still running. I was the first to come over the next hill. I saw the lights of the car park. A feeling of relief and safety washed over me, but we still had a little over a mile to go. My cousin stopped for a moment, as he was getting a cramp in his leg. None of us noticed, but when we looked back, it was just dark. We all turned and went towards him. He started yelling so we could locate him, but then he started to scream. I told my girlfriend and younger cousin to make it to the car park and I would keep going. They turned around, leaving to the car park. I continued on looking for my cousin. By the time I made my way to him, he was behind a tree balled up in fear. I helped him up, and the two of us started to run. I could tell he was in pain, but I told him to push through it. We came back over the hill, almost to the car park, but we could hear that thing behind us, moving faster now. It was like it was toying with us. I wasn't going to stop, I kept moving. But then I heard it growl again. This time it sounded angry. It felt as if it was getting closer and closer with every step. My cousin was then crying out in pain, while I was close to hyperventilating from the constant running. Suddenly, it felt as if something had tripped us. The two of us fell. The car park was only about 60 yards away. We picked ourselves up and started to run again. We saw the lights from the rental car, and it gave us a burst of adrenaline. As we ran faster and faster, I saw that my girlfriend had the doors open for us. As we made it into the light, the steps we heard behind us suddenly stopped. I helped my cousin into the back seat, and I turned around. When I did, I saw those eyes again. I told everyone to look, and they listened. That thing reached its hand out and scratched at the asphalt. The thing's claws were huge, cutting through the asphalt like it was sand. I got on the front seat, and we drove away like an episode of Dukes of Hazzard. It was still pitch black out, but we drove all the way back to town with the brights on. As we made it into town, we decided to keep going all the way to the airport. Our idea at the moment was to exchange our return tickets for an earlier departure. When we made it to the airport, we parked the car and ran inside. I went up to the front desk and I made our request. I looked down at my shoe, noticing that my pants and shoe had been shredded. We got to our gate and I told everyone I was sorry. I said on the next trip we could just go to Florida. My cousins laughed, but my girlfriend started to cry. She said she didn't think she'd ever been that scared before. I told her not to worry about it, that we were safe now, and we were going home. That seemed to calm her down a bit. I thought to myself, who would believe this story? This was 10 years ago, and I still have those shredded pants. I keep them as a reminder that we never know what might be stalking us through the dark. The Word We Don't Say, from Mickey G. A few months ago, I was working at an assisted living facility, part-time, overnight. I'd worked at many assisted living facilities and had many odd experiences over the years. One night, I was sitting in the sunroom and heard an odd noise. Once I tracked the noise into someone's room, I found that static was playing from the radio, which was turned off. This was on my second set of rounds, so I'm sure that the radio was off. I heard the same noise coming from a room down the hall. The same situation. Static from the radio. Neither of these residents were very mobile, and wouldn't have been able to cross their rooms to turn those radios on. These two residents were the next two to steeply decline and pass away in the facility. We also had many stories of weird, creepy, or just frightening things that have happened at my current place of work, which is now a summer camp / retreat center. Our campus is pretty secluded. When I was hired and given a tour of all the facilities, we toured the building called the farmhouse. The farmhouse is just as it sounds, an original building from the farm that was on the land before the camp was established. My tour guide said to me, "And this building is the haunted one." And she was right. One of the housekeepers was cleaning the farmhouse when they heard older male voices coming from the basement. The building was supposed to be vacant, and the construction happening on it was on hold too, so there should have been no one down there. For context, this is the most disturbing basement I've ever been in. Old, dingy, cramped, and straight out of an amateur horror film. The housekeeper also reported hearing the sound of construction coming from the basement as well. She called downstairs when she did, but the lights were off and no one replied. Creepier yet, there were no cars out front, no staff in the building with her at all. Other encounters in the farmhouse included hearing voices or footsteps when no one was there, doors opening and closing on their own, lights being left on when no one had been in there, and seeing things out of the corners of your eyes. A shaman group came and stayed in the building often. They're one of my favorite groups that come to camp. They've told me first-hand experiences such as guests sleeping in the farmhouse, waking to ghostly faces staring them in the eye. They also insist that there's bad energy in a few of our cabins. In one of our newest buildings on numerous occasions, people have reported hearing noises that were not normal for that building, specifically from the loft apartment. People were usually too scared to investigate. These noises would be like normal lying noises, a bed creaking, light steps, something hitting the floor, etc. Two of my coworkers were working in the kitchen one day in this building. It was early in the morning when they heard a scream that they described as a banshee cry. At the time, we had a retreat group of shamans that were learning how to get in touch with their ancestors at the camp. We also had a retreat group that had a very old member of their family who was transitioning to the last stage of their life. They swear they heard no one around and didn't see anyone, but the scream came from the dining room, connected to the kitchen via a sliding barn door. Items also seem to fall without cause in the kitchen often, even when carefully stacked. Many people spread their ashes on this property, or come to cleanse themselves and shake off anything negative. There's so much hurt, pain, and trauma shared and let go at camp, so it's no surprise the atmosphere would reflect that in some way. People have also reported hearing noises from a formerly certified kitchen, such as clanging and banging. This was in the retreat center, added on to the old dairy barn. The kitchen is connected to the retreat center via a large dining room. Past that dining room is a large gathering space where our summer camp counselors sleep during the week. The counselors were the only ones to hear the noises. The aforementioned cabins are very basic. No air conditioning, old bunk beds, something you'd expect from a summer camp in a scary movie. One story I'd heard from a very down-to-earth summer staff really got to me. They were coming up a hill to the farmhouse when they heard a scream from behind them. Mind you, it didn't sound like a child screaming. It sounded masculine. The staff member went to the summer staff lounge and asked for an escort from another staff member, due to being so frightened. Another similar story to the cabin and farmhouse screamer happened this summer. 3 staff were up late at night and heard what they described as coyotes fighting each other or a dog. They insisted a pack was tearing this animal apart due to the screams and howls they heard. When it sounded like the fight was over, they went looking for the hurt animal. They could hear it crying in pain and they thought it was dying. I don't know why they went looking, but those are the choices staff members make during the summer. They swore the noise was coming from right behind them in the trees. But when they made it to the spot where they thought the fight took place, there was nothing but silence, nothing indicating that a fight ever happened. No crying, no whining, no blood. They didn't hear the supposed coyotes or dog again. I've never heard of or seen coyotes so close to camp. They thought it was most likely 10 to 15 feet into the woods. I've also never heard coyotes coming from that part of camp, and haven't heard them since. Some staff sleeping in the cabins have reported sporadic cases of farm animal noises coming from behind the cabins, close to where the coyotes were heard this summer. The cabins are a small walk from the old dairy farm. Down the hill from the farmhouse and the old retreat center with the haunted kitchen is a campfire pit with benches surrounding it. One night a week, we have s'mores for a snack before campfire. We send the kids to the edge of the woods to find roasting sticks. On one occasion a few weeks ago, a counselor and I were standing back from the group, just talking. Campfire is often a time for counselors to seek support or guidance, while the campers are distracted searching for sticks. The s'mores were long gone by then, and everyone was seated around the fire doing skits and telling stories. As the counselor and I were talking, we heard a noise from the woods, rustling and branches cracking. It sounded kind of like a small child. If you've heard a small person moving through the woods, that was kind of the noise. It was within 10 feet of us. The counselor rushed in, calling softly for the kid, trying to coax them out of the woods. But they found no child, nor any evidence of anyone walking through the forest. I went to ask leadership to make sure we had all the campers and staff accounted for, and we did. While I was doing that, I found the counselor about 15 feet back from where we were standing. In my absence, they'd heard the noise move further to a retreat building. They called out again. No answer. Needless to say, we don't stand in that spot anymore. Moving to the other side of camp, our campground is where I hear the most reports of screams and strange figures. By all reports, the campground was just a field when the camp bought the property. One experience I had a couple of years ago has kept me from going out to the campground at night, unless absolutely necessary. We have a few utility vehicles, and sometimes when a counselor or staff member needs a timeout, they will take a ride in these vehicles. It was right after dark when 3 of us took a ride out to the campground to clear our heads. We parked to talk for a minute. While we were parked, we heard masculine adult voices coming from a separate part of the campground. We felt obligated then to make sure no one was in that area, as much as we dreaded it. There were definitely some non-camp counselor approved words said about that decision. We drove out, parked, but nothing. The noises stopped. No speaking, no rustling, and no one in sight. We rushed out of there, and I haven't put myself in that situation again. There have been many reports of screams heard across camp that originated from the campground. Never feminine, always masculine. This has been going on for years, and the reports are always similar, even from new staff that have never heard the stories and legends yet. Some of our campers were staying in one of the newest retreat buildings, not the haunted kitchen one, and they saw a dark masculine figure coming from the direction of the campground. It seems the more we talk about the spirits hanging about, the more they make themselves known to us. During dinner prep one night, the same coworkers that heard that banshee sound and my husband and I were talking about these scary stories surrounding camp. That night, my husband and I were taking an after-dark walk, and we stopped after seeing a light coming from behind the haunted kitchen building that shouldn't be there. We watched it for a minute before deciding what to do, and as we figured we'd walk the other way, we heard what sounded like little girls laughing on the deck. We still ended up going on the deck after that, but we didn't find the source of that light. I actually debated telling this last story from camp, but I think it's a fitting ending to these creepy tales. First, I'm not going to type out the word, but it is 10 letters starting with S and ending with R. This specific creature comes from Navajo culture. I firmly believe that when you speak this name, you give them power, and I'm not up for that. This word came into conversation once in the kitchen at camp. If you've ever worked in a kitchen, you know that every and all conversations are fair game. We talked a bit about them and moved on. A few days after that conversation, my husband and I randomly ran into a family friend waiting for a table at a local restaurant. She was talking about a dead animal she'd found in her yard which had been somewhat mutilated. Her daughter thought what had killed it was the word and spoke it out loud. By now, I'm not wanting to hear that word around me at all. Hearing her talking about them twice within a week was more than enough for me. At that point, the word had been declared a forbidden word in the kitchen and at camp. A week or so later, I was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and I was listening to this podcast when a story mentioning the word came on. I foolishly listened to it. At home that night, when my husband and I were winding down to bed, our dog gave 2 short barks out the window facing the backyard. This isn't unusual, and we thought of ignoring it, but something told me to look out. I did, and at the end of our driveway, I swear, was this black blob. There was nothing out there to cast a shadow, as it was far too dark, and the blob took no real shape. We were terrified. I went downstairs to open that door and get a better look. I looked at that dark blob for half a minute, and as I turned to go back inside, I saw the blob begin to morph into the head and front legs of a coyote or dog. I slammed and locked the door, rushing to my husband. He admitted that he saw it start to shift, but not the actual morphing. Now, the next story is the origin of our ghost at home, who I believe followed me to work and continues to come with me wherever I go. When I was in my late teens, a friend and I were out driving around smoking. We were in rural Wisconsin, so there were plenty of back roads to cruise. Once we got 20 to 30 miles away from our starting point, we stopped at this old, infrequently used but not so abandoned graveyard. I know, lots of spooky things happen at graveyards, but this wasn't your typical dumb teenager doing rituals in the cemetery story. It's more like your typical dumb teenagers in a graveyard looking for trouble story. My friend and I looked around. We found the oldest headstones, then read off some names. We found some familiar last names. We then found a small maintenance shack, and to our surprise, it held old worn headstones, and less surprisingly, hedge clippers and other tools. Now, this wasn't the first graveyard I'd visited in the middle of the night, but I'd never found old headstones just lying around. We read them and looked for why they were in the shack, but they weren't in disrepair, just worn from Wisconsin weather over the years. Now, I'll remind you that, clearly, I was not in the best state of mind, having been smoking. I hoisted one of the small headstones into my arms. The name was something old-timey and feminine that started with an R, I believe. We then went off back to our homes. Soon after that, I became super paranoid about having this headstone, and I started to burn McCormick sage from a shaker bottle in my tiny studio apartment. The atmosphere in the apartment didn't feel right anymore, and I felt so uncomfortable there, like someone was there with me. As a disclaimer, this was in the midst of my battle with addiction, but I do truly think these events happened, and they weren't just a product of my using. Fast forward a few nights, I was at a friend's house, not too far from my own. I drove there and hung out for a bit. Eventually, it was time for me to go. I walked out the back door to my car and went to get in. There seemed to be something there, like a shadow, but not at the right angle to be natural. I was terrified, and opted to walk home in the dark, in an interesting state of mind. The whole time I was practically running, I was so freaked out, and I never run. I felt as if something was following me. The next day, I went to work at a local fast food establishment. It was a slow time between rushes. We were all chatting. All of a sudden, I kid you not, the name from the headstone I took popped up on one of our to-go tickets. Now, I had not told anyone about that headstone yet, and my friend that was with me at the time of the event didn't live in the area and would not have been talking to the people I worked with. After our shift was done, I recruited a coworker and my now husband to go to the graveyard and respectfully return the headstone ASAP. I can't say things were better after that, but definitely different. As creepy things continued to happen in my apartment, my husband and I began to call the ghost Phyllis. My husband and I began blaming every creepy, unexplainable thing that happened to us on Phyllis. which happened to be a lot of things. And now it seems Phyllis has been with us through every move. Werewolf of the Grand Canyon. From Reese Earther. I still remember how excited I was when I got picked for that wildlife research project in the Grand Canyon a few years back. I had just finished my biology degree, so getting hands-on experience tracking coyotes seemed like an amazing opportunity. My two teammates, Eric and Wendy, felt the same way. We were all eager science nerds ready for adventure. When we arrived in Arizona and met our park ranger guide, he warned us that spending 2 weeks camping deep in the canyon wasn't for the faint of heart. The remoteness meant we'd be on our own if any emergencies happened to come up. But we assured him we were up to the task. We set off on the long trek down, lugging all our camping gear and research equipment. On the first evening, we found a secluded site off the main trails to set up our base camp. It took over an hour to get the tents pitched and our supplies organized, as dusk fell over the canyon walls surrounding us. We were all tired from the hike in, so after a quick dinner, we turned in early. The night was calm and surprisingly quiet, just the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle in the bushes. Nothing alarming. I remember falling asleep fast, worn out from the day's exertions. Sometime later, I woke up to strange noises right outside my tent. At first, I thought it was just a raccoon or coyote sniffing around our food bags. But when I quietly peeked out the tent flap, I couldn't see any animals. The moonlight only revealed the rocky canyon terrain. The grunting and odd sniffing sounds faded away, so I assumed it was nothing. I settled back down and quickly dozed off again. I was startled awake again later that night by the sound of heavy footsteps tramping around the campsite. The crunching gravel and twigs snapping underfoot were unmistakable. I quickly unzipped the tent flap again, peering outside. In the dim moonlight, I couldn't see anything, but the footsteps continued pacing in a circle around us. I woke up Eric and Wendy to make sure they heard it too. "There's something big walking around out there," I whispered loudly. Eric mumbled it was probably just a curious coyote wandering near the food bags, as I had previously suspected. The footsteps did sound too loud and heavy for a coyote, though. We all stayed silent, listening to whatever was outside, methodically making its way around the tents. The footsteps halted right outside. Then we heard loud sniffing, like some huge animal inhaling and catching our scents. I don't think a coyote would be so bold. I was frozen, wondering if I should yell to scare it off. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl rumbled just outside the tent fabric. It sounded like a bear's growl, but deeper, more throaty. We all exchanged panicked looks in the darkness. This was definitely no coyote. I stumbled to grab my flashlight, while Wendy found the bear spray. As I fumbled to turn on the flashlight, something heavy pressed against the tent. Sharp claws began to violently scratch at the fabric right near my face, shredding holes in the nylon. I fell backwards in terror. We yelled at the top of our lungs, hoping to startle whatever beast was attacking our shelter. The scratching ceased as our shouts echoed off the canyon walls. But before we could sigh in relief, the entire tent started to shake violently. Something was grabbing the roof now, thrashing it back and forth with incredible force. Eric, Wendy, and I screamed as loud as we could, pointing our flashlights all over the place. Suddenly, the assault stopped, and in the flashlight beams, we saw a large, shadowy figure scampering away from the mangled tent entrance. My hands trembled uncontrollably as the three of us scanned our surroundings with the lights, but the beams of light only caught empty terrain. Whatever had stalked our camp was gone as quickly as it came. We huddled together, listening intently for any sign it had returned. But the night was silent once again. None of us dared leave the shredded tent to investigate further. Exhausted and horrified, We eventually fell into a fitful sleep again, hoping the creature was gone for good. But the next morning would bring a whole new level of fear and confusion. When morning sunlight finally filtered into the ravaged tent, we debated whether we should step outside to assess the damage. That thing could still be lurking nearby, waiting for us to emerge. But we knew we couldn't hide in the tent forever. After hearing no sounds for several minutes, I slowly unzipped the flap, or rather what was left of it. The three of us cautiously stepped out together, bear spray and flashlights raised. We swept through the campsite, bathed in harsh morning light, searching for any sign of that creature. The camp area looked utterly trampled, with torn-up dirt, scattered equipment, and scratches gouged into the ground. Large, unfamiliar prints we couldn't identify marred the landscape. But we saw no beast in sight. The area reeked of a strange, musky odor that I couldn't place. Whatever had attacked us was massive and powerful. Definitely no coyote, and probably not a mountain lion. Eric wanted to just pack up and hike back to the rim immediately, but the researcher in me needed to examine the prints and damage while it was all still fresh. What exactly had we heard and seen in the dark? Wendy offered to stand watch with the bear spray while Eric and I followed the prints. They led right up to my mangled tent entrance before disappearing into the bushes. I paused there, shining my light on the flattened brush. Something caught my eye. Several clumps of thick grayish hair snagged on the shrub stems. Without a word, I pointed at the hair, meeting Eric's equally alarmed gaze. We clicked off our flashlights as the sun climbed higher into the sky. We then backtracked out of the brush, deciding we'd seen enough. The campsite needed to be vacated now. I couldn't believe we'd come face to face with something so enormous and strong and unknown. A coyote or a cougar just did not match the havoc and prints we'd found. The footprints didn't resemble a bear's either. All I knew for certain was that we needed to get out of the canyon. The sun continued to rise over the canyon rim, but we already had our backpacks loaded up to hike out. None of us felt safe staying another second. As we rapidly took down what remained of the ravaged campsite, the surrounding wilderness remained eerily silent. No bird calls or scampering wildlife sounds that you'd normally expect at dawn. Just tense and heavy quiet. Once we were all set, we cautiously followed the bizarre tracks back into the woods, attempting to glimpse where the creature had gone. But the jumbled prints disappeared just 20 yards in, with no trace of our nighttime stalker. Had it left the area? Or was it camouflaged and waiting unseen in the shadows? We couldn't shake the feeling its eyes still followed us, despite no evidence of it nearby. I nervously eyed each shrub and thicket as we hastened through the brush. My imagination conjured up the beast crouching behind every rock and tree, but there was nothing there when I looked. Though we found no other trace of it so far, we still needed to leave. Sure, it sucked not knowing where our stalker might be, but we didn't really have another choice. We swiftly headed back up canyon, away from the creature's domain, or so we thought. Miles of strenuous hiking passed in tense silence. No one wanted to acknowledge just how close we'd come to being torn apart in our sleep. I kept glancing back behind us, certain each rustling bush or scurrying lizard was our pursuer returning, but the canyon remained empty and still. Finally, we emerged, sweat-soaked and exhausted, back at the populated canyon rim where we'd started. As we gave statements to the puzzled rangers, I noticed Eric and Wendy avoiding mentions of anything besides a rogue bear harassing us. Maybe they thought it sounded insane. Maybe they feared we'd be ridiculed. But I just couldn't shake the certainty that we'd escaped something frightening, something unknown in those canyon woods. And if there was a next time, we might not get away unscathed. Back at our Arizona motel that evening, I still felt rattled and unnerved. Eric and Wendy seemed ready to forget the whole ordeal and enjoy the hotel amenities, but I couldn't get the image of that giant creature out of my mind. We'd escaped something extraordinary. So I pressed the park rangers around there for any other reports of something bipedal and wolf-like roaming the inner canyon, but they laughed it off. Must have been a curious bear, they insisted. Part of me wondered if they knew more than they let on. Perhaps they ignored the weird and frightening in their park. But mostly the rangers seemed oblivious. With no definitive explanation from the experts, I turned to the internet to research what we might have seen. Massive prints, gray hair, heavy musky smell, and hunched bipedal movement. These sounded like traits ascribed to mythic creatures like werewolves or dogmen. I dove deep into the old Native American legends about skinwalkers that supposedly still lurked in remote areas. But were they real? The logical part of my mind resisted belief in paranormal creatures stalking moonlit forests. But when I recalled that trembling shadow receding from our flashlight beams, my logic failed. Something had been watching us. Something that walked on two legs and left prints no coyote could. Its yellow eyes were seared into my memory. In the following weeks, the questions gnawed at me, even as we wrote our sober scientific reports, omitting that fateful night. Had some local legend come to life under the full moon? Was there any validity to the tales of beasts lurking in overlooked places in the wild? I'm not sure if we truly stumbled on a monster, or just an odd wolf of some sort. But I'll never set foot in those Grand Canyon woods again, that's for sure. Whatever roamed there wasn't meant to be seen by human eyes. Our flashlights might be the only things that saved us that night. Thanks for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoyed the show, you can support us in a number of other ways. You can go to eeriecast.store to buy some creepy t-shirts or coffee mugs. Go to eeriecast.com to listen to and follow this show and our other scary podcasts on your favorite podcasting app, or follow me on Twitter @DarkPrevails for more screams and memes. Before I go, be sure to send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.